Good morning, everyone. My name is Councillor Smart and I am the chair of this committee. I'd like to welcome you all to Cambridge City Council's Planning Committee meeting taking place at 10 a.m. just after on Wednesday, the 6th of September 2023. Other members of the committee might like to introduce themselves, starting from my right. Looks like it's not warmed up, Rob. Maybe go behind you. Councillor Bajan, do you want to start off?
Yeah, I've just been introduced by you, Chair, Councillor Bajan from Romsey.
Councillor Katie Thornborough Petersfield.
Councillor Robert Dryden from Cherry Ward.
Sam Carling from West Chesterton.
Ingrid Flower, representing Trumpington.
Katie Porrer for Market Ward.
And Nenny Bennett for Abbey Ward.
Thank you, councillors. So officers permanently at the table for this meeting are Delivery Manager Toby Williams on my right, Legal Advisor Keith Barber on the other side of him, Committee Manager Sarah Steed and Claire Tunnicliffe, who's producing. I think that's what you're doing today, isn't it, Claire? Yeah. So other officers and public speakers will join us throughout the course of the meeting. I will introduce them at the start of relevant agenda items. Housekeeping. Copies of the agenda can be found on the City Council's website under Committee Meetings, Minutes and Agendas, and also in the corner of the room on my right-hand side on paper, if you're here in person. Please try and refer to specific page numbers within the agenda if you're referring to a specific paragraph or plan, and also ideally refer to the item number as well for people like me on computers because we don't have page numbers. Can I remind all of those present of the importance of using the microphones at all times when speaking? Please speak close to and clearly into the microphone. Please ensure that you're switched off or silenced any other devices you have so that you do not interrupt proceedings. When you're invited to address the meeting, please make sure your microphone is switched on. When you finish addressing the meeting, please turn off your microphone immediately. Speak slowly and clearly, and please do not talk over or interrupt anyone. If anyone has any problems hearing me throughout the meeting, please alert me by waving their hands or advising a council officer. We aim to take a 30-minute lunch break between noon and 2 p.m. Please can those present in the council chamber note that everything on your desk, including your laptop screen, is likely to be broadcast at some point. The camera follows the microphone being switched on, so councillors and officers are requested to wait a couple of seconds before starting to speak to allow the camera to catch up. Please raise your hand if you wish to speak. Please can those participating in the meeting via the live stream indicate that you wish to speak via the chat column or raised hand option. Please do not use the chat column for any other purpose. The meeting chat is neither confidential nor private and can be subject to an FOI or DPA requests. That's Freedom of Information or Data Protection Act requests. Make sure that your device is fully charged and that you switch your microphone off unless you're invited to speak. Please use a headset if available when speaking and hold the microphone close to your mouth. Could public speakers turn their cameras off until we come to the application we have registered you to speak about? If a report officer drops out from the committee due to poor broadband signal, the senior officer present will take over their presentation and respond to questions. The process for each planning application will be the case officer will give a brief introduction to his or her report. Registered public speakers will be invited to have their say. There will be 3 minutes for those speaking in support and 3 minutes for those speaking against, unless I've advised otherwise. The committee manager will ring a bell when you have about 30 seconds remaining. Once public speakers have addressed the committee, their speaking time is over. Public speakers are unable to join in with the councillor debate. The committee will then discuss and debate the item and may ask questions of the case officer. At the end of deliberation, I will ask members to vote on the officer's recommendation by a show of hands. The council has a convention for major planning applications known as the Adjourned Decision Protocol, where there is a majority resolution that is minded to make a decision contrary to the officer recommendation. The decision to determine the application will then be adjourned, and the officers will prepare a further report which will come back to a future meeting of this committee. Only those present in the chamber can vote or propose or second recommendations. For the comfort of councillors, officers and the public, I may choose to call short breaks during the proceedings. If councillors or officers require a break at any point, please indicate to me, and I will halt proceedings at the next convenient opportunity. So any apologies for this meeting? Sarah?
Chair, I think Councillor Levine. Councillor Levine and Councillor Flaubert are coming in.
Right, so Councillor Levine has given apologies, Councillor Flaubert has come instead. Thank you very much, Councillor Flaubert. Declarations of interest. Councillor Carling.
Thank you, Chair. Just to let everyone know, I will be withdrawing from the discussion of application, well, item 10 on the agenda, the one for 45 Highworth Avenue, and speaking as a ward councillor for that application.
Just to be clear, you're speaking as a ward councillor in that application. Yep, thank you, Councillor. Councillor Bajent.
Yeah, I'm a member of Cambridge Cycling Campaign, Chair.
Councillor Bennett.
Thank you, Chair. With regards to item 10, I have answered an email from an objector. I have copied that email to officers. I do not regard my discretion as being limited in any way, and my mind remains open. On Calverley's Brewery, I have some involvement in discussions with their landlord, Cambridge Museum of Technology, on their other site. My discretion remains unfettered. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Dryden.
Inquiring, Chair, I often get emails from people on different plans, but I don't actually declare them all because I just read them and that's it. I got one recently about the Queen Edith's one, but I just read it. So do you have to declare every time you have an email from her? I didn't think you had to. So.
Thank you, Councillor. I'll try to avoid answering questions because I might get it wrong, but in this particular instance, I think it's pretty clear that we do reply to emails, but obviously the councillor is being cautious in declaring that. But I'll defer to the legal officer to reply.
Yeah, thank you. You needn't declare every single email you get in. I think it's best to review it and perhaps copy it over to the case officer. If he or she has seen it before, fine. If they haven't, it'll be useful to have. And I don't think I need to say anything about a reply that expresses an opinion or anything of the nature that suggests you've already made your mind up or are closed.
I mean, as you know, Councillor Dryden and other councillors, we've reviewed the way that we approach items more recently, and we're more careful on things like site visits and always having an officer present on site visits where we leave the public domain and go onto a site. So I think it's in that context that the councillor is speaking about emails probably. And we do have the PAS review, Planning Advisory Service, which is being considered at the moment. So there may be changes going forward, but we're in a state of transition at the moment, I think. So it's good to be clear about what we have and haven't said to objectors and applicants. Thank you. So there's one more, was there? Yeah, Councillor Flaubert.
Yes, I'm a ward councillor of the first item.
Thank you, Councillor. All done? Yep. Good. Okay, so moving on. Minutes of is it the last meeting? Can I pass this as a true record? July meeting, sorry, July. Someone say yes. Yes, I saw a thumbs up. Yes, okay. Thank you. I'll just sign those now if they're here. So the first item is item 5, Anstey Hall. We've got public speakers on that. So the applicant, John De Bruyne, and objectors, Philip and Carol Evans. Ward Councillor Ulf Hulk is online, I presume. Oh, statement from him. And Ward Councillor Philippa Slatter is here. Hello, Philippa. Okay, so we've got So there are two items on this, 5 and 6. So the first one is the planning application, the full planning application. The LBC is listed building consent, that's the second one. So those are normally split into two, that's why there are two items. So the officer is Tom Gray. Tom is online, I presume. Yes, there he is. So I think we're all set to go. Yeah. So Tom, if you want to present the item then, please.
Good morning, Chair. Thank you. And good morning, councillors. I'll share my screen. Chair, can you confirm that you can see my screen?
Yes, thank you, Tom.
Thank you. Okay, so first of all, updates. A formal committee site visit was carried out last Wednesday, the 30th of August. Refusal reasons 7 and 8 have been slightly refined. The substance of refusal reason 7 as part of the amendment sheet has also included a lack of cross ventilation to satisfy policy, and a typo within refusal reason 8, refuse rather than refuge. The edits are in bold for members to see. I draw members' attention to the amendments to the text within the amendment sheet as well that was published yesterday. With me today, I have Christian Brady, Conservation Officer, and also Jonathan Brooks, Urban Design Officer, to support myself in this presentation and answer any members' questions of clarification. The proposal is to construct 2 blocks of retirement accommodation. It is the change of use of the land to public open space from private land. There is also a change of use to Anstey Hall itself, which would comprise ancillary uses in connection with the retirement community, staff accommodation, a flatted dwelling, and short-term guest accommodation. It is also proposed to demolish existing greenhouses and a flat roof structure, and the replacement with an orangery. Pedestrian access is also proposed onto Maris Lane and Old Mills Road, and it's also proposed to have a pedestrian gate onto the Waitrose car park. It also included hard and soft landscaping and car parking. Here's the site location plan with the application site marked red. Also within the applicant's ownership is areas marked outlined in blue. To the west of the site, the applicant has proposed that this area would become open space, designated open space as part of the proposals to replace that lost through the redevelopment of the site. In terms of the site constraints, Anstey Hall is a grade 2-star listed building, and it also has curtilage listed structures within its grounds. The site is located within Trumpington Conservation Area. The area of the site, application site, is a designated protected open space under Policy 67. There are a number of protected trees and TPOs within the site, particularly on the eastern boundary. There is high surface water flood risk marked with this pale blue area on site. It's adjacent to the green belt to the west, to the northwest. There is a city wildlife site located further to the northwest with this green hashed area. And Trumpington Meadows borders the site to the west and to the south. There's Waitrose Supermarket to the east. There is also some additional heritage assets such as the church building and other Grade 2 listed buildings within nearby. Here's an aerial view showing the site context. Here's the application site. We have Anstey Hall Barns development to the west that was approved in 2015, and the Trumpeton Meadows development that has been built out to the west and to the south. As you can see, there are a substantial amount of vegetation on the site. This is obviously taken in the summer when the trees were in full leaf. I have got some winter views for members to see in my site photos that I will share later on. Here's the Trumpington Conservation Area appraisal map showing some panoramic views from the south. Obviously, this appraisal was prior to Trumpington Meadows development being built, but key views are essential part of that Trumpington Meadows development, and so the key views still remain. There are a number of significant trees on site marked with these blue and brown dots, and some tree groups, the protected tree groups as well, under the conservation area. Try to put these side by side for members to see, but I'm aware that it might be quite small. So let me know if you need a bigger plan that I can share. So the existing site plan is on the left-hand side of the site. And the proposed site plan is on the right-hand side. The proposal is to build out 2 retirement blocks. So block C is here, and block B is here. The block block C would comprise 48 units and B 39 units. There'd be 20 car parking spaces for each of the retirement blocks. Access would be gained from the north from Maris Lane, so for block B it would be gained on the top right of the screen, and coming down next to Waitrose and parking here, and the western block, so block C, would be gained for the entrance to the site currently, which also serves Anstey Barns. So it'll be coming down here and taking a left-hand turn up along to the car parking area here. Approximately 65 trees would be removed to facilitate development, and there would be pedestrian accesses to the south, so onto Old Mills Road proposed, so by the Trumpeton Meadows development. A gate also proposed onto Waitrose car park here, and a new entranceway onto Maris Lane here. The main part of the proposals is to build 2 blocks of accommodation. So block B is shown here, approximate length of 85 metres, a height of approximately 8.5 metres, and a width of approximately 27 metres. Block C is the same design um, and similar length and height. Just it varies slightly with the width. Here's a typical section. So block B and C proposed ground floor plans. A zoomed in version is shown on the screen now. Each unit would comprise 2 bedrooms with living facilities, living room, kitchen facilities. So the idea is that it would be provided for retirees that would have scope to it to be adaptable for later life and nursing need if necessary. So the intention is that the main bedroom would be used by the residents, and the second bedroom either by guests of the resident or for nursing staff. Each of the units does have its own private amenity space in the form of a terrace or a balcony. Here's the first floor plans, again showing a similar arrangement to the ground floor. And then there is a second floor. In terms of the roof plans, the proposal is to put a sedum roof on the as part of the proposals, which would aid in the application achieving a biodiversity net gain. In terms of Anstey Hall itself, there's existing flat roof structures that would be demolished as part of the scheme. These are considered to be a negative addition, a later addition. There is also greenhouses that would be demolished. The 3 would be demolished as part of the scheme. These are considered commercial listed buildings, but in principle there's no objection for their demolition. These would be replaced by an orangery, which is shown on your screen now. The orangery would sit alongside Anstey Hall and connect via an existing link. It would measure approximately 30 metres in length, 7.9 metres in height, and 15 metres depth. The proposed orangery would provide a dining room and swimming pool in connection with the retirement accommodation for residents to use. In terms of Anstey Hall itself, there's no structural changes internally. The proposal is to change the use of it from a currently lawful use as a wedding venue and hotel. The lower ground floor plans, proposed lower ground floor plans are shown. The proposal is to change the use of these rooms to ancillary functions in connection with the retirement homes. On the proposed ground floor plan, there's a mixture of ancillary uses and also guest accommodation. So A is ancillary and G is guest bedrooms. The first floor plans showing again ancillary functions and guest accommodation. On the second floor, the proposal is to have one area for the applicant to live as part of a flatted dwelling. The other parts would be staff accommodation. Here is some site context photos. So this is showing from the Trumpington Meadows development to the south, and in the distance you can see Anstey Hall. So this is taken in the winter months, and this is taken close proximity to Anstey Hall, which you can see. Here's some visualizations that the applicant has provided. These are illustrative, so not verified, but they do give an indication of what it might look like. This is shown from the south of the development site, showing the two blocks. So block C here, and then block B. The new pedestrian access is from the south here, connected to Trumpington Meadows development, and then the area of public land, public parkland that will be retained, and then the orangery to the right hand side here. And then this is taken from the north. So the new entranceway, and the orangery to over here, and then also block B here and C over here. So the main considerations, the principal development. So it would meet the specialist housing need and allow public access to the site. However, the public, the protected open space would not be, in officers' view, would not be adequately compensated for, and the open character and environmental quality would be degraded. The siting, design and scale. So it's in officers' view, it's considered that the siting would erode the open character of the space, and the design would be a coarser grain building that would fail to positively respond to its context and the grade 2 star listed building. The scale would be excessively large, and so too the orangery. The impact upon the heritage assets of the conservation area and listed building. So it's considered there is harm, and the public benefits would not outweigh that harm. There is a lack of details in terms of cycle mobility vehicle facilities on site. Surface water flood risk. So the applicant unfortunately hasn't done a sequential test to demonstrate that block B would be sited appropriately. In terms of sustainability, there's a lack of energy strategy to comply with the 2018 local plan, and there are concerns with a lack of cross ventilation within the buildings to mitigate overheating. There was also a strong possibility to accord with the 2018 local plan that air source heat pumps will need to be installed, which could have an impact upon future residents in terms of noise impacts. Biodiversity impacts. So although the biodiversity net gain can be achieved on site, the site is there is a link to the green belt and to the city wildlife site further to the northwest, and trees. There are trees that permeate through this site that would is likely to allow foraging bats to access the application site. Unfortunately, there's no details of the sensitive lighting scheme, noting that the blocks would have some internal and possible external light spill resulting from internal and external lighting. There is also no bat surveys that have been carried out, although there is an ecological appraisal, but there's no bat surveys. Highway impacts, highway safety impacts and car parking, there's no objection to these. Amenity of neighbours and future occupiers, so apart from noise impacts, there's no concerns from officers' point of view. Refuse strategy, so there's a lack of information to support the claim that refuse lorries can access the site, not sufficient tracking to show that a 32-ton vehicle can access the retirement blocks. And then finally, the archaeology. So, a strong possibility there is archaeological remains, particularly to the south of the site, and no archaeology survey has been carried out. So, in terms of the planning balance, the key material considerations for approval are shown on the left-hand side of the screen, and refusal main considerations on the right. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thanks, Tom. So before we have speakers, Toby's going to say something.
Thanks, Chair. What I'm going to say applies to this application and other applications coming to committee today. Most of the documentation before you has references to the last iteration of the NPPF. The NPPF, which is the National Planning Policy Framework, was updated yesterday at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and its update reflects the ministerial statements around the change of planning policy in relation to onshore wind turbines. So officers have had a look at the NPPF, and we're comfortable that none of the changes that have been made affect how we would consider the applications before members today, and that includes this proposal. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Toby. So, speakers, so John, you're first, you're the applicant. If you want to come forward to the public speaker microphone, please, John. So, yeah, if more than one person wants to come, that's fine as well. Do you want to sit down as well next to John? Whatever, just get yourselves comfortable. John has asked for 6 minutes, so I've increased the time to 6 minutes for both the applicant and the objector. It's a major item, there's a lot to say, so happy to do that.
Could we put the planning balance back up on the screen, Mr. Gray? Could we put the planning balance back up?
Is it possible to do that, please,
That one,
Tom?
thank you, yes.
Okay, so you've got 6 minutes to speak.
Yes, there are, on the refusals...
Stop speaking, let me speak and then you speak
Sorry,
after
sir.
that. So you've got 6 minutes to speak, half a minute before the end. The bell will go to let you know you're coming to the end of your time, and then you should be wrapping up.
I'll do my best.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The refusals are technically wrong. There isn't one there that is correct. The first one, high level of less than substantial harm. There's no such thing as high level. The courts have decided there is substantial harm, less than substantial harm, and no harm. How you deal with where you think there's a lot of harm, you have to regard the asset that's being harmed. Anyway, the protected open space lost through development, the current open space is private, doesn't serve any recreation, sport or access, as claimed. We're providing a public open space. The adverse lighting, the field is alongside the strongly illuminated Waitrose car park. The police consultation requires lights to a BS standard at car park and access. We plan to close the public park at nightfall to obviate the need for intrusive lighting. It's common practice in any town park. We do it in Braintree. Guy Belcher, the biodiversity officer, wants 5 things: landscape management plan, construction, ecology, nest boxes, green boxes, ecology sensitive. We're happy to provide them. We've had 2 bat surveys. There are no bats on the site, but they obviously roost every now and then. Loss of trees. This is an important issue. The construction of the apartments has been designed so that not a single tree would have to be removed. However, our arboricultural consultant has shown that the entire tree plantation over the estate is in urgent need of management. I've done nothing in 25 years. There are many dead trees and some at the end of their life. Some trees that I've planted need thinning out to allow proper growth. Our scheme shows over 100 new trees. We will accept a condition that a comprehensive tree management report to be agreed with Joanna Davis, interim arboricultural officer. Now, no sequential tests in terms of flood risk. Oh no, we submitted 3 reports, 140 pages, cost me £11,000. We've conducted drillings to test. Hilary Tandy, flood risk manager, Cambridgeshire business manager, has written to the LPA, 1st of June, as follows. We've reviewed the following documents: flood risk assessment, Amber Consulting. Based on these, as lead local authorities, we can remove our objection to the proposed development. And it says the above documents demonstrate the surface water repose. It goes through insufficient renewable energy strategy. This is a matter of real interest and concern for us. Renewable and low carbon energy is vital for the retirement apartments. It'll be probably on pensions. We've investigated ground and heat source pumps. All the apartments will be electrically heated. We look enviously at Trumbeaton Hall, our neighbour, who has a biomass heating boiler. We brainstormed Waitrose, because on the roof they have the expansion coils for their fridges. There's an enormous amount of heat going out of there. You can see birds circling over it. We will accept condition that a renewable energy strategy is developed to the satisfaction of Cambridge City Council. Bicycles and mobility scooters, sorry. We discussed this important matter with Aaron Cohen, the then principal planning officer. We gave him the plan by our architects for 14 two-tier cycle park racks and 7 Sheffield cycle stands for 14 cycles, covered with 42, and it looks like that. It's filed. Okay, archaeology. I've had endless emails with Tom Gray on this. We've obtained a quotation from Oxford East, which used to be the Cambridge Council Archaeology, a Cambridge office. They did all the archaeology brilliantly on the farm. Advised by my good chum, Francis Pryor, MBE, FA, he's the posh one on Time Tea, who insists that he wants the geophys and the dig done together. He said, don't have them weeks apart. He believes that there is a possibility of significant finds on the site, which of course is near the famous Trumbeaton Cross, the 7th century. Refuse information, God's sake. Greg Hutton Square, Greater Cambridge Shared Wastes, requires some sensible planning conditions, including a waste management plan. We're happy to comply. Highways, Dr. John Finney, Cambridge Council, on behalf of local highways, said the information shown on the drawing number overcomes the highway authority's request the application be refused. Okay, now you will notice that Tom Gray is a young man and I'm a very old man. So retirement apartments are more important. Until recently, I was struggling with cancer, and I'm going to need one of these apartments. Now, there are 2 views. You need to sort of lift your head up. There are 2 views. One is Christian Brady's, that Anstey Hall is an old mansion in a village next to a church, and nothing may be done. And you cannot do anything in new, and that if we build in the field behind, it will destroy the view. We met Tom Longstaff Gowan, I'm showing off now, but he's the Queen's architect for the Royal Gardens. He came and sat on the terrace and said, John, it's become a townhouse. And it's happened. It happened in 1650 when the Bedford family made Covent Garden in what was a pasture. And he said, open it up at the north, bring back the pre-1902. It's a game changer. We had a party for the Sick Children's Trust, 2 of the doctors, been in Cambridge all my life, never knew it existed. Open it up. And then to the south, make it a park, up to the Ha-Ha. And part of Historic England is do things to make the listed asset useful. Now, these young boys have taken you to 3 failed appeals on retirement housing in Stapleford, in Shelford, and in Girton. And it's cost me as a ratepayer £180,000 to pay the barristers. My barrister says that this will be the easiest appeal if it goes to appeal. And he says, it'll cost me 120, it'll cost the council 80, because they waited 3.5 years to get to this stage. We only got to this stage because Daniel Zeichner wrote to Tom Gray and said, get on with it.
If you
You'll
could
get
finish
costs.
off, Diana, please, John, that's the end of your 6 minutes. Last
Done.
sentence.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, thank you. Next speaker is Philip and Carol Evans. Want to come forward to the electors? Come forward to the public speaker. The microphone's been left on, so you don't need to switch it on. So, hello, Philip, good morning. So you get 6 minutes to speak as well, when you're ready.
I'm Philip Evans. I'm a resident in Piper Road. I don't have any objections to the proposal in principle. I'm just concerned about from the plans about the proximity of some of the part of the development to Piper Road. And this is, firstly, the northwest corner of Block C. There's a sticky out bit on the plan, and that comes really quite close to the boundary. In the agenda documents on page 50, section 9.146, it claims that the distance to the nearest property is 42 metres. My measurement on the plan is nearer 18 metres, so it does come very close. And Mr. De Bruni said, after following the first proposal, that they could remove that corner of the northwest wing, as it were, of Block C, and replace it with bits of it. And that I'll be happy with that. The other concern, which Mr. De Bruni assures me is not well founded, is that the access road to the Block C is pictured on the plan being very close to Piper Road, and in a position which would involve destroying a whole load of trees along there. Now, I'm assured that this is not the case and the plan is wrong, and I'm happy to accept that proposal. So that's really all the thing. We were somewhat concerned about the height of the blocks, whether the visual impact of that, but that's been covered by other people as well, I think. So, I mean, I think I would accept the proposal that the need for retirement homes, I might well need it myself. That's all I have to say.
Thank you very much. Okay. So the next speaker, statements next. Sarah, if you're okay to read that out. How long is it? 2 pages, I think, so settle down. So this is a local councillor of Hawke.
There are a variety of views among Trumpington residents about the general purpose of this application. Some local businesses have submitted statements in support of it. The plan to open up the grounds of Anstey Hall to the public is welcomed by many. Here I'd like to highlight a number of concerns from local residents about the possible impact of this development on their neighbourhoods, in particular in the Anstey Hall Barns and Trumpington Meadows areas, both during construction and after completion of the building works. Access to the development site and retirement village. A big concern is the access to the development, mainly in terms of the construction traffic, but also in the longer term. The applicant has told the residents of Anstey Hall Barns that all of the traffic, both construction and ongoing, would use the road to the east of Anstey Hall, i.e. up the side of the Waitrose site, Old Mills Road, and not along the western access road that is shared with Anstey Hall Barns, and that the access to the western wing of the development would be via a road going through the development site and across the park area. However, this change of access arrangements is not reflected in the documentation on the planning portal and is not referred to in the amendments to the scheme listed in section 2.0, clarification amendments to the scheme, in the planning, design and access statement. Planning statement November 2022, including design and access statement dated 20th of December 2022. The planning application and site plan clearly show access points from the east and west of the development site from Maris Lane. See, for example, the document entitled Existing Site Plan, dated the 20th of December 2022. Or some of the documentation submitted by the applicant in support of the planning application also refers to access points to both the east and west of Anstey Hall, together with a new access point from Maris Lane opposite the entrance to Anstey Hall itself. An access point to the west of the development site presents the residents of Anstey Hall Barns with a significant problem. The access road to Anstey Hall has not been built to a standard which would take the weight of construction traffic or subsequently waste removal or large delivery vehicles. Part of the road has already had to be completely rebuilt because of subsidence, which was hugely disruptive to local residents. They're particularly concerned that they do not have to undertake such an exercise again. Furthermore, a related problem is the issue of access to the site by waste disposal vehicles. As stated above, the access road to Anstey Hall Barns is still unable to take the weight of waste disposal vehicles up to 32 tonnes. Residents take their bins down the access road and onto Maris Lane for collection. Thus, all traffic to and from the site, particularly construction traffic, waste disposal vehicles, removal and delivery vehicles, should be required to enter the site via Old Mills Road into the site and not via the shared access road with Anstey Hall Barns. Parking provision. Residents are concerned about the parking arrangements, both during the development phase and once the development has been completed. The parking provision to the retirement flats is significantly insufficient for the residents themselves. The applicant has referred to a number of local amenities, including the restaurant and swimming pool within the development site itself, the local Waitrose and Sainsbury's supermarkets, the park and ride facilities and the bus stops on Trumpington Road, and suggests that the proximity of these mitigates the need for residents of the retirement village to own and use their own cars. However, access to all of these would require quite lengthy walks, yet many of the residents are likely to have limited mobility. It seems inevitable that the limited parking provision will have a significant impact on local areas, including Maris Lane, Grantchester Road and Trumpington Meadows, as well as the Anstey Hall Barns site. Thus, adequate parking provision must be ensured within the retirement village, both in terms of residents' parking and visitors' parking. Blue Hatch Land / Protected Open Space. Document entitled Planning, Design and Access Statement, Planning Statement November 2022, including Design and Access Statement dated the 20th of December 2022, suggests that an area of land which is shown as hatched blue, which falls within the Anstey Hall Barns development, but which is owned by the applicant's company, Trumpington Investments Limited, can be designated as alternative protected open space, PP 91 and 125. Given the loss of protected open space within the development site itself, this land should be designated as alternative protected open space. This area of land has a rich biodiversity with over 70 different species of wildflowers. Evidence can be provided if required, and is home to various bird and other wildlife, including bats. There are ecological conditions and orders made by Cambridge City Council on the planning discharge 14/10159/condition 14 with legal documentation giving this land the status of protected open space would be beneficial to plants and wildlife and would provide valuable drainage. Thus, the hatched blue area of land within the Anstey Hall Barns development should be designated as protected open space. Listed building status. The residents are aware that Anstey Hall is Grade 2 listed building, downgraded from Grade 1. However, they remain concerned that the development of 87 apartments in 2 3-storey buildings may be too intensive for this location and may be intrusive both on the setting of Anstey Hall itself, but also on adjacent homes. The visual impact on the surrounding skyline may be overbearing. Thus, the height of the residential building should be taken into serious consideration. That's the end, Chair.
Thank you, Sarah, for working your way through that. And obviously, as we said, members, we do prefer councillors to turn up in person, really, or at least speak on the computer rather than having statements. But thank you, Sarah, for reading it all out. The last part there was on the next item, item 6, listed building consent. I didn't stop Sarah because it's only 5 lines of text, but obviously that's the next item. The next speaker is Councillor Slatter. You have unlimited time to speak, Councillor.
Thank you, Councillor. Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to speak on these important planning applications. My remarks apply to both. My contribution as Trumpington's County Councillor is essentially to give you some local community context, past, present and future. When the City Council designed the 2006 local plan, we recognised the great need for more housing in the city and identified Trumpington as an appropriate place for a new urban extension. Land was taken out of the green belt at Clay Farm, Glebe Farm, and the former Plant Breeding Institute, the PBI. This has resulted in 3 large new residential developments to the east, south, and west of the earlier village, with the provision of new schools, health, and community buildings for all. The older historic buildings of Trumpington, such as the church, pubs, older houses, and village hall, continue to help create a good sense of place for us, both visually, socially, and in the shared knowledge of our heritage. Forbes Close was named after an Anstey Hall chief gardener. Herring Road is named after the landlord of a nearby Coach and Horses. Piper Road, is they still there? The Piper Road, named after one of the developments on the Plant Breeding Institute. When the development of Trumpington was first discussed, I remember an elderly resident lobbying me fiercely for the provision of new housing designed for older people. She's died, sadly, but she was very far-sighted. County officers advised that such provision would not be necessary, as the new residents were expected to be younger. A small amount of housing for the over 55s, wider doors, level access, and lifetime homes were specified, but no purpose-built provision was to be part of the plan. Since 2006, Trumpington has lost 5 of the 6 local homes available then for supported living. The older people's accommodation built by the City Council in the 60s was recognised as substandard and was demolished. The 1980s block built for the elderly at Crossways has been converted into general flats. This provision has not been replaced and is not mentioned in the officer's report. Meanwhile, not only are some residents getting older, predictably, older and frailer, but many more people of retirement age have moved into Trumpington to be near their relatives or local facilities. Our family moved into Trumpington in 1980. In those days, Anstey Hall was virtually invisible, though some people working on the PBI fields could enjoy occasional glimpses of the rear facade and the gardens. Anstey Hall itself was a dark and decaying building hidden behind neglected trees, and still bore the scars of wartime occupation, which required for its conversion into government offices, stud wall partitions and fluorescent lighting tubes, I saw them, carved into the old plasterwork ceilings and panellings. Soon after John de Bruni bought the hall, he talked in terms of eventually creating a retirement home in the grounds. Meanwhile, the resurrection of the old hall's interior from the wreckage of the Minnevag and Fish continued, financed by a succession of hospitality events and upmarket B&B. Sorry to put that in, it was really, wasn't it? Local villagers saw this transformation at intervals when we were invited to hold residents' meetings, lectures in the hall, or join the carol singing in the garden. When Waitrose was built, we had our first opportunity to see the hall from the side, and as a result of the housing development at Trumpington Meadows, as you've seen, we can all now look out over the railings to enjoy views of the fine rear facade. I do hope that committee members have all been able to visit the hall and its grounds in preparation for this meeting. So much for the past and present, future. I mentioned how our heritage of older buildings gives us a sense of place in Trumpington, with contributions from successive centuries and recent decades. But this is not just a matter of outward appearances. The parish church is not just a beautiful local landmark, but the base of an active, neighbourly congregation who organise supportive local groups, events, and a splendid village magazine delivered free to every letterbox as our village expands. I speak as an atheist. The old vicarage is now a private house, and the vicar lives in a much more convenient house. The old schoolhouse was replaced by the new buildings as part of the council estate in the 1940s. The old coaching inn is now a restaurant. Our increasingly multicultural village makes good use of its heritage of older buildings and its modern new community facilities. Anstey Hall as a retirement community could add significantly to our community life, as well as creating new, lovely new homes for older people. You have seen the proposals for public access to the grounds and the historic buildings. As you can imagine, we can see tremendous potential for mutual benefits for the new residents and the rest of Trumpington. It's not just a question of access to the grounds, the swimming pool, the minibus or the cafe area, we would welcome them to join in with local projects on their doorstep, such as the new repair cafe or the kids' clothes hub in the primary school, nature watching and conservation work for the active retireds in the country park. Meanwhile, they could host exercise groups, art appreciation tours, or book clubs in the delightful surroundings of the hall. Perhaps a men's shed in the outbuildings or a tool library we'd love to have. If Anstey Hall is to continue in good repair, it can either evolve into an accessible, neighbourly community asset shared with its new residents, or be yet another pretty old building converted into flats and viewed through security gates. Preservation without purpose. Please approve this application now it's at last on the table. It needs a bit of work, but please approve it.
Thank you for that point of view, Councillor. Right, so over to us members then. So just before we get started on debate, I'd like to go back to Tom, please, if you're there, Tom, and just get those reasons for refusal that the applicant challenged responded to. So, Tom, if you could go through each of those reasons for refusal listed in your officer recommendation and reply to the speaker's comments on those, please. And then we'll go to members for debate.
Okay, let me just load up the reasons for refusal on the as part of the report.
I think it's a toss-up whether you need to put it on screen or not, Tom, really. I mean, if you just say them anyway, we can hear you speak, so I guess that's probably good enough. You just say, leave yourself on screen, I think probably good.
So I might invite Christian Brady along in terms of the harm element, assessing harm, that first point, if he's okay to address that point.
Yeah, good. Well, if he's there, yeah, by all means.
Yep. So on the issue of harm, there was a suggestion from the applicants that there was no such thing as a higher level of less than substantial harm, which he presumably bases on the 3 levels of harm referred to in the NPPG. But in fact, as far as less than substantial harm is concerned, we are encouraged to identify where on that segment of the scale harm may lie. So there might be a very minor level of less than substantial harm, or various gradations upwards, such as a moderate level of less than substantial harm, or a higher level of less than substantial harm. So I hope that's a little clarity for members. Also, in terms of the grade of the listed building, the statement read out by the committee manager suggested the building was a grade 2 listed building, which it isn't. It's, in spite of regrading, it's grade 2 star. And to help ground that, there are only 5.5% of listed buildings at grade 2 star. And in the whole of Cambridgeshire, there are only 16 grade 2 star country houses. So I hope that is a contribution to your being able to assess the planning balance issue. And with that, I'll return to Tom.
Yeah, stay there a minute, both of you. So I was going to ask later on that Tom, just to be clear, everyone, and people listening online, so Tom is the case officer, Christian is the conservation officer, so it's entirely appropriate that Tom would defer to Christian to speak on this subject. But I was going to ask later on, but since we're on the subject anyway, if you can just let everyone know, Christian, if you don't mind, Tom, what less than substantial harm means, because it's quite a sort of weird expression, really, isn't it? Less than substantial. And I mean, us members hopefully all know what it means, but I think it's important that everyone understands what that expression means, please.
Yes, it is a strange term. It was introduced by the National Planning Policy Framework to distinguish it from substantial harm, which that framework limits to effectively complete destruction of a heritage asset. So literally it's demolition, if it was a listed building, or in the case of a conservation area, a very substantial impact on its character or appearance of a conservation area. So substantial harm is also defined as being exceptional on a sort of national scale of significance, and it simply doesn't happen very often at all in planning. So that leaves this very broad category of less than substantial harm, which must cover a range from very minor alteration of an asset to something that does significantly affect its character.
That's fine with me, thanks, Christian. Thanks for letting us hear that, Tom. I think we're all good with that. No hands up for any further clarification. So back to you then, Tom, please.
Okay, thank you, Christian. So in terms of the protected open space loss through development, there would be a loss of designated protected open space as a result of the buildings, where the buildings would be located. So actually using up some of that designated protected open space. There's a presumption within our policy 67, a local plan, against development in protected open spaces. They are proposing to replace some land to the west, as I cited in my presentation, as open space, which could potentially be secured. And although there'll be increase in public access to the site, and that is a positive thing, but the current site is a park and garden, which has high environmental quality in terms of the trees, the vegetation on site, and that would be lowered to amenity grassland essentially for occupiers of future occupiers. So the quality would be degraded as a result of development, although the public access would be increased. I hope that answers the question about protected open space. The adverse lighting impacts on bats, as the local member alluded to in his comments, the Anstey Barnes development to the west was he said there are bats around on that adjacent site. There are bats known to be foraging within the local area, and there is that connection with the local the city wildlife site to the northwest, and a tree line that goes through the application site. So that's why we have required either bat surveys to be submitted in advance predetermination, or a sensitive lighting scheme to demonstrate that sensitive light species such as barbastels are not adversely impacted. So we would be requiring low lux levels to be demonstrated from internal lighting and any external lighting that's proposed. So that we need that prior to determination, and neither of those things, either a bat survey or a sensitive light scheme, has been provided. The loss of trees. So I'm just going to share my screen just to demonstrate this. So this is the arboricultural tree survey that was submitted as part of the application. The areas in red, so the solid red line, are those trees to be removed. So you can see areas to the east, some individual trees, but also some groups of trees will be removed, and also to the west here. Unfortunately, part of the tree survey didn't include the area to the northwest where the access would be located. So there would potentially be some vegetation loss to make way for the access, but it's not known. So there would be some losses, and then in terms, this is the proposed site plan as part of the tree survey. So the retention of some of the trees on site, but there would be some losses of trees, particularly on the eastern boundary to make way for the access and parking arrangement. Some of these do have high value, amenity value, and agricultural value as well. Then and our tree officer has stated that in her comments. So potentially we could replace trees, but there is obviously limited, in terms of the we try not to sort of get rid of trees if we can help it, to be honest, on site. The policy does try to make sure that we don't lose that tree canopy, the existing tree canopy. And there is obviously concerns, although the trees have limited bat use potential, obviously do have some value in terms of agricultural and amenity value. The sequential test. So the sequential test is the first test that should be carried out if there's an area, if the proposal is located either within flood zone 2 or 3, or in this case, an area subject to high surface water flooding. So although the drainage design is accepted, drainage strategy is accepted in terms of the mitigation, in terms of what the local flood authority has agreed to that. It's up to the local planning authority to assess whether a sequential test needs to be carried out and to accord with national planning policy. And in this case, officers consider that indeed a sequential test does need to be carried out, and it hasn't done so to justify the location of Block B. The insufficient details regarding energy strategy, cycle storage, archaeology, and refuse strategy. So the energy strategy refers to the 2006 local plan. So although potentially we could condition details, the concern is that there might be substantial design changes externally, and also the inclusion of alternative renewable energy sources such as air source heat pumps, which could have a knock-on effect upon future residents' amenity. So that's the concern in terms of energy. The archaeology, we have received an objection from the archaeology department, the county council, requesting the information up front. The refuse strategy, so the access is quite tight in terms of the internal arrangement. They have shown, I think it's an 8-ton vehicle or a 9-ton vehicle, but yeah, we need tracking information to demonstrate actually what the vehicle size that the city council uses, to demonstrate that there is sufficient width and on the internal access arrangements to facilitate refuse lorries accessing the bin stores, and there's sufficient drag distances in accordance with the recap waste guidance, and it hasn't been demonstrated that that can be achieved. Yeah, again, it might be scope for condition that, but the likelihood is the access is the width of the access might need to change to be wider, or arrangements refined to allow refuse lorries to access the site. So that could potentially result in design changes to the scheme. And then there was cycle facilities. So there's no clear location for the cycle facilities as part of the planning application submission. So there's no drawings or locations as part of potentially approved drawings. It has been indicated that the potentially could be located at the front of the site in one of the outbuildings. The details wouldn't, in my view, would need to be up front to determine, to assess whether the cycle storage is convenient and accessible in accordance with local plan, and then potentially details could be more details could be conditioned, but we need to make that assessment of whether the location is appropriate, and that hasn't been done. Does that answer all your questions, Chair?
Yeah, that's very useful. Thank you, Tom. We may come back to some of that, but thank you, members, for bearing with me on that question to the case officer, on the challenges by the applicant. I think it was important to get those addressed. So just before we get going again, just remind you, this is a quasi-judicial committee. We're considering planning matters, so National Planning Policy Framework, local plan, local policy and practice, and so on. So that's what we're concerned with today. And just one thing you never mentioned, Tom, just a small thing, but in terms of bats, I mean, some of us might be less or more keen on bats, but on that particular matter of quasi-judicial, bats are a protected species in the UK, so that's why we're concerned with them and other things. So there have been statements of lack of information given, and if there's anything that you're not clear about, councillors, we need to interrogate the officers on that to make that clear whether there is information to be had or not. There have been difference in statements of fact as well. So again, councillors, let's interrogate the officers on that so we get clarity. And so, can't read my own writing. Could be, yeah, I think that was all I needed to say at the start. Okay, so members, over to you. Councillor Bennett.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to say I really do agree with the comments you've made, particularly about the differences of what we've heard from both sides. I can really see that a lot of work has gone into this on both sides to try and resolve these. I'm also aware of the comments we get every meeting about not redesigning applications on the committee floor. And my question is, are we setting ourselves up to fail if we try and resolve these differences in this meeting? Would it not be the best course of action to defer the application, have a proper development forum with councillors, and come back when we actually have a clear idea about what we are ruling on? And I'd just like to mention one particular issue that concerns me about this. As you know, I'm not the youngest councillor. I have a disability. I have a particular interest in accommodation for older and disabled residents. I'm very interested in any application to deal with that shortage, but I have no details given to me to assess how good this attempted provision is. I can't see from the diagrams whether there is a mobility scooter or wheelchair compliant lift. I can't see whether a disabled woman would, or man, sorry if my personal interest is showing through, would be able to inhabit these apartments. And given that we are being asked to balance the benefits and detriments of this application, how can we possibly make a decision if we don't have clear and detailed information on whether those benefits are likely to be achieved? Sorry if that's a bit of a rank, thank you.
No, that's fine, Councillor. Now, just before I come to what you've said, the other thing I was going to say is we have an application on the table as we refer to it today, a set of documents and text to describe the application and statements from people. And that is what we have. So there have been other statements about things that could be changed. So things that we have on the table, they could be changed in the future and presented differently. So just to be clear, councillors, we have to make a decision on the application we have on the table. So what's being presented to us is what we're considering today, not what could possibly be different rather than what's being presented. So I think I need to make that clear. Just on your suggestion of deferral, I understand what you're saying with that, councillor. And maybe we'll come to that. If you could bear with for a short while on that, because I think I need to give other councillors a chance to speak as well. But also just to say that, as in all cases, in all applications, officers have worked very hard to get the best application they can to us today for us to consider. And they have asked for things. And if the things are not there, then, or applicants, the applicant needs to get things to us, information to us, otherwise we can't consider the application fully. We need a robust application to be able to consider in all the evidence required. So if it's not there, there is a train of thought that says we make a decision on the application we've got today. But it's your prerogative to have your opinion on that, councillor. So we'll come back to that if we need to, and if we need to get a seconder, yes, councillor.
Just a very quick thing. I wanted to say, no disrespect to Tom Gray, I think we can all see the amount of work you put in on this and that it's enormous. And I hope I didn't sound ungrateful. And also to Philippa and the applicant and the other councillors who've given us really helpful presentations. So I apologise if I seem dismissive.
Yeah, thanks, councillor. Thank you. Toby.
Thanks, Chair. So, Councillor Bennett, whilst you're considering your comments, it's probably worth directing you to the part of the report that deals with some of the issues that you've raised. So that's from paragraph 9.37 onwards, particularly pertinent 9.41 and 9.42. If you want to consider those comments that the officers made around need, which officers don't deny, and also access, and then come back if you have any further questions.
Good. Okay, thank you. Councillor Thornborough.
I think there are some real merits in this application, and I think it was actually really helpful to have here Councillor Slatter's comments about the history leading up to this. And we all know that actually accommodation for older people really embedded in a local community is really important. And also I know that the new developments in Cambridge are really enjoyed by the people who live there. There are issues, but there is a real enjoyment about the place and the community that's coming together. So I see and I think the opportunity to have open public space is a real benefit. And particularly if the bit to the west, this block that could be provided as open public space, which was, I think it's mainly wooded area, that is a benefit, because the protected open space is really good for the people who can use it, but in this case it's quite limited, but it's also a real benefit for nature. So we need to be really good that we're taking nature very seriously and balancing that. There was one of the residents from Piper Lane was talking about the distance to Block C where it kind of bends, and there was a query about how close or far that was, and I think that needs to be resolved. I think it does seem that there are unresolved issues, and if an application is refused, it doesn't mean that the applicant should despair. It's when a scheme is revised based on some well-framed discussion and debate and comments, it will be improved. I'm absolutely feel strongly about this, that it can take on some issues and it can be improved. So the applicant has talked about what is happening with trees, saying that there is an issue, the amount of trees that are on site at the moment needs to be supported and needs maintenance. So that, it'd be interested to have the tree officer's comments on that, about whether that has to happen anyway. There will be trees removed through kind of overplanting in the past, because that's what happens. You plant a lot of trees and then they have to be thinned as they mature. Is that the situation here? I think we need to know about the issue with the access coming in on the west, whether that actually does result in the loss of trees. And the issue about the waste, I think, is important. I'd like knowing there are standards required for the kind of shared waste service to access a site, but you don't have to use the shared waste service. There are private waste companies who can deal with waste. So is that what might happen here? It seems strange that the Anstey Hall Barns take the wheelie bins to the road, so that the kind of shared waste must pick up from the road. But if we're now talking about a waste vehicle coming into the site to pick up the waste at this new block, does that mean there's a different waste removal supplier? I would like to know a bit more about the archaeology. And again, sometimes, is there more information about the archaeology that is definite about how this development would impact on that? Because archaeology, sometimes it will only defer or delay an application coming through because of the investigation and recording, but other times it can completely stop an application. So it may be that there is a general sentiment that this kind of accommodation in this location is actually something we would support, but that maybe at the moment with these issues that we either defer it so they come back, or it's refused on the basis of that information. It doesn't mean, on those issues, it doesn't mean that they can't be resolved and the application could come back. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Who's other? Councillor Dryden.
Comment before we start discussing in more detail. We seem too quick nowadays on wanting to defer applications before we've got a chance to discuss it.
Thank you, Councillor. Nothing's been deferred yet. Councillor Porter.
Sorry, I think Councillor Flaubert and Councillor Carling might have been before me, much as I'd like to speak, but I'm happy to let them.
Oh, don't worry, you go first. It's all the same, isn't it? You go, Councillor.
Okay. So I think there are some good things about this, the idea of some specialist housing need, although it is all private housing and not affordable, but obviously that's still valuable. It's good that they have balconies and terraces, and it is good that there is some attempt to address the public open space issues. But overall, it is just really disappointing. There's so much missing from this. You know, and I don't understand why. I mean, you can even see on the papers here, we deferred one last time purely because the parking wasn't, the cycle parking was a few metres back from where we wanted. And this is a major application, and I would have expected these things to have been addressed. And particularly, so we've got no cycle parking, which is a huge thing for this committee, as everybody knows. And obviously it could be conditioned, but I would want to see where that was. I would want to make sure it wasn't secondary to the car parking, because it should always be primary. I'd want to see mobility scooters. I'd want to see cargo bikes, particularly given the accessibility needs that may be with a more elderly population or those with disabilities. I've real concerns about the energy. I mean, it's brilliant that it's going to be electric. I think the applicant mentioned that. But that air source heat pumps, as we know, we get a few amendments through as Vice Chair and Chair and spokes, they do cause changes to design. So you want to put them on the roof, something has to change. You've got noise insulation. So, you know, that for me is an absolute non-starter if we don't have information about that. And that alone for me would be a reason for refusal, because I'm not confident that that could be accommodated within the existing plans. And unfortunately, we can't redesign it on the table. You know, we've got nothing about the access that I think, was it Councillor Hawke mentioned, that might mean a reduction in more trees. Apparently that, I think someone referred to the plans being wrong. I think it was one of the speakers saying that the applicant said these plans are wrong and it's different, but these are the plans we're looking at. You know, so I have sympathy with the chair that, you know, there is an onus on the applicant to provide this kind of information. I'm also concerned that, obviously, I understand, you know, a big building like this needs maintenance and, you know, there needs to be an income generator to support that. But again, I understand originally there was some commitment to do the listed building repairs, but that's come out of this application. So potentially we could be agreeing this with no link to keeping the hall. I mean, I appreciate the applicant, I think, would obviously want to do that, but again, we don't know, it could be sold on to someone else. We need to make sure we're robust. The view that Tom showed from the house to the back of the building, to me, the buildings are quite large and substantial, and they do encroach substantially on what is currently protected open space. And I have a query for the case officer. The new open space proposed, sort of the parcel sitting to the left as I'm looking at it, that isn't within the red line. So presumably if we were to agree this today, there's no legal mechanism for that to then be open space. We're relying on the applicant, who again, I'm sure would do it, but the point is, applicants can sell things, and the next person might not, because my understanding is whilst it was in the blue line, if it's not in the red line, we have no legal means of ensuring that, and there's been no move to make it open spaces yet, understandably, because you're probably waiting on this planning application. The tree loss does concern me, as well as the risk to trees that are left, and again, I feel we're lacking information there. What else I could say? Finally, one thing, if it were to be approved, can I assume that the short-term guest accommodation would be tied to residents of the blocks in the same way that it is for many other sort of elderly things, where you've got, where visitors can be residents, cousins or family who come and stay? Because obviously, again, I think that's the implication from the applicant, but I would like that to be conditioned. And my final point is, in the reasons for refusal, I actually think I do agree with the planning officer at the moment, I think, because I think it's been justified. There's not enough information to us to make a decision. I would quite like refusal 2 to be split up, actually, because at the moment we have a lot of reasons, most of which are incomplete, insufficient information, which could obviously be addressed potentially in appeal or hopefully not by the applicant. But I think actually reason 2 covers what in a different application might have been split into 3 or 4 different parts, because it kind of just chunks it all together at the moment and actually doesn't separate them enough for me. Sorry, that was quite a long set of comments, but I just feel there's just so much missing here. I don't personally support a deferral. I think it needs to come out, and I think I really do have issues with the massing, particularly this idea of one wing is potentially could be changed later, but it can't be. Once we've approved it, that wing will stay closer to Piper Road, and we don't even have so, thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. I'm minded to go back to the officer. There's quite a lot there. Maybe take one more. So, Councillor Florberry, you want to speak, and then we'll go back to the officer for some responses, and then we'll come back to members for more questions.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I don't really want to repeat what everybody has been saying about the need that we have in Trumpington for amenities and how this project will actually address that. But it is very, very important. Our population in Trumpington is growing and we don't have amenities. There is a lack of all of this, and this will just address it. I actually have a question before I continue for the officers. Have the officers, before refusing this application, lines with the legal team of the council? Is that really, is that like a normal procedure, or not really? If they have looked for advice from the legal team? Okay, I'm asking this because if we refuse this application today and it goes to appeal, that will cost a lot of money to the council. And that is extremely important. So I'm not so sure why we cannot defer this application if it was going to be refused. Then also, in these chambers, we have approved so many applications in conservation areas. We have destroyed so many trees that I'm actually today a little bit kind of, why are we so concerned today? I am one of the councillors who always go to talk about the trees and the material and how important they are. But at the moment, I believe, and I strongly believe in this, the application that was refused and then the appeal was approved in May, it was under similar circumstances. And I have to say that when we have an identified need, like for care accommodation, this outweighed all the adversities. And I know how important is all the trees that we're going to be losing, but we can address that under conditions. And I haven't seen anything about the carbon reduction statement. Maybe I missed it, so I apologize, but you can address that later. Also, we can seek a water efficiency specification from the applicant. And finally, I mean, in terms of accessibility for the residents, for the future residents, as Councillor Bennett has addressed, this could also be addressed under conditions. So I actually feel very strong about this, about the needs that we have in Trumpington and how this project could address this, and I'm going to vote in favour. Thank you.
Well, I would, it's your prerogative, Councillor, to decide how you want to vote, but I mean, I would suggest you listen to the debate first before you decide on voting. That is the point of this committee, to debate and discuss the items before we vote. So two things. So firstly, Toby's going to say something about your comments on the possibility of the item going to appeal should it possibly be refused. And secondly, I want to make a point about something you said as well. So Toby, you first.
Thanks, Chair. I mean, obviously, kind of all of these committee reports are kind of carefully constructed, and there's a lot of discussion between officers and with legal officers, particularly where you've got the more kind of contentious applications. All of these reports are kind of vetted by the council's legal officer and issues raised. Officers wouldn't be recommending refusal unless we were confident that we could defend the application on appeal if the applicants chose to appeal, rather than negotiate a revised scheme, and whether or not there were costs associated with that is not a material consideration for members. There has been mention of a couple of other appeal decisions, which are, I think they're South Cambs appeal decisions rather than city decisions. There's the Stapleford decision that's been mentioned, and I think it was the applicants were alluding perhaps to an appeal decision in Girton at the Felix Hotel, which is just outside the city boundary. Now, those were for specialist accommodation for the elderly, but the circumstances around those applications are very, very different to the proposal that we've got here. The Stapleford proposal involved greenbelt land. There was a country park proposed as part of the proposal. So the planning balance and the considerations around that were very, very different to the circumstance that we have here. Likewise, the Girton application, the Felix Hotel was not a listed building. I think it was a building of local interest. It didn't carry the same status in terms of its heritage significance. as this building does, which is a grade 2-star listed building. And I think members need to take, you know, the advice of the conservation officer and also that of English Heritage extremely seriously. There is a duty to have special regard to the heritage significance of these assets that the local authority has to take and weigh heavily in its consideration of the application. And all of those concerns are set out in the report. And I think if you want to query those concerns, the head of conservation is here. There's also an urban design officer to help you form your view. I'll leave the other matters that you've raised to the case officer, but I just want to kind of outline this application. As with every application, got to judge it on its own merits. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for that, Toby. I hope you don't mind me using Toby there. Who's the case officer today? Tom, sorry, Tom. So, Councillor Flaubert, you referred to another item that had been considered a tree item. I think you said in May. I don't think there was a committee meeting in May, but I don't know what tree item you're referring to, so it'd be useful just for us to know what that was.
There was an application that came into the, well, I wasn't in the meeting, but I received the papers and I don't have it here. But there was an appeal that was approved. At the end, it was for a care accommodation. I don't have all the details, but I just happened to read the end of the appeal, why it was approved, the appeal to go ahead, and that's why I'm referring to this. I'm not so sure if it was South Cam. I doubt it because it was under the planning of the city, but I cannot, I'm not certain on this, and that's why I'm just, I'm concerned because if it was on those papers, then it means that it was a city, it came to this committee, because otherwise why would it be there? But I could confirm that later on, because it was like a huge sort of paper to bring.
All right, thanks, Councillor. I don't want to sort of push you on that, but I don't, unless you want to say any more, I don't think it's necessary for the committee to know all the detail if you can't remember it. But just to further say, I guess, if you don't mind me saying, that every item is considered on its own merits, and this is an item today that we're considering on its merits. So I'm going to go back to Tom now for a few responses on what was said. I think there were a lot of statements and a few questions, so hopefully Tom picked out the questions, and then we'll go back to members. Councillor Dryden, you need to say something immediately?
Comment. I've said it before, in our members' training a few years ago, we was told that costs and appeals shouldn't be taken into consideration when we were making our decision.
Thank you, Councillor. Maybe Toby didn't explicitly say that, but I thought that was contained within what he did say, but that is the case, of course, yes. Thank you, Councillor. So, Tom, back to you then, and then we'll come back to members, because I know more members want to speak. Tom.
Yes, thank you, Chair. So, yeah, there was as you say, there's a few questions with some statements there. So I think the first one I'm picking up is the distances to neighbouring dwellings. I've rechecked the measurements. It isn't 42 metres as said in my report. It is actually 21 metres from the balcony to the nearest dwelling. In terms of use of the guest accommodation and use of the retirement accommodation, we were looking to secure that via Section 106. So as well as conditions, there are legal obligations that we could secure if members are minded to approve this, to tie the use to specific users. I think the other one was a query about the potential open space being part of the blue line or not the red line. Don't know if Toby's able to pick that point up, if you had to assist me.
Toby?
I think the council is able to kind of deliver works outside of a red line boundary through a planning obligation or a Grampian condition. So I don't think that that's necessarily an insurmountable problem. I think just consideration would have to be given as to whether or not that space would require itself a planning application to facilitate any change of use in its nature, and that may have to be delivered ahead of any formal planning application on this site being approved. But it's a technical answer that's, in effect, it's not an insurmountable problem.
Thanks, Toby. Tom?
I think those are all the questions.
Okay, thanks,
but come
Tom. Yeah.
Come back to me if not.
Yeah, anything not answered, councillors? First of all, questions before we have more questions. Anything not answered, Councillor Thornborough?
About archaeology.
Archaeology, Tom. Was
Yeah,
there any more
so-
evidence?
So the as I said, the county archaeology department has come back objecting to the development without sufficient information. So it revolves around whether the principal development is acceptable. So we need to ascertain whether, in archaeology terms, the principle of the new blocks are acceptable or not. So if there's sufficient information that is provided, the archaeology department can review, and then they could then suggest recommended conditions that would mitigate that. If in their view the principle isn't acceptable, then they obviously they wouldn't be recommending further conditions. So it is in principle whether development is acceptable in archaeology terms. That's the issue.
Yeah, thanks, Tom. Just so I want to bottom out something more there. So just on that, though, Councillor, clearly the answer to your question, is there any more evidence? The answer is no at the moment, but there could be evidence in the future. We don't know. And Tom, on your point about the distance, so that was raised by the objector. I think we should just be a bit clearer about that, if you don't mind. So we've had this discussion before in committee, and there's no set distance. There's a good distance or a bad distance. It just depends on each individual item. 21 metres seems to me to be a reasonable distance, but it depends on the application. So could you just show it on a plan and with your red pointer and show that distance from X to Y, please?
Here we go. That's 21 metres, forgive my commas, but that's it's 21 metres distance from the balcony there.
So say what it is. It's from block. What is it? Block.
From block C to the nearest dwelling.
Dwelling. Yeah.
Along Piper Road.
Okay, councillors. So that's good then, Tom. Thanks very much. I'm all good with that. Let's move on to more questions. And I think Councillor Carling was first.
I did, Chair, but Councillor Bennett seems to have a question that wasn't answered.
Oh, I see. Okay. Sorry, Councillor Bennett.
Because of the declarative nature of my speech, maybe Tom didn't pick up. I was actually asking a question about the adequacy of the accommodation, for its proposed purpose. And particularly I asked about lifts and whether there were lifts, whether they were suitable for larger wheelchairs and mobility scooters. But I said, Toby says there's some information in this, but it's like about a tenth of what you'd need to do to assess whether it's acceptable.
Okay, thanks, Councillor. So I'm afraid we don't have further debate with speakers. Sorry about that. So back to you, Tom, on that one, please.
Thank you, Councillor Bennett. Apologies for that. There is a lift provision within the retirement blocks. The access officer has reviewed the application and hasn't any objection to the development. I can show you, I can measure the lifts if necessary, if that would assist.
What normally helps in these situations is to actually see the lift on the plan and see that you can actually physically access it in a large powered wheelchair or mobility scooter. Because if you can't, and this is the case for a lot of supposedly accessible lifts, you can't use it.
Okay, thanks for those further comments, Councillor Bennett. Tom, just make that clear then.
Yeah. Okay, so yeah, there are a number of lifts within the retirement accommodation. I can. It's not. I have run it past the access officer, and they are satisfied that the access that there is sufficient access arrangements for users. Obviously, the lift dimensions and things like that would be, because they're internal, they could be potentially changed at building control stage. I mean, I can, as I say, I can measure lifts.
Let's come back to that, I think, Tom, if we need to later on. I won't forget it, don't worry, Councillor Bennett, but just to say that obviously, you know, you have particular questions about disability. We are making decisions based on national planning policy framework, local planning policies. And, you know, we've had discussions before with another member of this committee, Councillor Bajan, who used to be a firefighter, and so he's often interested in the sort of fire facilities in a building, and that those things are building control. This thing can also be changed at building control, as was said. So we just have to, you know, be cognizant of that. So if you don't mind, I'm going to move on to more questions, but come back to it when Tom's had a chance to look at that whilst other questions are coming in. So Councillor Carling.
Thank you very much, Chair. So I think Councillor Bennett referred earlier to not being the youngest councillor. I am the youngest councillor, and maybe that influences my philosophy here, but I think there's immense potential in this application. It's, you know, there is very little point having heritage assets that nobody can access and that we have to look at from a distance. Heritage assets are at their best when we can open them up and, you know, celebrate that heritage properly. So I think the principle of development here is the right one. I really do. I do have concerns. I think the proposal to defer the application is probably one that I would support while we can address those concerns, because there are so many disputes that have arisen over the course today. There are just facts being presented to us that do not marry up, and we need to go away and make them marry up in order to make a decision on this. I have a few specific questions about the application. So, firstly, does the case officer have confidence that the replacement open space that has been discussed, would that be of sufficient quality to satisfy policy 67 in the local plan and the test that is contained within that? Can we have confirmation whether the facilities like the pool would be open to other local residents who aren't in the retirement flats but who live nearby outside of the site? Are any of the flats proposed to be single aspect, or are they all proposed to be more than single aspect? Because I know that's a concern that this committee has very often, and I can't see a reference to that in the report, so that would be good to hear. I've got a variety of notes here that I've scribbled down, so excuse me. In the report, there's references that there used to be a part of this application about a comprehensive schedule of renovations and repairs to the hall and outbuildings. I'm quoting from paragraph 5.58 here, but that no longer forms part of the application, and I'd like to know a bit more about why that has potentially been dropped. In paragraph 5.38, there's a reference to being disagreement within the application material itself, with the heritage specialist describing a greater level of harm, and I would appreciate some more detail on what's being referred to there as well. And if we do defer this application, what I would like to happen is for when it comes back, I would like us to have a schedule of draft conditions in front of us even if the recommendation remains one of refusal, because it's very difficult for us to properly assess whether we can condition things into an application if we haven't had those conditions drafted. So if we defer it and if it does come back, please can we have a schedule of conditions ready to go if indeed we are minded to approve the application. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Colling. I'm going to go back to Tom there. There are a lot of questions there, Councillor. If you don't mind, Councillor Bajent. Go on then. Keep it short then, and then we'll go back to Tom.
Chair, I am short, but I'm also like Councillor Colin Young. I've got to declare that I have been to this site. I did attend a wedding there, and so I probably should say that I've been there. No, not one of mine. Can somebody please explain why it's not 40% affordable? Can you also find out for me whether these apartments or premises are going to be for sale or rent? Is it just a commercial enterprise for rental? Because I think that's very important. And I'd like to know if the restaurant and swimming pool will be given full public access.
Right, thanks, Councillor. So back to you then, Tom. Questions?
Okay, thank you. So the quality of the new potential protected open space to the west. So yeah, the quality, the environmental quality is good in my view. In terms of the quantity though, it wouldn't, in terms of the actual size, it wouldn't be sufficient to compensate for the areas of parking and areas of the built form, including the new blocks in the application site. The swimming pool potentially open to community, that has been raised by the applicant. We could, as part of potentially any legal agreement, to secure that use for community use, in my view, as well as the retirement residents. So there could be scope there. Single aspect rooms. So I'll just share a screen, my screen. So this is site plan. So you can see living area, there is single aspects to the east elevation, and the bedrooms are...
Can you do the laser pointer, Tom, or is it not available for those?
Sorry, I can't on the...
Okay, yeah. Just wiggle it a lot then so we can see where you're pointing at.
So bedroom has one window looking to the west, and the bedroom looking a window to the west, and a living area, single aspect to the east. So one of the concerns raised by the sustainability officer following verbal feedback is the lack of cross ventilation and potential overheating. The renovations, yeah, that was those were removed. So there was some internal changes to the listed building before. That's been removed from the current amended application, so that no longer forms part of the application. Going on to 5 point. So I'm looking at the relevant paragraph. Councillor Carling, can you repeat where is it 5.8 you say about the conservation officer disagreeing about the harm?
The two paragraphs I referred to were 5.58 and 5.38.
Okay.
And I think 5.38 is the one you're referring to there.
Yeah, so there is some disagreement. So that's within the submitted the application. So there's the design and access statement, and that there was a supplementary heritage impact assessment both submitted by the applicant, and they disagreed over the level of less than substantial harm within it. This has been reviewed by our conservation officer and Historic England, and they say there's a high level of less than substantial harm. So there's disagreement within the application material itself, but our consultees are both the conservation officer and our Historic England are consistent with the level of harm they've identified. Moving on to Councillor Bagent's question about lack of affordable housing. So because it's specialist housing rather than traditional market housing, which would be a C3 use, so in this case it's C2 use specialist housing, so there's no requirements to secure affordable homes because of its nature. I think those are the questions, Chair.
Yeah, thanks. Do you want to come back, Councillor Colling? Yep, go on then.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Just in reference to the single aspect flats again, it looks to me as though some of the rooms may be single aspect, but I didn't see that any of the flats overall are single aspect. Would you mind telling me if any of the flats as a whole are single aspect? Because if, for example, that one on the screen right now, you would think that the ventilation will be okay because if the doors are open, you do have through ventilation there. So is it policy compliant that the flats are not single aspect, even though the rooms are? I guess that's question one. Is that policy compliant? And question two is, are there any flats that are single aspect as the flat, rather than looking at it on a sort of individual room basis? Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor. So there you go. Tom, policy compliant or not?
So the in terms of the flats themselves, there is western elevation here showing some bedrooms, and then eastern elevation showing the living area, and overall the flat there is windows on both sides. So to be honest, I might defer this to Toby if he's more familiar with this.
Well, let Toby
Tom,
say
are you
them.
able to zoom out? Because I think there are some flats that are single aspect and some that are twin. So some of the ones at the bottom there you can see, I think it's C.014.
Yes, it's
that appears to be single flat, single aspect. And there is some CO15, 16 have dual aspect from what I can see. Those CO15's got limited dual aspect. And then there are some units. If you go further up to the north, I think there are some single aspect units there. So in answer to the councillor's question, it is a mix. So, I mean, some of those flats don't appear to accord with our supplementary planning guidance on their design. I think it's the members, you've got to consider overall what's being proposed and weigh that up, and whether the layout of what we've shown, I assume that we haven't looked at the eastern lots to whether or not there's significant harm there to carry through that particular reason for refusal that the officer's recommending. Does that help? Yeah.
You want to come back again, Councillor?
Yeah, I think that answers my question, in which I suppose I didn't quite see the flat long enough. I think it was number 14, 014, to see whether it was single aspect. If it is, or if any others are, that is a source of concern for me, because this is a constant issue we bring up in this committee. I think it's resolvable, and I hope that it would be resolved if we either defer the application or we refuse it and ask it to come back. Either way, I would expect to see that fixed, ideally, because it is not nice for residents if they're living in a property that there is only windows on one side. It really is not good. You don't get the right ventilation. The lighting is not great. So I would like to see that fixed, please. Thank you.
Right, thanks, Councillor. Is this on that matter, is it, Councillor Thornborough? Go on, then.
My understand the flat 14 has a setback. Is that where it's private balcony or a private space? My understanding under the Sustainable Design Guide is that setback means you can have an opening to the side as well as the front, and that according to the guidance counts as not single aspect. Not sure I agree with it, but that's what's in the guidance. So I think flat 14 would actually comply. But most of the flats do, and I think.
Okay, look, thanks for that, Councillor, but I think we're going to have the officer answer the questions. So did you want to add anything, Tom, to what Councillor Thornborough just said on that matter?
Don't think I'll be able to add any more to that.
Okay, let's move on then. Yep, okay. So I'll say a few things. I think you've all spoken, so if we need to go back to members for any more questions or comments, and then we'll get to the vote. It's just after 12. So, okay, so I appreciate the points that people have made about, and I'm not summing up here, I'm just making my comments, but people have made about, you know, the need for facilities in Trumpington and the use of a heritage asset, etc. My concern is it an appropriate development to enable those uses to take part? So, interestingly, in some applications we have and the case officer is in charge here, the consultees help out on that, but it's basically the case officer and he's recommending refusal. But the conservation officer is objecting, as is the urban design officer. So I was particularly interested in what and I think, Tom, if you wish, it would be great if you could just encourage those officers to speak to us today as well, so we have a good, robust degree of evidence to base a decision on. But in the conservation officer report, I mean, I could pick out various paragraphs, but particularly perhaps 5.35, the form and appearance of the two large residential blocks is neither contextual with the house or estate buildings, nor an elegant contemporary addition, seems to ring true with me. In the urban design officer's report, again, just picking out a couple of things that is written there, so just find it on my screen, 5.22, I made a note of, urban design officer, can't find it. Sorry, just bear with a moment. It's good if I find it. Was the urban design officer above the conservation officer? Was it? There it is, yeah. 5.22 fails to resolve the key constraints of the site and does not respond positively to the key qualities of the site's natural and historic context. And also 5.26, scale massing and appearance blocks footprints are much larger and coarser grain than the surrounding fine grain context of Trumpington Meadows in the conservation area, which is characterised by smaller fine-grained plot formations with varied pitched roofs and chimneys further articulating roofscapes. Continuous three-storey flat roof form, which appears excessively horizontal and would read as one long intrusive mass, bear little resemblance to forms that characterise the conservation area, nor reflect the key qualities of Anstey Hall itself. Scale massing and appearance are unsupported. And finally, and I'll come back to the urban design officer in a moment, finally on, I wouldn't normally refer to other consultees like this, but the Historic England have something that's interesting that they've said as well, I think, which, if I can find it, going down, Historic England 5.75, high level of less than substantial harm, historic environment benefits resulting from the proposal would in no way outweigh the level of harm caused by the new build residential development. And 5.77, finally, NPPF states, as National Planning Policy Framework states, that great weight should be given to the asset's conservation, and the more important than the asset, the greater the weight should be. The Grade 2 star listing places it in the top 5.8% of all listed buildings, and therefore advised that the weight afforded should be very great indeed. And just for clarification, one of those officers, I can't remember which, refers to an earlier report around about 2022, I think, when this building was listed as Grade 1. It was subsequently reclassified as Grade 2 star. So that's why it refers to it in the body of the text as Grade 1 listed, because that's now not that, it's Grade 2 star. So the other point I just wanted to make about the urban design officer, who I'd like to speak especially, Tom, if possible, and probably the conservation officer too, is on visiting the site and looking at the drawings and the text and so on, I can see that the historic asset has a very significant rear facade, and that is respected by both the site on which it's placed by the original architectural design of it. There's very great symmetry there, and that's also taken up by the new development of housing that's opposite it, because there's a sort of a patch of grass basically placed in the centre of that line, that axis symmetrically placed on the back of that build of the heritage asset. And then the new proposed buildings line up either side of that axis. And I can see that the argument there architecturally for what's going on. I'm not convinced that it works terribly well, and I would be keen to hear the expert opinion of, well, both Tom, but also the urban design officer on that. And just before I finish, I just wanted to say that, from what I've seen so far, I can see two big blocks of building covered in things growing on them, so ivy on the front and sedum, I think, on the roof, which always seems to suggest to me that somehow, I know plants are nice on buildings, and there is a great French architect who made a career of growing plants on buildings, but as an architectural feature in themselves. But in this particular instance, I feel the buildings have no particular merit, and that the plants growing on them are almost essentially hiding the buildings. But I don't feel convinced that they do hide the buildings, and I'm not convinced either, as is the case with much has been presented today, that the plants can be guaranteed to grow and be there. All we have at the moment is outlines of buildings. That's what's on the table. So, Tom, back to you on that, because I've said a lot there, and then we'll go back to councillors.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Jonathan, do you want to pick up about the adjacent site and Trumpington Meadows and how, and also the design approach?
Yes, thanks, Tom, and through you, Chair. Yes, I think it is worth thinking.
So just to be clear, hold on. So Jonathan, you're the urban design officer, just so everyone's clear on that.
I am in the urban design
thanks.
team, yes. Yes, the wider site kind of planning and Trumpington Meadows in particular did try to take account of an improved setting for Anstey Hall. So the kind of axis that is being formed that goes through to the green space accessed off Consort Avenue was a key part of trying to integrate Anstey Hall and its grounds into the emerging context of Trumpington Meadows. Interestingly, what I know as Block E, which is the stripy building on Consort Avenue, was designed very deliberately to kind of bookend and provide some degree of screening to the Robert Sale warehouse, which sits beyond. And it is kind of atypical of the other new buildings that are around there. So the buildings on Piper Road, for example, 2.5 stories, quite broken form, and all of these kind of massing judgments were made to try and keep buildings below the kind of quite mature and significant boundary vegetation. So in a way, you can do something as a deliberate move with Block E, but everything else was very much about a kind of broken and more subservient form. I think the point you make about the kind of the arrangement of Block C and B, yes, we have concerns about the very kind of linear nature of those. It's probably not helped by the slightly kind of curved form that they take, which then asserts them into that view and the axis that is being formed from the hall. And I think the point that you raise around vegetation growing on buildings, yes, these buildings, the architectural approach needs to be sort of really of a high quality in its own right. And I share your nervousness about when you start to kind of grow plants up things. Is that something that can be sustained? Is it actually viable? And I guess, you know, the forms that they're proposing with the very horizontal form and the roof form, we did feel were out of character with what sets a very high precedent, which is the Grade 2 star listed building to the north. I don't know if that covers all of the points, and I'm happy to pick up any more.
Tom, if you carry on then.
Yeah, thank you, Jonathan. And then I'll invite Commissioner Brady, Conservation Officer, into this as well in terms of the setting of Anstey Hall and the conservation area and the concerns that raises.
Yeah, so part of the Chair's question related to the vista and the importance that represents in relation to the historic house. And what I would want to highlight in that respect is the difference between, say, the avenue of trees, or an enhanced avenue of trees, perhaps, and the creation of that line of vision from the edge of the estate to the house itself, which has two purposes depending on your viewpoint, whether you're in the house looking outwards or on the edge of the estate looking to the house. But essentially depends on qualities of distance and openness and focal points. And I think there's a difference there between the example of an avenue of trees compared to what would be a view across this parkland framed by the two large blocks on either side, which would detract from the quality of that experience and really the vista in either direction, because of being framed by blocks of such different character to the historic assets. And although it's claimed in the application that the setback of the blocks would provide some mitigation of that, my view is that the new blocks would nevertheless be unrelated to the hall in terms of their design and massing. Chair.
Tom, did you have anything else?
No, nothing to add, Chair.
Okay, thanks to you, officers, on all of that. So, councillors, any further questions? Councillor Porro.
Thank you, Chair. I mean, I do understand Councillor Flaubert's point, Councillor Carling's point about the principle of development is one to welcome, as is opening up open space. But for me, still, what we have in front of us today, I just think we'd be remiss to approve it because there is so much missing. So, for example, I take Toby's point that we could probably condition the link to the open space being changed, but I don't have a condition to guarantee that today. So we could approve this today and find out that replacement open space can't be done or should have been done at this point. And I do agree absolutely with Councillor Carling that I think whenever we go for refusal, we should have draft conditions, because certainly today I would not feel comfortable approving this. I think as well, looking at the access to the pool, I think it's really welcome if it could be a community asset. But also we've had issues before with other swimming pools. As soon as you open it up, then you've got traffic management. Where do these people park? How is it managed? Where's the cycle parking? So again, I'm not comfortable making a positive decision today because none of that is there. And I think that the onus is very much on the applicant to come back, as I think we had with the Perth swimming pool, with literally an agreed, in effect, draft, I think it was S106 conditions, saying what the applicant would do, how the traffic would be managed, all those kind of things. Because if this wasn't such a major application, you know, we'd have more time to go through these things in more detail. I would also very much like to see, and this is obviously up to the applicant, if it's not agreed today, it to come back with the repairs to the hall linked to this development, because it really concerns me that that's come out. Because again, we could approve this today on the ground, this is a stunning Grade 2 star listed building with a huge community value, and then find that nothing's being repaired. So for me at the moment, I'm very uncomfortable, and I do agree with the chair in terms of the massing and the pictures covering it in plants worry me, because plants are not always there all year and they die off, quite particularly the vertical ones are not very easy to sustain. So my personal view is I very much hope the applicant will take this as a sign that I think members are supportive in principle, but at the moment this is just way too far off and we're missing so much stuff that I just don't see how I could approve this today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Thornborough.
Again, I think thinking more along the lines of what Councillor Porra is saying. I think that I think there is a need for this type of accommodation for older people in this kind of location. As far as just want to say about the planting on the buildings, I don't mind buildings covered in ivy, that sort of thing, but it needs to be done carefully. And I think there, again, a missing bit of information was, if this is part of the design, then let's have some information about that, because I think there's no information about planting on the buildings. But planting on buildings can keep them much cooler, can help with rainwater runoff, but it needs to be decided that is going to be done, and we would need to know about that. I am concerned about the full extent of the amount of proposed new accommodation, especially the block that goes close to Piper Lane, because that particular block would replace a nature bank between the new estate and the site. We haven't talked about the listed building consent, because I looked at the drawings for the orangery in relation to the existing building, and I agree. I like the idea of an orangery, but I do feel that the scale and massing of that I completely agree with the conservation officer that it is incongruous, and the scale of it is too large in relation to the existing building. I think there could be an orangery, but I just think that needs to be reviewed, so I couldn't support that. So I'm not going to support this application. I'm going to agree with the officer's recommendation, but I do feel that there's a huge amount of merit in this application that I think if we go along with the officer's recommendation, it would be great to see another scheme coming forward with a forum with the committee members as part of the design development. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Pagent, you were next.
Chair, I can't help but agree with most of what's been said here. I'm not so concerned about the issues of conservation. This building is beautiful. It will be beautiful. It will remain beautiful. It's surrounded on one side by a supermarket. On the other side, there's houses. I don't see that as a problem. I see the planning, the setup that we've seen as being commendable. But there are so many things, questions that are unanswered. If I come to refuse this, it won't be because of what conservation issues. I'd like to raise one small issue. There's a 106 obligation to primary health care, which is £295,800. I'd like to see that stipulated as to be provided in the existing area. We've had situations on 106 where county have taken the 106 money and put it into another area. Well, that's not what this money would be designed for. It would be designed because there's going to be more people liable to need healthcare. So I think that's a small point, but I think it's important for us now to keep on top of those sorts of things. I like the whole idea. I'm concerned that it will only be for rich people, but even rich people need homes to stay in, and every time they move into one of these, it releases another home in the housing chain. It's a really regrettable fact that 40% of this isn't affordable, but that is the current state of planning permissions at the moment. I am inclined to refuse, but it won't be because I don't think it's a good idea, because I think it is. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, councillor. So just to be clear then, what do you mean by the existing area?
Within the existing area that people would be using healthcare from. No, that's not primary health.
So maybe I'll put you on the spot there slightly, councillor, but we'll let an officer come back on that and perhaps refer to that area question as well. So shall I leave that to Tom, Toby, or do you want to do it?
I think it's a simple question, but the answer is quite complex, actually, because it involves the primary healthcare team, and it's not funds that would be in direct control of the city council necessarily. I think if we were to get to the point of a scheme on the table that members were supportive of, then I think officers would undertake as part of that obligation to have a specific conversation with the PTT and wrap the member into that conversation as well, so we all understand where we stand and what can be achieved.
Are you content with that approach, councillor Bagent?
I certainly am. I think the point's been taken, Chair.
Thank you. So I've still got councillor Corling to speak. Yeah.
Thank you. I'll be brief so as
sorry.
not to repeat others too much, but I just want to sort of reinforce the points, especially Councillor Pora made. This application has immense potential. I think it is absolutely the right purpose for the site. I think it will help us to celebrate the heritage of the hall so much, but I am also not able to support it at this stage because of the various concerns that we've raised. There's these factual disputes, there's things I've raised, like things like the single aspect apartments. So really, I would just urge you as the applicants, if we are minded to reject the application today, which is what looks likely to happen, please work with us. We want to see this happen, we really do, and I hope eventually we will get there, because I think all these issues can be fixed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I apologise. I think I must have missed you out, councillor Floorbearer. So,
Chair, you always miss me, I have to say. It's not the 1st
I'm
time.
terribly
and it feels
sorry. My profuse
extremely
apologies.
disappointed. I always have to remind you that, you never look this side. And sometimes it's hurtful because the rest, they get to speak a lot more than I do. So I just would like to reiterate that we're here to be helpful, to help, and we should adjourn this application instead of refusing this application because of all the things that we have said. We have a need, and this project will address those needs that we have, but also the cost that will cost us. If this application is refused today, it will go to appeal, and it might go through, and we can't afford this.
Yeah, thank you, councillor. I think when you say adjourn, you mean defer, don't you? That's been raised and that is still available to us. In terms of the court's question, that's been raised earlier and addressed by Toby. So, councillor Bennett.
I'd like to speak on the same point as Councillor Flober. Apologies to Councillor Thornborough, who also has a hand up, which is that I can see that there may be little difference between refusing with a big hint that we'd like to see the application back in a slightly different form, and adjourning or deferring, with an undertaking that will come back with an agreed list of draft conditions, But there is a real difference in the message they send to the community of Trumpington. And we've heard from Philippa, we've heard from another ward councillor, we've heard from Councillor Klober, and I think we need to consider the message we're sending to Trumpington, and that a deferral or adjournment sends more of a message of hope that we are working on this with the applicant and that we will try to get this right.
I'm sorry, I'm afraid the speakers can't engage in debate. Apologise, sorry. Councillor Thornborough.
I think the thing is that getting a scheme right is a rolling process, and we know that a scheme can be revised based on firm comments, and it can come back. And if a scheme is rejected, and I think maybe Toby can correct me if I'm wrong, but it can come back it can be resubmitted without a new planning fee. So that's what I would really encourage the applicant to do. There's so much support in theory that it can be better, and we can be absolutely confident that it would be the right scheme going forward. But there's just too much unknown at the moment, but a lot of potential.
Okay, thank you. I think that's been said a few times now, so let's stop there, I think, on that set of comments. As time's getting on. Councillor Dryden, I don't know, did you want to speak or not? I've lost track slightly.
I had a few things to say. Most things have been said, and I don't want to prolong things even longer. But as I said right at the start, if we don't like what's happening, we should reject it, and it should come back with a new application. We can't redesign stuff. We're not supposed to be doing this. We're supposed to be saying, what's in front of us we make a decision on, not what can be done in the future. If something's done in the future, it should come back to us as another planning application.
Yeah,
and that's the advice I've been given all the years I've been on the planning committee.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Pora.
I agree with Councillor Thornborough. I understand the reasons for asking for deferral, but I think the message from our debate is fairly clear to Trumpington residents that we are supportive of the principle, but we want this to work for all of them. We need to have traffic management plans, we need all these things. Just to note, if we do move to a refusal, I did ask earlier if we could consider splitting reason 2 into more than one massive block of text, because I think actually there are several reasons within reason 2, all of which are valid. I don't know if it's that thing where we vote, you'll tell us afterwards we can't change our mind, because I'm happy for it to be delegated to officers, but for me, reasons 3 onwards are kind of addressable, but reason 2 is kind of the more substantial stuff. So for me personally, I'd rather see them split out. So I just wanted to note that before we move to a vote, not changing them, just, I think Councillor Thornborough gave me a thumbs up, just kind of breaking them up a little bit so it's clearer the material grounds rather than the insufficient evidence grounds. But I want to get it in there now before the vote in case I'm told later we can't. So thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor. So I presume you're referring to the bullet point reasons for refusal given by the case officer in his planning pack report. So bullet point 2, protected open space lost through development. Is that the one you're referring to, or that's the second bullet point?
9.191.2 that starts the proposed retirement.
I've got it wrong. So let's just get that up again then. So what were you saying?
Paragraph 9191, which was refusal, and it's the second one, which starts the proposed retirement accommodation blocks by virtue of their siting.
Right, okay, so I'm glad I asked in that case then, because I wasn't clear at all. So in that case, Toby is going to say something, if you don't mind, Tom, on that. And it's on the screen as well.
Thanks, Chairman. That is a particularly long reason for refusal, and there may well be merit in breaking it down around between kind of sufficiency of evidence against the actual kind of formal part of the proposal. So I'm happy, once we get to the vote, to accommodate that request to be delegated to officers if members are minded to refuse the application.
Okay, thanks for that then, Councillor. I can't see anyone arguing about that, and that can go to, if need be, to Chair, Vice Chair and spokes, I think, to clarify anything. So I think we're all done on the substantive debate, but just as, I haven't forgotten about the deferral proposal from Councillor Bennett, and I think seconded by Councillor Carling, not technically seconded, but it was supported in conversation. So just to say that you know, I mean, you are both newer councillors on this committee. So the important thing is we need enough information to make a decision on. Very often, items come to this committee without all the information we would like to see. It can be quite limited. So, personally, I have enough information in front of me to make a decision. I've not got all the information I would like by a long chalk, but I have enough. So that's what you need to ask yourself. Do you have enough information to make a decision? If not, then by all means ask for a proposal to defer, and we will have a vote on that. So that's what I've got to say on that. So, Councillor Bennett, do you wish to continue with the deferral proposal?
I think it's clear, because all of us have spoken, that the consensus members would prefer to refuse and encourage resubmission. I would still prefer a deferral for reasons the Chair has stated, but I don't think we need a formal vote, because I think it's pretty obvious what that vote would be.
Well, we won't know until we vote. So do you want to have a vote or not? Yes or no?
I think it would be better if we did.
Okay, is there a seconder for that proposal? No, that falls then. In that case, we go to Councillor Flober. Seconder, okay. Yes. Right, so in that case, we'll vote on that proposal to defer the item to a future meeting of this committee. All those in favour of that proposal? And those against? So that falls. So now we go to the vote on the item. So, Toby, if you can give us a recommendation then, please.
Thanks, Chair. So the recommendation is set out on page 75 of the officer report. That is to refuse planning permission for the 9 reasons as given and as amended for reasons 7 and 8 on the amendment sheet, and also with delegated authority given to officers in consultation with Chair Spokes and Vice to further consider reason for refusal 2 in terms of its length, to ensure that it is potentially broken up to separate those matters of insufficiency of evidence against those matters which are formally proposed. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Toby. The officer recommendation is to refuse. All those in favour of that recommendation?
That's 6 in favour.
Thank you. All those against?
That's 1, Chair.
Abstentions?
And 1.
So the officer recommendation is supported. If you don't mind, councillors, we'll just do the next item before we break for lunch, which is the listed building consent, so item 6. So, Tom, I don't know if you need to say anything about that before we vote on that at all.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just going to there's a couple of slides. It's just where we consider different material considerations. So I just want to make members aware of that.
Sorry, Tom, I apologise. We've been going for 2.5 hours and there's been a request to have a short break. So if you don't mind, Tom, we'll just have a 5-minute break, come back at 22, if that's okay, councillors, because as it's the listed building consent, we should do it quite soon after, ideally, so it's all fresh in our minds. Okay, so back in 5 minutes, please, councillors. Okay, so welcome back after a short break. So item 6, Anstey Hall listed building consent. I've got speakers, John and Councillor Slatter on this. So Tom, if you want to present the item then, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'll do a brief presentation. So the proposal is to demolish the greenhouses and flat roof building and to erect an orangery to house ancillary restaurant and swimming pool. And also for the reconfiguration of the wall to restore historic access onto Maris Lane. The main considerations are the orangery's impact upon the character and significance of the listed building, the Maris Lane pedestrian access, and demolition of the greenhouses and the flat roof building. In terms of the heritage balance, well, with the in principle, there is no objection to the removal of the negative flat roof building, and restoring views from Maris Lane and historic access is supported. The orangery's unacceptable siting and excessive scale and congruous design would result in a moderate level of less than substantial harm, which would not be outweighed by the public benefits. There is also insufficient details for the pedestrian access onto Maris Lane, and the recommendation is to refuse the application.
Okay, thanks, Tom. So speakers, John, do you wish to speak? 3 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, I'm still confused by the last. Everyone was in favour of it, but then they voted against. I don't really understand what. Do they want us to reapply?
I think that's a conversation that can be had outside of this meeting, perhaps.
Sorry, a conversation to have when?
I think,
I'm very
look,
deaf.
if you want to have your 3 minutes, we can have that in a moment, but this is a conversation that can be had outside of the meeting. At the moment, we're considering the listed building consent,
Okay.
so if you want to...
When can we have this conversation? Sorry, I'm very deaf.
With officers
With
after
officers.
this meeting.
At a meeting with officers. Will any of the planning committee be with the officers?
That's not normally the way we do it.
Okay, because, right. I think trust has broken down between the applicant and the officers. This plan is to reintroduce the entrance to Anstey Hall, where it was before 1902, when Mr. Foster, who was a bit of a recluse, bought half the vicarage garden to have a sort of Rus in Urbe drive round the side. Trouble was that it's cut Maris Lane off from Trumpington, and it occurred to us that we would reintroduce it. And what it also does, it puts back the historic centre line through the mansion house, if you forget the Victorian entrance, and we carried that right down the garden to the water feature. And it's pedestrian access, but it's part of giving it back, which we did in the front and the back with the park. So we need some building for a restaurant, a pool, that is easily accessible from the people living here. And that's where we put it. There's currently a marquee which has permanent permission. Huge marquee there with glass sides. That will come out. And then we need to clear up. The greenhouses are 1936 by Sindel, and they're pretty far gone. There's a lovely, I forget the word for it, greenhouse along the wall with mechanisms inside, and that will be repaired, and just a bit of grass behind. So we thought it was a nice design. And the orangery, the old house, if you go to old photographs, they had it in front. It's horrible. In the south of the house. They took that off and then built two more floors outside. So we put it aside. It's very common. Lots of houses put them up in Edwardian times. Of course, came from France with the plants. So we thought it was the best way to do it. And you don't see it from anywhere because it's enclosed in the hedge rows here. So that's the plan.
Right, thanks very much, John. Next speaker is Councillor Slatter.
Thank you, Chair. As I said at the beginning of my last contribution, it was covering the ground for both applications largely, but I would now just add, in terms of this repeat about lack of public benefit, that I disagree strongly with that. The benefit has already been felt by the transformation of the hall. It is in safe hands at the moment. If it was to change in its nature, we would want as a community to still have access to it. And so some form of agreement has been mentioned by councillors in terms of access to whatever pool or hydrotherapy arrangements are there, or this restaurant by the public does need to be spelt out, and it hasn't been yet, but I'm hopeful that it can be. Otherwise, I would say it's now no longer the dodgy corner of Trumpington it used to be. It is a building of which we're proud to have on our streets. We can see it better already. We'd see it better with this modification. And I think the message has got across to my fellow councillors. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor. Right. We've had these before where we have the list of buildings sent after the item, but perhaps if you just explain what's going on so everyone understands the process. Tom or Toby, I don't know who wants to do that, just so we're all clear. Toby, do you want to do it perhaps?
Chair, as the applicant, I think, is having difficulty hearing, is there anything we can do to help in terms of providing a speaker or something while we're continuing on with this?
Sorry, say again?
The applicant has said that he's having difficulty hearing,
yeah.
And I'm wondering if there's anything we can do to help mitigate that while we continue to go through this application. Can we provide a speaker or some sort of hearing? I don't know. Is there anything we can do to help?
Yeah, I appreciate your thoughts, Councillor. I did ask at the start of the meeting if everyone could hear and no hands went up.
I think we councillors can.
Yeah.
Chair, but I don't. It would be helpful if the applicant could hear.
We do have a hearing loop, I believe, that's available.
Yes.
I don't know if that's.
It looks like the committee manager might be going to look at that. Yeah. No, thank you. I just wanted to raise that.
Can you hear reasonably well, John, or not? Yes, of course. Yeah, do that. Anything that helps. Okay. Thanks for that intervention, Councillor Carling. Okay. Let us know then, John, if you still can't hear properly, okay? Councillor Slatter, yes, what do you got to say?
In future, we've sometimes got round this by somebody having the online version in their ears, but that does depend on the ears concerned. Thank you.
All right, thanks. Well, let's not have a debate about it. Yes, Councillor Bajent.
Chair, if you hold the speaker up to your ear, it is a loudspeaker. And you
I think an officer
You should be able to hear me
is
quite
coming to
clearly
assist.
now.
I don't think we need an adjournment. We'll just get this sorted a couple of minutes and then we'll keep going. In fact, we will keep going, I think. So, Toby, if you want to explain just what's going on here with the two items listed together.
Thanks, Chair. So specifically, this is the listed building item. So members' consideration of this item is confined only to the impacts on the listed building and whether they are acceptable under our policies. And I'm sure Tom will describe those changes that need listed building consent shortly.
Okay, thanks. So, members, any debate? Councillor Thornborough.
I made some comments in the previous application about this. So I really like the idea of an orangery and what it will provide, but I do agree, and I think that location is good. I do feel that it's just not the right. I agree with the comments about scale and massing, but I think the general design is okay, but it's just, I think in relation to the main hall, I agree with the officer's recommendation. I really like the idea of this pedestrian access coming into the building, but that's only one part of it. I think if we could encourage that to come through, that would be good. But and it's one application. I think the pedestrian access is okay, but I agree. I have concerns about this.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Bennett.
There's a mention of a query on the width of pedestrian access, and I just wondered if the case officer could tell us what the width is.
Thank you. More? Okay, back to you then, Tom.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Yeah, so in terms of what needs listed building consent, it's the orangery that would need that needs listed building consent because it's connected to Anstey Hall, and because the boundary wall is curtilage listed along Maris Lane, that also needs listed building consent to make that pedestrian access. Hope that's clear. In terms of the width of the new access, I'll just measure it now.
Yeah, Toby wants to say something a minute, Tom?
Just whilst Tom's kind of measuring it, I just reiterate, and for Councillor Bennett's benefit, so it's just the listed building, changes to the listed building aspects that members can consider. So we can't consider, I know Tom's going to give you the dimension, but if it's too narrow, too wide, it's not a consideration for committee. And given the committee's earlier deliberation and reasons for refusal, the decision on this application, notwithstanding what members may think around the merits of the new pathway from the front of Maris Lane, it should be relatively straightforward.
So the width of the pedestrian access is 3.3 metres.
Did you want to come back, Councillor Bennett?
Well, that seems perfectly satisfactory.
Remember what Toby just said, though, in terms of our consideration here on this item. Councillor Flora.
Just a quick question. Obviously, because it's going to house a swimming pool, we don't have an energy strategy. I appreciate that it's slightly separate, but in terms of it being a listed building, is that something to potentially note for the applicant that it would be useful to know? Because obviously I'm assuming it will be air source or ground source heat pumps from what they've said, and obviously they will require housing. So I think it might be worth noting, if this were to be refused, it would be useful to have that. For me, that would affect the setting of the listed building it's attached to. But I don't know if that's something we can put in a reason if it were to go to refusal. Thanks.
I'm going to defer to Toby on that, but I feel what you said earlier applies again, doesn't it, Toby?
I think it's just not relevant, Chair, to this application, but it's something I'm sure the applicants can note and would be dealt with as part of any full application if they were to choose to come back with one.
Right, any more for any more? No? Okay, let's go to the recommendation then, please, Toby.
Okay, thanks, Chair. So the recommendation is set out on page 93 of the officer report, and that is to refuse listed building consent for the reason as set out.
So the recommendation is one of refusal. All those in favour of that recommendation? All those against? Abstentions? So the officer recommendation is supported. So in that case, we'll stop for lunch now then, I think, just before 1. So we'll come back at 1:30. Thanks very much, councillors and speakers and officers. officers. Okay, welcome back after lunch, everyone. So next item is item 7, Cherry Hinton Road. Alice will be presenting this as Young Senior Planner, and we've got speakers. We've got 2 objectors, Sarah and Kay, and 2 agents, Michael and Paul, and then Councillor Griffin. So the speakers will be sharing 3 minutes between them. I'm sure you're all aware of that. Okay. It does make there's a note about pictures. So we've looked at pictures already of the site in Committee Room 1. So we've had a good look at all of those outside of this room. So I presume that's going to be sufficient for your presentations. But if you wish to ask any questions about that, we can come to that when you do your presentation before your 3 minutes start. Okay, in that case, I think we're all good to go then. So Alice, if you want to present the item then, please.
Thank you, Chair. So, the application is at 286 Cherry Hinton Road, and it is for the demolition of the existing dwelling and the erection of 1 replacement 2-storey dwelling. So I just want to draw members' attention to the amendment sheet and the alterations to several paragraphs within the committee report, and that is listed on the amendment sheet. The site is located on the southern side of Cherry Hinton Road and consists of an existing 2-storey detached dwelling fronting Cherry Hinton Road. The site falls outside the conservation area and the controlled parking zone. Detached residential properties surround the site to the east, south, west and west. The application is for the demolition and replacement of an existing 2-storey dwelling with a larger 2-storey dwelling in its place. The proposed dwelling would be comparable in width and depth to those adjacent to the site and would be set off the common boundaries to allow a noticeable gap between the built-up frontage and access to the rear garden. Car and cycle parking would be conveniently located to the front of the dwelling, accessed from Cherry Hinton Road, and set behind a landscape frontage. The application has been amended twice, with the scale reduced at first floor as indicated in the red on the plan here at first floor. This application was deferred from the 13th of June committee this year for further information on the light impact to neighbours. This is the front elevation, which shows the dwelling would retain its hip roof character but adopts a contemporary appearance with large areas of glazing to the front. Cherry Hinton Road has a mixed character with variation in scale and massing. Given this, alongside the scale, massing and design of the proposed dwelling, officers consider that the proposal would conform to the mixed character. So this is the side, the eastern elevation, and you'll see that the 2-storey form is set back and stepped in form. So it's stepped away from the eastern boundary and stepped again here. This is the rear elevation. You'll see this step in here and step in here. So this is the western elevation, and this shows the distinction between the single-storey element and the 2-storey element. So the key issue here is amenity with regards to light and outlook. So 282 Cherry Hinton Road is located to the west of the site and is a 2-storey property which has 3 windows on the side elevation at ground floor, 2 serving a kitchen diner and 1 serving a bathroom, denoted on this elevation here from Google Maps. So this is the kitchen dining room window. And this again is the kitchen dining room window. This is a bathroom window. The dwelling would extend further beyond the eastern window serving the kitchen diner at 2-storey. Both windows serving this habitable room are already partially obscured or fully obscured by the 2-storey form, which is sited directly adjacent to the 2-storey house. Due to the existing relationship between 282 and the site, officers, alongside the scale and massing of what is proposed, officers consider that the proposal would not result in a significant loss of daylight to this habitable room. For the same reasons, officers are also of the opinion that the proposal would not lead to a significant sense of enclosure to this room. This neighbour was also concerned about the impact on the rear conservatory, which is currently being used as a secondary living room. Using BRE daylight sunlight guidance, the proposal would sit behind the 45-degree plane taken from the neighbouring conservatory, which is shown on the screen now, and would not obstruct the 25-degree plane taken from the side of this conservatory, which is here. In light of this, officers are satisfied that adequate light levels would be maintained to this room. So 294 Cherry Hinton Road is located to the east of the site and has 2 windows at ground floor which serve a dining room and then a separate kitchen which has a secondary dining room table within it. This is shown here. So this bay window is the secondary dining room window. This is the kitchen window, which includes a dining room table within it. The dining room window is a secondary window, so this one here, meaning there is another window serving this room, which is the main outlook and source of light, and this window is facing Cherry Hinton Road over here. Given this, officers consider that adequate light will be maintained to this habitable room. Outlook here is already obscured by the existing development. Noting this, officers are happy with the relationship between the proposed dwelling and this room, given that there is an outlook to the front. This neighbour is primarily concerned with the impact to the side kitchen window, this window here, and has carried out their own no skyline daylight distribution study, which says there would be some harm to this window as a result of the development. This is the primary window serving this room. However, there are several other openings which provide light to this room, which were not taken into account in this neighbour's study. There are 3 roof lights here and a half glazed door to the south, which is south facing. And then there are a set of glazed doors here, which are visible from the kitchen dining room window, separated by a half wall and the other side of the hallway. As the room is also served by a south-facing door and 3 roof lights, which would not be obscured by the development, officers consider that the room would still receive acceptable levels of light. In terms of outlook, the proposed dwelling would bring built form closer to the side kitchen window, but it would be stepped in form, set back from the neighbour, and a similar depth to the existing dwelling immediately adjacent to this window. Thus, officers consider that the outlook would not be significantly dominated by the proposed development. You'll see these set back in form here. So, in conclusion, the proposal would integrate well within Cherry Hinton Road street scene, while enhancing biodiversity and resulting in a more efficient and sustainable dwelling. Furthermore, taking the existing building into account and the scale and massing of the proposed dwelling, alongside the specific internals of adjacent neighbours, officers conclude that there is not sufficient harm to warrant refusal of the application on amenity grounds, and therefore officers recommend approval subject to the conditions listed in the committee report. Thank you.
Right, thanks, Alice. So speakers, objectors, Sarah and Kay. So if you want to come forward to the sort of microphone thing at the back there, it's on the left-hand side as I look at it, public speaker. That's it, yeah, just there, yeah. So, like I say, 3 minutes between you, you press the button on the right-hand side to get going, and 30 seconds before the end, the bell goes to let you know you're coming to the end of your time. So just before we start, just to confirm then, so I've got some text here about seeing information with regard to what you've got to say. So I think we've seen all those images now, but is there anything you need to raise now? Use the microphone.
I didn't want to cause confusion because I know you kindly agreed to look at the photos of my property off screen, and then I sent in some pictures that I thought might be helpful to the committee to support what I'm going to say. So have you had the chance to look at, they're two separate things?
Yeah, so we all went into committee room 1 and we've seen there are various copies of all of that, and we've all looked through all of that with Alice and Toby, who've explained anything that needed explaining to any of the members. So we're all good, really. That's
Perfect,
all right.
thank you very much.
So
yeah.
When you're ready then, hang on.
Okay, we are the owners
just
of
before you start, so if you can share the microphone that's in front of you, so, you know, I don't know how you're going to...
So I'm going to speak and then Kate.
Yeah, okay, so just sort of push it over to your person on your right when you're done. All right. And we'll stop the clock, obviously, if there's a break or anything. So 3 minutes, and yeah, we're all good.
So we're the owners of 282 and 294, and we support a development of 286, but we object to this design. Regarding 294, the 294 kitchen diner window faces 220 degrees southwest and will be overshadowed. The BRE assessment of internal light is by the distribution of daylight measured by the skyline view. As proven by the base energy report submitted, this will be reduced by 31% in the kitchen diner of 294, causing loss of light within the room and failing BRE guidance. Nearby doors do not allow direct light into the kitchen, nor do they allow light from the southwest. These areas will be unchanged adjacent to the kitchen and cannot compensate for the 31% loss of daylight distribution, which reduces the amenity of the kitchen diner, thus not meeting policy 57. It's also inappropriate to assume that a formal dining room previously used as an accessible bedroom can always be used for dining. This room does not compensate for the loss of light in the kitchen diner. Regarding 282, the officer's report incorrectly states that the kitchen windows of the habitable kitchen are directly adjacent to the current house. Only one window is overshadowed, the other provides light to the rear of the habitable kitchen. This rear window of the habitable room does not pass the 45-degree angle test, which is not shown on the current plans. It's unlikely to pass BRE guidance, yet unlike for 294, the applicant's not provided a daylight study for this. The officer's report also incorrectly states that the proposal will be no closer to 282 at ground floor. Currently, just one small bay window is 1.7 metres from 282 boundary. The plans show the building will be only 1.1 metres from the boundary at ground floor and only 1.6 metres at first floor over a length of almost 15 metres, overbearing and overshadowing both kitchen windows, reducing the amenity of habitable rooms in 282 and thus not meeting policy 57. We do welcome the condition of obscured glass to all east and west facing windows. In summary, this application reduces amenity of adjacent properties, thus failing policy 57, and light studies have not been done for 282 habitable kitchen, and the design fails BRE guidance for 294 habitable kitchen. It seems reasonable to ask that it's not approved until it's reduced so that the kitchen windows of 282 pass BRE guidance, and that the first floor is reduced to be more in keeping with the rear extent of the adjacent properties, alleviating overbearing and loss of light. This could be achieved without loss of amenity to 286, as I see there is an excessively large non-habitable hallway and gallery planned, which could be reduced.
A good person treats her neighbour the way she wishes to be treated. We both come from the Far East and need the sun. Sunlight is my oxygen. A monstrous building will overshadow and steal light from her neighbours. Yet the applicant told me that the double story would not go past the original house. I have the right to sunlight.
Thank you very much, speakers. So, applicants, what have we got? agents, haven't we? Yeah. So Michael and Paul, so do you want to come forward and speak at the public speaker position? Oh, Paul's online, okay. Okay, doke. And Michael, is he here? He's here, yeah, okay. So, I don't know who's going to go first, doesn't really matter.
I'll maybe go first, if that's
Okay,
right.
yep, so you've got 3 minutes between you, so when you're ready.
And, oh, sorry, yeah. Okay. Thank you for the opportunity to address you today. I'm Mike Fleming, and I'm the architect for this scheme. Firstly, I would like to thank the planning officer both for their detailed report and their work to help shape this proposal through amendments to achieve a positive recommendation. The applicants are pleased that the planning officer has carefully assessed all of the relevant issues and reached a conclusion that this proposal causes no harm. It is to be noted that particular attention has been given to the comments made by neighbouring residents with regards to loss of light, and that the planning officer has taken the time to visit the neighbouring properties to ensure that the proposal now before you does not give rise to a detrimental impact to their amenity. The proposal offers a number of benefits, including high-quality design that enhances the surrounding area, significantly improved landscaping and street frontage, various biodiversity enhancements, and of particular importance, sustainable design and construction. A key point worth noting also is that a similar size of house could be built under permitted development rules, including a sizable two-storey rear extension, as shown in drawing PR221, which I have here. Since the previous committee meeting in June, although we had a positive daylight report, we have nonetheless reduced the first floor to further improve the situation. It is also worth noting that the gross internal floor area is now 285 metres square, which is comparable with the neighbouring dwellings. Thank you for your time, and I would ask that you please endorse your officer's recommendation to approve. Thank you.
Thank you. I know Michael, isn't it, I think, online? No, Paul, sorry, Paul.
Yeah, okay, thank you. I'm the daylight assessor. You will have seen the various numbers and parameters in the report, so I would like to focus on the status and application of the BRE guidelines. The guide's intention is to provide advice to designers and their clients and planning officers to optimize the designs with regards to daylight and sunlight. The advice is not mandatory, and the numerical guidelines should be interpreted flexibly.
Just hold on a minute, Paul. Sorry to interrupt. Is there any way you can improve the sound quality? We can hear you, but not terribly well here in the chamber. I don't know whether you can use a microphone or anything like that, or different to what you're using, or a headset. Have you got a headset?
Is this better because it was on the wrong?
Yeah. So start again. We'll start the clock on your speaking a bit, and you start from what you wanted to say.
Okay. I'll start again. You'll have seen the various numbers and parameters in the report, so I'll focus on the status and application of the BRE guidelines. The guide's intention is to provide advice to designers and their clients and planning officers to optimize the designs with regard to daylight and sunlight. The advice is not mandatory, and the numerical guidelines should be interpreted flexibly. Its stated aim is to help rather than constrain the designer. The values in the guidelines work well in standard situations, and the guide recognizes that this is not always the case, and it seeks to avoid undue constraints on the designers. One example relates to the line with no visible sky. The sensitivity to change is partly due to characteristics of the affected building. Deep rooms, small windows, non-centralized windows all make triggering the threshold values almost inevitable, and therefore this should not necessarily be allowed to impose undue constraints on new development. Finally, when considering daylight within a space, the total space approach should be adhered to. In the case of open plan spaces, the entire space should be considered and all light pathways addressed. I do consider it an omission of the opposing report that the consultants did not visit the property themselves before doing the analysis. I've read the planning officer's report, which I do believe provides an excellent and balanced description of both the internal layout and the neighbouring property and the context of any effect. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Okay, you can sort of take your picture off screen if you want now. Obviously, carry on listening in if you wish. So the last speaker is Councillor Griffin, who's Ward Councillor You're on the public speaker side there, councillor. I don't know if it matters. No, it doesn't matter. You stay there. Okay. So you have unlimited time to speak if you want to press the button.
Thank you, Chair. So I'm one of the councillors for Coleridge, where this development will take place. I think everyone is very pleased that a derelict building will be replaced by a very well-designed, modern, sustainable house. And so everyone's pleased about that. And I congratulate the applicants and the architect for the design. I just want to be here to support my residents who have objected to this. I visited both properties, and I do think they have legitimate concerns about the light issue. And I hope that this committee can take those concerns into account when they make a decision. So thank you, that's it.
Thanks very much, councillor. Okay, so just before we get to debate in the chamber, I just wanted to ask Alice just to respond to a couple of points that stood out from the speakers who, so far, the objectors. So there was the challenge to the BRE light analysis. So the British Research Establishment light analysis is a way of technically measuring light, and it's a well-known sort of way of working in that. So if you note on the plans pack, there is no reason for refusal listed, including any reason for refusal with regard to light. But the objector has stated that the BRE analysis that they have is different to that which we are presenting from officers. So perhaps if you could respond to that, Alice. And just another smaller point was the other speaker, objector, said that it would not, the application site would not go past the existing building line. And just if you could just comment on what actually is on the table today.
Thank you, Chair. So just to draw members' attention to the relevant paragraphs in the committee report, which outline that there has been a submission of a no skyline daylight distribution study from the owner of 294 Chohinton Road. There is also a full BRE light survey undertaken by the applicant. So there is two studies here. In terms of BRE daylight sunlight guidance, it is guidance. There are several stages that you have to go through. And I will just get up some slides which show how you assess daylight with regards to BRE guidance. So bear with me a second. So here is the triage from the guidance. So you start with the distance of the new development, whether it is more than 3 times the height above the lowest window. In this instance, this is no, with regards to 294. Does the new development subend more than 25 degrees at the lowest window? Yes. Is the vertical sky component less than 27? And in this instance, the VSC, as detailed in the daylight sunlight assessment submitted by the applicant for the side kitchen window noted as window 4, is 28. No, hang on. It's on the screen here as 26. So it is less than 27. Is it less than 0.8 times the value before? And you'll see that it's 0.82. So using the triage from the daylight sunlight BRE guidance, Officers then concluded that daylight is likely to be significant. Hang on, I've got this wrong. Sorry.
Let me just interject a moment. I mean, Alice is standing in for another officer here who isn't here today, so we need to bear with and give her time to work through this.
Just bear with me a moment whilst I verify this.
I can help, Chair. So on the vertical sky component, it passes. It passes in terms of the applicant's test, but Alice will come on to the skyline test that the objectors have done.
Thanks, Toby. Alice?
In terms of the no skyline daylight, just so in terms of the no skyline test by the applicant, by the neighbour, sorry, so 294, there was a no skyline daylight distribution plan that was provided, which members have seen, which shows that, and this was referenced by the neighbour, showing some loss in daylight to the kitchen room, but that does not include other light sources. It just includes the impact to that window. So as shown in the committee presentation, there are roof lights also serving as a source of light to that room, and a half-glazed door, which are both south-facing.
Have you finished on that, Alice? Yeah.
I believe so, yeah.
Yeah. So just before we go on then, are all members fully understanding, because it's a technical analysis of the explanation that Alice has given on those two BRE assessments, the one done by the objector and one the other one? Yep. Okay, good. Right, carry on then, Alice. I think there was a question I put to you as well from the objector about not going past the building line. Just comment on what we have on the table today.
Let me just get the presentation up to show you. Bear with me a second. So this is the existing plan. You'll see that this is the existing aerial as well. So the window, let me just get my pointer up, apologies. The side kitchen window serving 282 is just below the ridge of 282, so it's approximately here, directly opposite the existing dwelling. The other window serving that kitchen diner, which is a smaller window, and officers consider this to be a secondary window. The single pane of glazing is further along this elevation. I believe it falls approximately here. So there is views of the side elevation of the existing two-storey dwelling on site at the moment. There here shows, if you can see this dotted line, here shows an outline of the existing property. And the window is approximately here, the kitchen window. And then the other kitchen window is approximately here.
Right, thanks, Alice. Did you want to add anything to that, Toby? Because as I said, this is an officer taking an item for another officer.
You know, that's fine, Chair. So I think what the objector was saying, the objector's quite right, is that the existing property has a step in it, which you could see on the plan that Alice has just taken off the screen. It has a step in it, a marginal step. So I think it's true to say that the proposal, as it is adjacent to 282, is in the round. It is closer to 282 than the existing building. In fact, you can see the single-storey wraparound just extending slightly further than that kind of bit that juts out on the existing property. Hopefully that's clear. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, thanks. So debate. So, councillors, and by the way, I've asked a few questions on the lights and the BRE guidance and so on, but if you want to ask further questions on that, by all means do. Or are we all clear? Yes, oh sorry, Councillor Thornborough.
We've taken loss of sunlight quite seriously to neighbours in all applications, and it's difficult to understand, and also the sun comes round at different times of the, in different times of the year. It's much more, you get much more light than other times, and you're affected more. And I was actually used to more of these. This is what happens in winter, in spring, summer, autumn, where you see that maybe and at certain times of the day, to understand the daylight, the direct sun loss. But when there is a loss, sometimes if it's quite a gloomy window, you get a low level of light, but you get some light, and then if that's reduced, what it means now is that you may have to end up having your artificial lighting on more, which then affects the sustainability. It's a kind of sustainability issue. You have to rely on electric lights more because you can't rely on natural light. And so it is a very complex issue and a really important one. So I'm still sort of getting my head around it a bit, I'm afraid.
Yeah, I understand, Councillor. Any more? Oh, it's Councillor Carling. Were you indicating not for you? Okay. Any more questions? Yes, Councillor Poor.
Thank you. Yeah, it is a complex one, as Councillor Thornborough says. I mean, it is a good house on that plot. Sometimes we see plots like this split into 3 or 4 houses and gardens disappearing. So I think the principle of the house being as it is and sustainable is good. I think the developer, the applicant, possibly mentioned PD, permitted development, and suggested that actually the existing building under permitted development could go out 2 stories anyway. So A, is that true? And I suppose the second question is, do we need to look at any restrictions on further extensions to this if PD does apply to a new build? I'm not totally sure, so I'll defer to the planning officers. Because obviously I am mindful that were this to go through, the last thing we need is another big extension being added on under permitted development where we don't have any control on it. So I'd be grateful for officers' views on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Alice, do you want to answer those questions, please?
So there was a question on PD, Councillor Poor's questions with regards to a 2-storey extension. You can do a 2-storey extension to an existing property under PD. I'm going to get back to you on the specifics on that, if that's okay. And there was another question, but I've forgotten what it is. Could you help me?
Is that you, Councillor Thornborough? Oh, Councillor Poor. What was it? You'll repeat it, please.
Green. Oh, that's better. It was just to say that even if we couldn't have PD, there would be new permitted development rights, I believe, attracting to the new development. And should we look at restricting those, just if it does go through for approval, it means that the builders can't then go and extend further and reduce loss of light more under permitted development where we wouldn't have oversight. So in effect, adding in that condition we often have that restricts certain permitted developments.
Okay, thanks. Right, I'm looking around. Can't see any more. I'm afraid we don't have questions from the speakers, not at this stage. Councillor Carling.
Thank you. I'm going to ask something quite different to the discussion we've had so far on light. I have a query about the biodiversity section of the report, starting on page 107. Well, the bit I want to talk about is on page 108. There's a reference in here to prior clearance of the site with vegetation taken out before the application was commenced. And then paragraph 8.52 refers to baseline figures being drawn from the level of biodiversity features on site prior to site clearance. And I just wondered if we could have a bit more detail on that. Is that standard practice? And is that acceptable?
Councillor Alice, do you want to do that one?
Thank you, Chair. So in terms of biodiversity, in terms of BNG calculations, which I think Councillor Carling is talking about, the baseline for the BNG calculations is prior to the clearance and demolition of sites. And that baseline for biodiversity net gain, that's the baseline, and then you work up from that.
I do. One thing I'd add hasn't been said so far is the rear elevation of the application site and the neighbours' faces pretty much due south. You can see that on the site plan from the north-south icon there, indicator. And so obviously the sun is going to rise in the east and set in the west and go around that sight line. So in terms of, it's the best situation you could hope for really in terms of loss of lights, because the sun is at that side. But obviously there's a concern about any loss of light or sunlight to the neighbouring properties, and that's one of the main concerns. The only other thing I'd raise is that it seems like a decent design of the application site, but there is quite a lot of glazing at the back, which faces, as I say, pretty much due south. I'd be concerned about solar gain in the application property for the applicants and future occupiers of the property. But we see that often. There's lots of glazing often, and possibly too much. But it's not something we can really design on the table. So we have to look at what we've got in front of us. So anything else from anybody before we go to the recommendation? Was there anything we didn't get an answer to? I thought there was something you were going to look at again, weren't you, Alice, or further?
Yes, thank you, Chair. So I was going to respond to Councillor Pora's PD query. So in terms of restricting permitted development rights for the new dwelling, if members were looking to support the proposal in line with the officer recommendation, officers are happy to explore restricting permitted development rights for the new dwelling. With regards to what can be done under permitted development to the existing property, aside from what's being proposed, they can extend 2 stories to the rear, I believe at 3 metres in depth.
Are you content with that answer, Councillor Thornborough? Was there more that you wanted?
I've had a question. I'm sorry if it was asked, or it's I think the applicant's agent said that they could have built this amount of accommodation under permitted development, I guess around the existing building, down the side and at the back, so they could have accomplished the volume. Has the officer checked that? Is that correct? Because
Yeah, that was what I heard as well, although I suppose in the end we're just looking at what's on the table today. That's the important thing, not what could or should or might be built in another time. So anyway, Alice, can you respond?
The Chair is quite right. We're looking at what's on the table today. However, permitted development rights are a material planning consideration when looking at a planning application. In terms of what can be done, as I've said, at 2-storey you can extend 3 metres to the rear. At single-storey it can be up to 6 metres if it's done under a prior approval. Actually 8 metres for a detached dwelling. So they can extend at single-storey for 8 metres under a prior approval process. Obviously, that application is submitted to us, so the assessment as to the fallback position of that is not certain because we have to go through the prior approval process. In terms of the 2-storey element, that doesn't have to go through the prior approval process. So hopefully that's clear for members.
I think so. I'm going to go to Toby now. Councillor Sombra, you're nodding. So, Councillor Toby?
Yeah, I mean, permitted development rights and the prior approval process, it's a complex web of legislation. I think the important point to make is that the officer assessment is not premised on a PD fallback scenario, and I think Alice has given you her informal view based just kind of looking at the regulations in front of her. I mean, they would have to demonstrate that usually through a certificate of lawfulness or actually through a, an application for prior approval itself in order for it to be given kind of more weight. But we're not relying on that PD fallback in terms of the officer recommendation.
Thanks for that clarification, Toby. Councillor Thornborough again.
It's just a comment that the applicant raised. So I wanted to, if they hadn't raised it, I wouldn't be asking the question. It was just, I was thinking, why did they raise that? Is that actually correct? That's why I asked it. Thanks.
Yeah, very good. Thank you. Councillor Pora.
I'll just confirm, if possible, I would like to add a condition restricting new permitted development to the new build, if that is appropriate. I'm happy for it to be delegated to officers for the appropriate wording, because I do think it's hard to find material grounds to reject this, because the studies are showing that there isn't harm, substantial harm, but I do think it would offer reassurance, and because of the scale of the house, I think it would be useful to add that condition if other members would support that. I can see some nodding, but I'll leave it to the chair.
Councillor Bennett.
I would support what Councillor Boris says.
Okay, no one's speaking against, but Alice, do you want to say anything on that?
Could members be specific about which PD rights, which class of PD rights they would like to restrict? Is it extensions to the rear, so Class A?
Toby can't answer the question for members, but you want to say something, Toby?
I think probably in this case we'd be looking at kind of Class A extensions and probably roof extensions as well. Something like outbuildings under Class E would probably be unreasonable to remove given the size of the existing garden, but certainly Class A, and roof extensions, which is classes, I think, B and C.
Looks like Councillor Pora is accepting of the officer view on that.
Yeah, I'm very happy for the officers to draft something suitable. My main concern is that we don't have a 3-metre, 2-storey extension appearing a couple of years later that takes away a substantial amount of light that can be done under permitted development. Therefore, we wouldn't have oversight. So I'm very happy for Toby and Alice to do what they think appropriate.
Thank you very much, councillors. So just to be clear for everyone listening, we're getting very technical here. So what's being proposed by Councillor Pora and explained by officers is that PD rights or permitted development rights would not be available to the applicant if this site was to be supported in recommendation. But of course, that doesn't mean you can't do it. It just means you'd have to come back to planning officers for a delegated decision, or back to this committee if you wanted to do anything else further in the future. That's what it's saying in common sense language. So I think we're all ready to go to the vote then. So we can have a recommendation then, please, Toby.
Thanks, Chair. So the recommendations on page 111 of the reports pack, that is to approve the application subject to the conditions as set out in the informatives, with minor amendments to the conditions as drafted, delegated to officers, and with the addition of a condition regarding the removal of permitted development rights in respect of classes A, B and C, the wording of that condition to be delegated to officers.
Thank you. So the officer recommendation is one of approval. All those in favour of that recommendation?
Unanimous, Chair, in favour.
Thank you very much. So that item is approved. Thank you very much to the speakers, members, officers. I think if we're all okay to carry on, we'll do the next item now. No one says they need a break. Okay, right. So next, thanks for doing that for us, Alice, with the other officer not being here. And next one is Barton Road, so item 8, and that's Mary. So item 8, we've got a couple of speakers on that as well. So we've got Michael, objector, and Robert, applicant. Don't know if they're here. They're here. Okay, right. So let's have the presentation then, please, Mary, if you're ready.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just trying to stop my slideshow and show you the slide. So, I'm just getting my screens already so I can see.
So just before you start, Mary,
Yes.
just so everyone knows, Councillor Floorbearer's had to leave, so there's, but we're still quorate in terms of making decisions in this meeting. How's it going, Mary? You okay? Do you need any help?
I'm really sorry. I'm just trying to get the right.
Yeah, don't worry, it's all right.
Right
I mean, the bottom line is we can always present it from here if need be. Toby can put it on screen, but let us know.
Right, okay.
Yeah, I can see it
can
on
you-
screen now, Mary.
Yeah, okay. Okay, well, the site is at 26 Barton Road, Cambridge. It's sited towards the west of Cambridge and on the northern side of Barton Road. It falls within the West Cambridge Conservation Area. To the west is a listed building. Sorry, here is a listed building for Grange Road. Right, this just shows the context of the site. So this is 26 Barton Road here, which is a detached villa. It currently provides student accommodation for Pembroke College. To the north, east and west boundaries are residential properties that's set in quite smallish gardens. The application seeks change of use from the existing student accommodation to a children's nursery. This would provide 45 spaces, and it will relocate the existing nursery provision at Owlstone Croft, which has 25 spaces. there would be 14 full-time members of staff. The majority of the works are internal, with a reconfiguration of the internal layout. To the ground floor, there'd be spaces for under 2 and 2 to 3 year olds, and there would be a lobby for entrance into the building. The external alterations include a ramp to the front of the property, and also a covered area to the rear here, which would provide outdoor playing or learning space. To the frontage of the building would be would be bicycle parking, would be bicycle parking here for staff, and to the front there would be 2 spaces for blue badge disabled visitor parking or staff parking. An air source heat pump is also proposed, and that would be situated to the west of the building. With regard to the principle of development, the proposal would result in student accommodation. Policy 46 of the local plan focuses on the provision of student accommodation, but does say where there is a loss, this will be resisted unless adequate replacement accommodation is provided. So in this instance, the current provision is 7 study bedrooms, which is considered to make a very modest contribution to Pembroke College's accommodation. They have recently acquired Mill Lane site where there is additional student accommodation. These students won't be accommodated there, but they can be accommodated at Mill Lane. So in terms of policy 70, so yeah, in terms of policy 73, the nursery facility is considered to be a community facility. It would be larger than the existing Earlstonecroft nursery, because it will also take service demand for nursery places from the fellows and staff of Pembroke College, as well as families within the Newnham area. With regard to this policy, there's no requirement for the places to be only available to children who live in the Newnham area. The facility would be in close proximity to the people it serves, which would include staff and fellows of Pembroke College. So regardless of where they live, as well as the Newnham community. And so it is considered, it would address a local need. So yeah, in terms of the principle, it is acceptable in accordance with policy 73. In terms of the design, I'll just show you in terms of the design, the existing building makes a positive contribution to the conservation area. So although this building has been in student accommodation for some time, it still retains its outward original domestic character. The provision of the access ramp to the front of the building and then to the side would introduce an institutional feature. However, the ramp is set back from the road, and with landscaping, this could be sort of assimilated, so it would perhaps still look like a residential garden to the front. So in terms of its impact on the conservation area, it's considered that it would preserve the set, the set of the listed building and conservation area. So sorry about this. So with regard to highway safety and transport impacts, there are bus stops in close proximity to the existing access. So here, as well as a cycle lane between the highway and the public footpath. There have been recent works on Barton Road to create these new improved cycle lane, and this has reduced the width of the main roadway. Third-party objectors have expressed concern that because Barton Road is very busy, constant heavy traffic could be dangerous to young children with their parents getting out of or into cars besides proposed nursery or trying to cross the road, and there may be clashes between buses using the stop, which would increase risk to any children on foot. This stretch of Barton Road has no on-street parking and has double yellow lines. Parents cannot and carers wouldn't bear to use this highway immediately outside the application site for dropping off or picking up. The only cars which would be permitted to access and park within the site are 2 blue badge holders. So these would be to enter the site and wouldn't sort of be any additional harm to foot users of the footpath. So there is a question of the availability of on-street car parking. There are some opposite the site, and so it is possible to legally park on the street. Highways have commented that they were concerned that this would require parents, carers and the children to cross Barton Road, which would be to the detriment of highway safety. However, there is a pedestrian crossing on Barton Road close to the junction. There's one here and there's also one here close to the junction with Barton Road. So parents and carers will be encouraged to use the access to the opposite side of the road. So in terms of the impact on the highway safety, officers consider this can be managed through a condition requiring a plan of active management of any unauthorised parking by parents during pick-up or drop-off call time. So this would include the designation of traffic marshals to ensure that parents cross at the crossing and also that they don't park outside the site or try to enter the site unless they're accessing the blue badge spaces. So in terms of amenity of adjacent residential properties, number 2 Grange Road is situated to the west, and the proposed extensions are considered to be sufficiently far away from the boundary, not to have a detrimental impact through loss of light or overbearing and privacy. 4 Grange Road is situated to the north, and again, there's sufficient separation from the extension. And 26 Barton Road, situated to the east. Concerns being raised about overlooking from the first floor window here. So I consider that can be dealt with as a condition that window is obscurely glazed to prevent any loss of privacy. We're looking into that rear garden. So this is the site of the main outdoor play area. So with respect to operational impacts, so noise from plant and use, the Council's Environmental Health team have assessed the application and have expressed concern regarding noise from the operation of the air source heat pump, as well as noise impacts from the proposed use of the external play area. Third parties have also objected to the proposal. So the air source heat pump would be situated here, and an acoustic barrier will be provided. So this will ensure noise impact is reduced to a suitable level and can be adequately mitigated. The main concern from environmental health is the noise impact from the external play area, which will be from impulsive noise events from children shouting or screaming. So these impulsive events are most likely to trigger emotional reactions from neighbours and cause annoyance. So the noise from the nursery play area would not be determined as noise without character, which is things like traffic noise. This noise would attract attention and would be distinguishable. So noise has a specific character if it contains features such as a distinguishable, discrete and continuous tone, is irregular enough to attract attention, or has strong low frequency content, in which case lower noise limits might be appropriate. So as part of the application, boundary fences are proposed to be erected that would be 2 metres high. These are considered to provide sufficient acoustic reduction to the rear gardens and outdoor amenity space of adjoining properties. However, this mitigation is unlikely to achieve satisfactory noise levels at first floor windows of adjacent properties. So this drawing is just, this slide I'm showing you now is just showing the windows that are affected, first floor ones. This is 2 Grange Road, this is number 4. So the first floor windows are understood to comprise bedroom and landing windows. So although these rooms are less likely to be used during the daytime, the British Standard acknowledges daytime resting limits in bedrooms and the importance of having suitable conditions for concentration for study and work, particularly important to those who are working from home. So there is no certainty that these rooms will not be used for either of these functions during the daytime hours. The noise assessment predicts the noise levels and impacts, and these are only expected to occur during the use of the external play areas. So they will not be in use during the evening or night time when the ambient noise levels are lower. And also, during daytime, there may be other disturbances to occupants of these first floor rooms, however they're using them. So it's considered that the worst case predictions that are presented in the reports may not be are the worst case predictions, and the impact may not be as significant in sort of reality. So the nursery opening hours are detailed as between 7:30 and 6 o'clock. So a condition will be attached to restrict these hours of use. It's considered unreasonable to restrict the use of the outdoor spaces to any shorter period of time, given there's 45 children, the limited amount of space, and the fact that outdoor space is a key part of children's learning and is beneficial for children's development. Planning officers considered that any excess noise from children could be managed by staff. Any potential noise source from babies crying or children screaming or crying would not be sustained, as it is considered it would be in the interest of the nursery to retain a peaceful environment, the benefits of all the children in their care. However, officers do accept it's unrealistic to expect children to play quietly, and there is a possibility they could be noisy. Um, So the boundary fences, as I mentioned, are considered to give sufficient mitigation against noise at ground and garden level. But the 2 metre barrier would not be sufficient for the first floor rooms.
Mary, it's Toby here. I think we've probably seen enough of your presentation in order to kind of gain an understanding. If you could kind of wrap it up as succinctly as possible, and then members can come back to any other parts they need to later on.
Okay, right. So, yeah, so the harm to highway safety from the location use of the building can be mitigated through measures outlined in the parking management plan and the travel plan. Noise from the proposed air source heat pump and the use of the site can be mitigated through acoustic fencing. So the upper floor rooms may be used for sleeping, resting or home work during the day. However, may be disturbed by other activities during the day, and it's accepted there is a different background of noises during the daytime. So noise mitigation measures would ensure that harm through the use of the site is minimised as far as possible. So the recommendation is for approval.
Right,
Thank
thanks,
you,
Mary. Thank you very much. Right, where are we? So, Michael, you're first to speak. Hello, hi, good afternoon. So if you want to come forward to the public speaker thing and just in front of you there, yeah. There's a microphone there. That's it, just directly in front of you on your left, sorry, right, that's it. And if you press the button on the microphone thing on the right-hand side, it will light up. And then you get 3 minutes to speak, and half a minute before the end, the fellow goes, let you know you come to the end.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. My name is Michael Pepper. I'm Emeritus Professor of Physics in Cambridge, and I'm currently Professor at University College London. My wife's a psychiatrist, and we both live in 2 Grange Road, and we have for the last 40-odd years. We also have a number of family members who come and spend considerable time with us. So there are a number of medical and scientific discussions taking place, and I work from home. First, let me just basically correct an assumption that the top floor of 2 Grange Road consists of bedrooms. It doesn't. My office is on the 1st floor. In fact, when I look over, I can see my garden and some of number 26 Barton Road. So it is incorrect to say it is combined to bedrooms. I don't know about 24 Grange Road, but I believe something similar occurs there. Now, on 2 sides, we are bounded by Barton and Grange Roads. The most private and quietest area of our garden, where in fact in the summer we sit outside and do some work, is actually that which verges on the boundary fence with 26 Barton Road. So that is directly threatened by the proposal which is being put forward by the applicants. However, I go forward because I'm quoting now from the SWECO reports, the sound consultants hired by Pembroke College, the applicant, and I'm just going to quote from those. They say, quite frankly, that as far as 2 and 4 Grange Road are concerned, the proposed development will have, quote, significant adverse impact in terms of noise. That is agreeing with the Cambridge definition of significant adverse impact. But it goes beyond that. Now, if I use the SWECO reports, they have 2 reports, and they've used different modelling. In the second one, they basically took sound readings outside Alstone Croft. Then they go on to say that although they've used them to actually model the proposed development, it's not necessarily correct because it depends upon the management, the environment, and so on. In the first one, they've used a logarithmic formula, and being a physicist, I feel fairly comfortable with formulae like this, and so I've used that. Now, what they have is a model where they have 8 children playing in the open air and 12 under the cover. And they say then that basically the first floor is unacceptable noise, completely unacceptable, adverse, just about okay. And this is using the World Health Organization definition of what is acceptable noise. Now, I find it quite bizarre that we hadn't to invoke the World Health Authority for what is a quiet residential area, but that is what we have to do. And now, you can't actually control children. You shouldn't even try to, actually. They want to run around, of course they do. That's part of their age. It's age appropriate. So how are you going to restrict it to 8 in the actual grassy region if it's more? And in fact, then the noise rises considerably. And in fact, if you look at the plots, figure 7, page 27 of the first report, essentially, it's in actually in decibels.
Wrap up now, please. Finish your sentence. That's the end of your 3 minutes. If you want to just finish off your last sentence.
Oh, okay. Basically, I just wanted to say really that the consultants hired by the applicants state there will be significant adverse effect, and that is basically what we see it, and it will result in a complete change of working practice for us. We would have to move rooms around if this is acceptable. And furthermore, one of the council documents...
Long sentence.
Okay, I'll call it a day, Chair.
I think we got the gist. Thank you very much. All right. So next speaker is Robert, Operations Manager at Pembroke, speaking on behalf of the applicants. So if you want to sort of sit where the previous speaker is sitting, that'd be great. Thank you. So you get 3 minutes as well. Actually, do 3.5, make it equal. So a bit longer if you need it. Press the button on the right-hand side, and just before the end, the bell goes, I'll let you know you're coming to the end.
Thank you. Firstly, may I thank the Chair and committee members for allowing me to speak in support of the application. I'm Robert Griggs, I'm Operations Manager for Pembroke College and lead for this project. As a parent of a 9 and 10-year-old with a wife who works full-time, I well remember our struggles to find a good nursery within a practical location and the positive difference that this made to myself and my family when we eventually achieved this. Pembroke is currently unable to offer nursery facilities to staff or students with children, which effectively excludes some from the college community. The college has been very keen to ensure that the proposed change of use to accommodate younger members of the community does not have a detrimental impact on what is rather a lovely property. To this end, we propose to retain the trees and shrubs to the front of the garden, which screen the majority of the property from the road. The original design included for one of the secondary chimneys of the property to be removed in order to facilitate an entrance lobby suitable for mothers with prams and people with disabilities. Following comment from the Conservation Officer, the design team have spent a considerable amount of time in redesigning this area in order to retain the chimney. Similarly, comments relating to the proposed ramped access and the design of the rear raised covered play area during the consultation process have resulted in redesign of these elements, which, whilst not providing quite the facility for the children that we had hoped, does appear to have addressed the concerns of the conservation team. There is no doubt that the dialogue between the design team and the council's officers has been extensive and positive in achieving a balance between the clear need for the facility for both within Pembroke and Queen's Colleges and the local Newnham community, and a shared desire to fit in rather than stand out. I have worked at Pembroke for a little over 9 years and can state that the college have enjoyed a positive relationship with our neighbours during this period. We're very keen to maintain this situation, as a result of which we have taken on board the comments received from council officers and incorporated these into our final designs. We welcome the fact that the carefully considered design changes have been accepted. We acknowledge the comments made by the council's environmental health officer and the case made by the planning officer. Clearly, there cannot be a blanket approach to nursery development due to lack of guidance. The government have made it clear that they believe that more nursery spaces should be made available and that these should be provided within the community that they serve. In looking at the impact of any such facility, the risk is that worst-case scenario assessment is likely to be far worse than the in-use reality. We've listened to concerns and taken all reasonable measures to uphold our responsibilities, including such measures as acoustic fencing, strict management of vehicles entering the site, staff parking being provided off-site, and no parent drop-off for cars. The works to the building are minor in external impact. The construction has been carefully planned to minimise disturbance, and the project will maintain the character of the area. Both colleges are very focused on reducing our impact upon the environment. To this end, gas boilers would be replaced with air-source heat pumps, and thermal insulation would be significantly enhanced. The colleges have chosen their preferred nursery provider very carefully.
You need to come to the end of your sentence, and I'm afraid that's pretty much it.
Thank you. Currently rated outstanding by Ofsted, we believe that this is a sustainable location for the colleges, which have a long-term commitment to it, and believe that it will serve Newnham well.
Thanks very much. Thank you. Okay. Righty-ho. So, no more speakers? No. So, debate. I'd just like to say something first myself, actually. I feel the need to, I know the legal officer won't like this because he's told us before we need to make declarations of interest at the start of the meeting, and I did think about it, but then didn't. But I do support Article 31 of the Convention on the Rights of the Child by United Nations. I have worked in the area of children before, ran a children's festival. I'm very familiar with all of that. But I consider my discretion to be unfettered. That basically means that I shall make the decision on planning merits, not on my political beliefs about children's right to play, which effectively means to shout and scream. And that's one of the things on the table today. So it is a difficult decision, I think, and some of the other members of this committee might come up against that debate, both within themselves and in debate. But it seems that from what the case officer has said so far, that the two factors which are very different that are highlighted in the environmental health report which objects to this application, and of course it's the case officer which makes the recommendation, not the consultee. The two factors are the air source heat pumps, which it appears the noise can be mitigated from, and the children playing, which appears the noise cannot be mitigated from sufficiently well, at least from what I read in the report. But we can interrogate the officer further on that. So, Councillor Thornbury, you had your hand up.
Yeah, the application includes change of use, and we talked about, well, the presentation considered the need for nursery accommodation in and around Cambridge, which I do recognise it's really important. But I'm really concerned about the loss of a residential home and plot, residential use in Cambridge. We are so short of housing. When a college or university as student accommodation is willing to give up their student accommodation, I really believe it should be coming back as family homes in Cambridge. And this is something we should be talking to the colleges about and encouraging them to build bespoke student accommodation so that we can have these more family homes in Cambridge. So I'm really concerned about the lost opportunity of having a residential home here and going to Class E use. And Class E use is so broad now. They're applying for the nursery, but it could be, it's so broad that there would be, in the future, there could be change of use under permitted development on this site. But also the sound of children's noises is, I think it is a real concern, and it is it's a big issue that comes up in, I think, all wards in this area where there is a nursery and different children come and go. The noise can go up quite a lot, and it is piercing. And this bringing in this noise in this residential area is a huge change. This is not changes to an existing nursery. So I'm really concerned about the children's noise. I'm really concerned about the change of use. Yeah, those two. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Bagent.
Thank you, Chair. I'm a bit concerned about a statement made by the proposer, which suggested that we need nursery care. And when we link that with what Councillor Thornborough has said, this is to replace a nursery that the college already has. So I assume that they're taking down a nursery at Alstone Croft, and although that has less places, they want to build one in a residential area. I think the argument about the noise is substantial. I think the loss of accommodation is substantial. So I am concerned as to the whole motivation of this. People say, we need nursery places, and then they take one away. The same person or the same college, I think. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Dryden.
Carrying on from there, I'm interested in the conditions here where residents can then complain to the manager. What happens then if they keep complaining and the manager can't sort the problems out? Is there another step to go forward?
Okay, thanks for that question. Councillor Carling.
Thank you. I didn't declare this as an interest at the start of the meeting, and it probably isn't, but I think it's worth saying. I am a student at the University of Cambridge, but I have no links to this applicant. I'm at a completely different college, so my discretion is entirely unfettered in this. I wanted to have a bit more detail from the case officer about something that the objector said with relation to the sound reports taken at Alston Croft. And I'm just a bit concerned about the reliability of that when we then try and transfer this over to a new location, given that it is a very different setting, it is a very different level of use that is being proposed here. So I'd just like to hear a bit more from the case officer to clarify that, please.
Okay, I think that's a good point to go back. Oh no, okay, Councillor Bennett, you say first and then we'll go.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to query the no car drop-off arrangements. I'm a real fan of having, no or minimal car drop-offs at nurseries to protect young lungs. The problem is, I have real concerns about whether that's actually going to be achieved in practice. I'm well aware from my local nursery that a disability parking space is seen as a nice, clear, attractive drop-off zone. I'm not prejudging what councils decide on this application, but if it does go ahead, I'd like officers to consider some informatives. And one of the informatives I'd like them to consider is asking the nursery to discuss personal travel plans with parents. This is similar to a plan we've had elsewhere for employers within the city that some of you will be familiar with, and make it clear that they're expected to make personal arrangements that do not include car drop-off. And the second thing would be to consider a no school parking zone signage. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Councillor. Go back to Mary now then for answers to the questions that came within those councillors' comments. Please, Mary.
Okay, thank you, Chair. So yes, regarding the loss of a residential dwelling that's been used for student accommodation, Policy 3 of the local plan does say, we need to obviously maintain housing provision, but it goes on to say that planning permission to change housing or land in housing use to other uses will only be supported in exceptional circumstances. So in this particular instance, I think we could say it's already out of residential use and in student accommodation, that loss has already occurred. But I think we could also argue that the nursery are required, and so it could be, an exceptional circumstance. In respect to the noise impact assessment, because of the nature of the noise, it's very hard to judge what it's going to be. And so this is where the report, environmental health, or the uncertainty of the reports doesn't give, or how they've assessed it doesn't give them the certainty that those first floor level wing rooms won't be adversely affected. So there's no actual assessment for noise. So they've done what they can by assessing the noise that children might generate from the existing nursery and sort of applied that to this case. Yeah, so that's, I think, all I can say at the moment. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, thanks, Mary. Was anything left out, councillors, that you asked? No, doesn't look like it. Okay. I'll just say a couple more things. So the objector has already commented that the upstairs room is not a bedroom but an office, and I was also going to say on that, following the case officer's report, that of course any future occupants of the neighbouring dwelling could be shift workers who might be sleeping in the day. Also, I'd appreciate a bit of advice from the case officer, I think, on the change of use and the noise aspect. So I can see a change of use obviously has a detrimental effect potentially on neighbouring properties and people in that community. But, I mean, other things, to do with adults, I suppose, churches, football grounds, that sort of thing, can all create lots of noise. Is it? And I know that there's quite a long report within the body of the whole report by the environmental health officer, and obviously you've taken that into account, Mary, and you've considered on balance that you're seeking approval for this item. But is there anything you can give us in terms of advice on how to consider this in terms of the potential effect on the community? In a detrimental way? And finally, it was also on my mind that I understand there's a shortage of nursing facilities in Cambridge, has been for some time. If you could confirm that to be the case and whether that is a planning matter for us to consider if it is the case, Mary. Any more questions, councillors? Councillor Pora.
Thank you. I agree. It's quite a difficult one because in effect it's noise versus social purposes of the nursery, and there is a need for nurseries. It is a bit disappointing to see AstroTurf or non-branded equivalent proposed in the outdoor area. I think that's mentioned in the report. I certainly think in terms of noise absorption, it might be better to look at something more organic. In terms of the boundary treatments, so there's a 2-metre fence. Would there be any benefit to adding some conditions around landscaping and sort of more verdant character to that fence to try and absorb some of the sound? I'm finding it difficult. I arguably, if it was a family home, you could be looking at 5 or 6 kids in the garden every day, because there'd be a family there with children. So I'm not arguing for or against. And I think probably I do concur with the officer that the change of use is it's already a student home. So unfortunately, getting it back to a family home would be hard to argue. But I do note if it was a big family home with that many bedrooms, there would be kids running around the garden screaming in an uncontrolled manner. So for me, there's pluses and minuses. I think there's probably an underestimate in the number of family cargo bikes needed. Again, not a material planning consideration, but just for the applicant to think about. I think it proposes 2 or 3. My experience of nurseries in any of Cambridge, most people will arrive on a big family bike with their kids in. So I think that's worth thinking about. I do appreciate the traffic management condition and the fact that it will be reviewed every 6 months. I think that's a strong condition and one we should look at rolling out across other applications. But to me, I'm struggling at the moment because there is a need for childcare, and in some ways I appreciate that this is making good use of an existing building. It's not a demolition request to build some, completely out of character modern thing. But the disadvantage of that, of course, is the children's play area is going to be affected by the fact we can't rebuild the back of the house very easily without removing the character. So anyway, my main questions would be boundary treatment, additional screening, is that viable? And I think that was everything. Thank you.
Yeah, good points, Councillor. Okay, any more? Back to Mary then. Oh, sorry, Councillor Thornborough.
I think we get a huge number of complaints from nursery schools in Cambridge, and it's because of the sound of young children, very young children crying. It's at a certain decibel level where it actually goes right into you. It's known to affect women more than men. So you react emotionally to it in a different way to just people making a noise playing football or something like that. And where we know, this is going to have a real material, unpleasant impact on the families that are living in that area. I'm absolutely convinced that will happen, even with a 2-metre high fence. And I don't really see why the neighbours should have a 2-metre tall fence imposed on them when most garden fences are not 2 metres high. And also this is if a nursery is located here, it means that the nursery provision in the current location, it loses the nursery location, provision there. For saying this is a very, they're going to provide it for the families here, but it's reducing it from where they are now. So this is not a new nursery for Cambridge. This is the same nursery located from one location to another.
Okay, thanks for those points, Councillor. I can't see... Oh, I was going to go back to Mary, wasn't I? Mary, answers, please.
Thank you, Chair. So yes, it is difficult because the noise is hard to predict, and it would have an emotional response and could, so it's very hard. So there will be an impact on those first floor level windows and occupants of those rooms. So in terms of, we've considered, however, that there's a balance between providing the nursery. So it's a relocated nursery, but it's then expanded to take on more children. So it's not quite the relocation of a nursery and the loss of it in that place. So the Elstonecroft one is still within Newnham, still within the sort of immediate area. So it would still be likely to serve the people that are using it at the moment. So it's in the neighbourhood that it's likely to serve.
Okay, you done, Mary? Yep. Anything else missed out? Yep. Okay, Toby's going to say something as well.
Chair, so there is just refer members to a condition on page 147. It's condition 14 at the top of the page, which removes permitted development rights in respect of the class that the nursery is in. So it means effectively, if you were to grant planning permission, that the building and its curtilage can only be used as a nursery without specific planning permission otherwise being granted for something else. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Toby. Right, I think, Councillor Bora, yeah, go.
I asked about whether would there be an impact on the soundproofing if we were to make the boundaries more organic, for want of a better word?
Yeah, no, good
Can we do
point.
that?
Sorry, I forgot that one, yeah. So, shall I leave that to Toby to answer, Mary? Toby.
I think what's difficult, Chair, is that the external space is fairly restricted. So if you start kind of planting in there, then you're reducing the amount of space that the children would be able to play in. Generally, my understanding is that kind of landscaping has a kind of marginal impact on noise mitigation as opposed to properly constructed noise barriers. And I think I would agree to an extent with what Councillor Thornborough was saying around if you start to increase beyond 2 metres in terms of noise mitigation, then it's a form of structure that is starts to become kind of out of keeping with a kind of residential boundary. So, I mean, this is a difficult and finely balanced application for members to determine.
Okay, well, let's do determination then. So let's take planning matters into account and make a decision unless there's any other questions. Right, okay, let's get the recommendation then, please, Toby.
Thanks, Chair. So the recommendation is set out on page 143 of the officer report, and that is to approve the scheme subject to the planning conditions as set out. Chair, there is an error between conditions 1 and 2. The condition is repeated. Condition 1 should be the standard 3-year commencement condition. So the recommendation is to approve subject to that variation, Chair. Thank you.
Thanks, Toby. So officer recommendation is one of approval. All those in favour of that recommendation?
That's 4, Chair.
All those against?
3, Chair.
So the item is approved. Thank you very much. Thanks, officers and speakers. Let's have a break now then, shall we? And have a bit of a walk round. So come back at 22:04, please. Please. Thank you very much. So welcome back after a short break. I believe that Rob Dryden had to leave, as far as I know, Councillor Dryden. Anyone know any different to that? No, I think he's had to go. So we'll move on. So the next item is item 9, 25 Devonshire Road. Tom is going to present this item, Tom Cheney. And we've got speakers, so Catherine Bond, who's an objector, Oliver Banks, applicant, and then local ward councillor, Councillor Robertson. So, Tom, when you're ready to present it then, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just going to go through, so the application before members today seeks planning permission for the erection of a single-storey rear extension, a first-floor rear extension and roof lights at 25 Devonshire Road. Officers are recommending the application for approval. I'm just going to bring my slideshow up.
Let's get your microphone a bit closer to you, Tom. That's it.
Sorry, I didn't want to shout at everyone. Right. So as I just said, the application is for single-storey rear extension, first floor rear extension and additional roof lights at 25 Devonshire Road. Officers are recommending approval. So there's a couple of updates on the application. Members might have seen on the update sheet that we received some third-party representations yesterday. Due to the sort of proximity that they were received, considering how close we are to committee, there wasn't a chance for those to be able to make public. However, I will run through members those representations so that they are fully aware of what they stated. Sort of as indicated on the slides, there have been two additional, now 3 third-party representations received by the council. The first representation, which was received yesterday, I'm going to sort of quote it verbatim from the amendment sheet because it's quite lengthy and it's quite detailed, so I want to make sure that members are clear on its contents. So a third-party representation has been received on the 5th of September from the owners of 24 Devonshire Road. The representation raises an issue regarding the partial redaction of text from their online consultation responses to the planning application. These responses are in respect of representations made on the 17th of August, 23rd, 17th of August, 23, 21st of June, 23, 2nd of May, 2023, and 19th of December, 2022. The representation states, quoting, paraphrasing, important content of our objections has been omitted, rendering them incomplete and altering their meaning, thereby misleading members and the public as a whole. It is therefore the case that the unauthorised removal of text may have a direct influence on the outcome of the planning application. We bring this matter to your attention as we do not consider that it is possible under these circumstances for an open and democratic decision to be made on this planning application by the City Council's Planning Committee. Just to follow on that, officers do have a response in regards to that the owners of 24 Devonshire Road have made multiple detailed objections to the planning application, and these are largely unredacted and available to view online on the Council's website. The substantive planning issues and material planning considerations raised by the owners in their representations remain publicly visible. The officer's report summarises the representations made and the officer's response to them. Those parts of the representations which have been redacted have been done so on a precautionary basis because of their personal nature and because they allege issues concerning the competency of specific officers which are not material to the consideration of the planning application itself. Officers are satisfied that there has been sufficient balance and appropriate handling of the third-party representations, including their partial redaction, which is reflected in the preparation and presentation of the officer recommendation. As such, there is no reason to suggest that members of the Planning Committee could not come to a fair and reasoned judgment on the merits of the planning application before them, taking into account all material planning considerations. So that was the first representation submitted. There was a second representation submitted yesterday as well. It is noted, and it has been read by myself, the presenting officer, due to the late...
Hang on, Tom, hang on. That isn't on the amendment sheet then, is it?
No, it's not on the amendment sheet, Chair. It's just a verbal one because it was received after the amendment sheet would have been received by councillors. So this one was, once again, too late to include on that, and we want to make sure it's clear and transparent for all members to understand the representations that have been received. So this one is verbal. Sorry, I should have made that clearer. So the second representation has been read by myself, the presenting officer. Due to the late submission of this representation, there has not been time to fully read or redact the document and publish this to the public website. For complete transparency for members, the representation provides a thorough critique of the officer's report, noting the lack of assessment of material considerations within the officer's report. Within this critique, it raises several issues with the proposal's impact upon the character of the area, the conservation area, which is a designated heritage asset, and ecology, and the way the application process has been handled by the council. These are all issues that have been considered throughout the officer's report, and officers are satisfied that these points have been considered. Similarly to the first representation that was received, there is no reason to suggest that members of the Planning Committee could not come to a fair and reasoned judgment on the merits of the planning application before them, taking into account all material planning considerations. A third representation was submitted. It was received this morning. From my understanding, it is going to be the committee presentation pack that is going to be presented by the objector at the adjacent property. I'll obviously have to refer to Chair if he's happy for that to be shown throughout. I do have one.
It's in the public domain. So you said it was already on the planning portal, yeah?
I don't think there's been adequate time for it to have been received, put on the public access
I'll come back to that in a
system.
minute then. You carry on speaking.
Yeah, so obviously it's up to, if members would like to see the content, I do have a copy here, a hard copy. I also believe that Chair, obviously at his discretion, could show it because I believe the objector would like to use it as part of their time discussing the application, but I'd have to refer that to yourself, Chair.
Thank you. Okay, so... Okay, let me just refer to the officers then. So we're going to present some documentation that's not in public domain. Are you happy as case officer for these pictures to be presented as part of the objector presentation?
I am happy as case officer, yes, Chair, but obviously being Chair, I'd like to ensure that obviously through transparency that all members are happy to see it as well.
Well, we want as much evidence as possible to come to a robust conclusion, so I would say yes, let's go ahead with that then.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Thanks for confirming. So that's the end of the updates. Regarding the material considerations, there's several. First being the principle of development, the impact upon the character and appearance of the area, impact upon the designated heritage asset, which in this instance is the Mill Road Conservation Area, and the impact upon neighbouring properties. This is the site location plan, so I'll just get the pointer up. So the application site is edged here in red, so it's sort of mid-terrace property along Devonshire Road. The train station is to the south, obviously it's a residential area, and to the north is Mill Road itself. Here is an aerial, sorry, it's taking a while to go through the slides. This is an aerial imagery of the site. So there's a builder's yard to the east, which is actually an allocated site. I'll show that on the next slide. Obviously this just indicates the sort of distinct character of the area. So as mentioned, the site is within the Mill Road Conservation Area. There's a line of TPO trees directly opposite the site, and to the east is a allocated site which is allocated for residential development. Obviously the train station is further south and southeast. And then to the west is St Barnabas Road, where the orange indicates that they are buildings of local importance. So regarding the proposed development, the development is essentially all at the rear of the property. So I'll just indicate to members, so this is the single-storey rear extension. So it has a dual pitched with an eaves height of approximately 2.8 metres, and it's 3.7 to the ridge. And then you've got the two-storey rear extension here. So that is to replace an existing two-storey rear extension on the back, which at the moment benefits from some substantial glazing and timber cladding. These are the existing and proposed side elevations. So this reason for this slide was just to indicate that the two-storey side extension is almost a direct replacement for the existing, two-storey first floor rear extension, apologies. First floor rear extension is a direct replacement for the existing first floor rear extension. And then this just indicates the depth and the extension from the existing building line of the single-storey rear extension. So this is the existing and proposed front elevation. There is little changes apart from to the door and some roof lights at the front, which was mentioned previously. These are the existing floor plans. I will come back to these later. Main reason being is that they do indicate the proposal's impact and whether it breaks the 45-degree line horizontally, as you might be able to just see. And there are some red lines on there. That is the same for this rear elevation as well. The red lines on there indicate the proposal's compliance with the 45-degree rule, which is regarding the loss of light. So just take members through slides of the site. So the picture on the left is the existing front. Photo to the right is the existing rear. So just to clarify, obviously the timber-clad first floor extension, which has quite a bit of glazing on it at the moment, which is to be replaced. These are images looking left, so just to indicate, so this would be north towards Mill Road, these properties, just indicating that a lot of the properties along Devonshire Road have been extended, particularly the directly adjacent neighbour to number 24 to number 23 has also benefited from a single-storey rear extension, which is obviously in vertical seam cladding. These are then views looking south-east. So obviously this is from within number 24's rear garden, just giving sort of an indication of the sort of dilapidated appearance of the first floor rear extension. And then once again to indicate just here that development has once again extended to the rear of properties along Devonshire Road. Some of the objections state that there is quite uniformity throughout Devonshire Road. There has been substantial amounts of planning history, some recent, some pre-local plan. However, it's sort of an indication, I'm not going to go through each one, but it's just an indication that each property along Devonshire Road, and I will show through Google Maps imagery that although there are parts that are uniform, to the rear of properties, there is not as much uniformity, which is the reason why officers have come to the conclusion that they have regarding the recommendation. So, once it loads. So the site in red is the application site. Obviously this is aerial from St Barnabas Road. So this is facing the rear of Devonshire Road. As you can see, the railway station to the top of the picture. Travis Perkins, which is the allocated site, to the top of the picture as well. I'd just like to point out to members, obviously, the clear variation in development along Devonshire Road, particularly to the rear. once again, apologize for the poor quality of the next Google Maps image, but I'm sort of heavily reliant on them. Once again, just showing that there's little uniformity to sort of the rear of properties, and a number of extensions. Some extend further from the rear building line, although many are in line. There are a number of different ones that do extend from the rear building line of the current properties. This property here is a very interesting property, which is a single dwelling, which is timber clad. This is heading south along Devonshire Road. Once again, the property is in red. Just for the helper members, I've just indicated some of the single-storey extensions in red that extend beyond the existing rear building line of the properties. As you said, the application site is the red block at the top. So there are some to the south, and there is also one to the north as well. So I just thought I'd indicate to members that there is some of that. So there's been a number of objections to the application, 16 in total. They are from 2 individual properties. They relate to character and appearance and the scale, density and overdevelopment, heritage impacts, residential amenity. There are no other developments of the nature on the street, and also they relate to the application process for this planning application. I'd like to point out to members that this application is different to how it was originally submitted. When it was originally submitted, there was a large rear roof dormer, and the single-storey rear extension did extend all the way out to the side. So it has been reduced in width, and it has the dormer window, which encompassed the whole roof slope, has been removed. So just to finalise it, officers are obviously recommending approval. We consider that there's no harmful impact upon the character and appearance of the area. There's no harmful impact upon the designated heritage asset, which in this instance is the Mill Road Conservation Area, and then there's no harmful impacts on neighbouring amenity. Thank you, Chair.
All right, thanks, Tom. So speakers, so Catherine, you're first. You're here. Hello, hi, good afternoon. So, you've got some things to show us as well. So you're going to have that on screen, are you? Is Tom going to use the microphone, Catherine, because not everyone can hear you.
Thank you. I believe the officer has an electronic copy. We've also got hard copies here, but we are relying on this copy rather than on this particular copy, yes.
Yeah, we can do either, Catherine. We've done both before in the past. So if Tom can show it on screen, that's probably the easiest, most efficient way.
I think so. That would be
If you can make it
great.
a bit bigger, possibly, Tom, for the picture side of things. I don't know. Do we just want to see the pictures, Catherine, or is it the text as well?
Well, I think primarily, look at the pictures, but the text supports the pictures.
Okay, in that case, leave it as it is then.
Yeah, and if anybody does want hard copies, we do have them here.
Right, okay. So you've got 3 minutes, Catherine. A half a minute before the end, the bell will go to let you know it comes to the end. When you're ready.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, committee members. Just to say, first of all, I'm a fully qualified town planner with 30 years' experience in local authority with a specialisation in building conservation. So all my comments are policy-based and are not of a personal matter. As both my husband and I are qualified and experienced town planners, and we are the owners of number 24 Devonshire Road, which originally was purchased by my mother as our family home in 1992. We are totally against we are not against sympathetic policy compliant extensions to number 25. We're not against the modernisation of this house, albeit already a generous family home, which should sit, but those extensions should sit behind the established building line, avoiding harm to neighbour amenity and adverse impacts on the conservation area, as we found on the 2013 approved extensions at 22 and 23 Devonshire Road. Could you please flick to the next picture? Those extensions, although mentioned by the presenting officer, are actually all built behind the building line. This is our property. You can see it's much darker than the neighbouring properties because number 23, the White House on the side, was built up right against our house. So we already have low levels of light at the back of our property. We fundamentally disagree with the officer's statement of planning balance. This application should be refused due to its poor quality and non-contextual design, causing unacceptable harm to neighbour amenity and the well-being of adjoining occupiers, together with unprecedented harm caused to the Mill Road Conservation Area and its positive contributor buildings. In the absence of public benefit arising from the proposals as required by the NPPF. I wish to draw to members' attention the cumulative impact of not one but 2 extensions on the next door property, their excessive footprint, height, bulk, mass and inappropriate scale and detailed design, the unneighbourly and overlooking nature of the 2 extensions, overbearing nature of the extensions, their failure to be subservient and their visually dominating impact on the group of houses, including the setting of my house. As per Ward Councillor Robertson's objection, which will cover daylight and sunlight issues in detail, the 2 extensions will form an unwelcome precedent within the conservation area, severely overshadowing and over-enclosing my house and garden, blocking afternoon and evening light all year round. There will be harm to urban grain, loss of garden, poor detailing. The St Barnabas Road house, the tree house, has no relevance, it's new build. We also need to say that the officer is incorrect. We have done a full planning history of properties in Devonshire Road. There's only one rear first floor extension in this stretch of the road, which was approved in 2015 prior to the adoption of the local plan. So the development is contrary to local plan policies 58 and 61. And we also need to draw to your attention the case officer's removal of a first floor extension from number 34 Devonshire Road in December 2022, because in her delegated report, she said it's overshadowing. Please refuse this application. Inaccurate drawings, incomplete drawings, no heritage appraisal.
Thank you very much, Catherine. Next speaker is the applicant, isn't it? Yeah, so Oliver. Yeah, is he here? Oh, you're going to speak. Okay, yep. So, yeah, if you want to go to the same spot then, please, if that's okay with you. I don't know your name, sorry. Hi, Elizabeth. Good afternoon. So, you've got 3 minutes to speak, actually a bit more, because it was 3.5, wasn't it, when we finished? Yeah. It's about 3.5 when we finished, so if you need a bit longer than 3, so it's fair to all. And you need to press the button on the right-hand side of the microphone in front of you, it'll light up, and then half a minute before the end, the bell will go to let you know consent.
Thank you, and sorry, I'm going to have to slightly bob throughout this. But thank you to Tom and Beth for their time engaging with our plans and for their recommendation to support our application. Apologies, we didn't receive our meeting invitation in the post, and we've had an extremely new baby on board, so I couldn't leave him at home because I'm responsive feeding at the moment. I'm afraid this means I haven't prepared anything other than a very rushed statement on my phone half an hour ago. I won't say too much, but I would like to reiterate Tom and Beth's statements and the fact that our application is entirely compliant. We've made adjustments to our original plans based on feedback to ensure we've addressed all the planning and conservation concerns and recommendations in full. Our plans aim to convert this property from an oversized 2-bed property to a 3-bed family home that's suitable for a 4-person family. We've strived to ensure that we are absolutely respectful of the heritage and period features of the property, as this is what we love about the property and the area, whilst also ensuring the home can accommodate a family and how modern families live, such as having a utility, a washer-dryer space downstairs and 3 bedrooms on the same floor upstairs. In particular, I'd like to reiterate that the existing first floor structure has a greater impact on light than our proposed brick extension. Furthermore, our proposed changes would mean that number 24 is no longer directly overlooked by the large glass windows that encircle that room. The lower floor amendments are typical of other terraces on the street, including those at number 23 and 22. Our direct neighbours at 26 already have a ground floor extension which goes out much further than ours is proposed by several metres. Further to this, there is a precedent for first floor extensions on the street which are very similar to what we've proposed, just 3 doors down at number 28. Our neighbour on the other side has encouraged our plans and also has a rear ground floor extension that extends an additional metre beyond our further nearly proposed extension. That's it.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, we've got to turn the microphone off. Thank you very much, Elizabeth. So now Ward Councillor Robertson, you have unlimited time to speak, Councillor.
Thank you. Could the officers put the slideshow back on the screen? Unfortunately, they weren't all shown because they weren't asked to show the next pictures. I think it would be helpful for me if I just run through them. The slides are provided by the opposition from 24. That was the picture you saw. Go down to the next one. Let's go to the pictures, don't worry about the text. This is showing the property from the others, from facing north. And then go down again. You can see on the top right the extension. This first floor extension, by the way, did not have planning permission. This glass box on the roof of the ground floor did not have planning permission. Didn't even have a door into it. You had to climb out the window to get into it. That may have been changed by the present owners. Next picture shows, yes, that's showing the south view from 24. So you can see 25 in the middle of the picture, and to the left and up you can see the glass box that was erected by the previous owners. Next picture. The back view of 24, and I've got the right one here. Yeah. That one is showing quite a deep penetration before you get to the back window of the house itself. The next picture. I'll go on to the drawings. I'll come back to them if you can leave them on the screen. These are drawings which were on the website. They're showing some sunlight, trying to show some sunlight pictures. So the applicant proposes to construct an extension to the back addition at both ground floor and first floor levels. On the ground floor, the extension would project another 2.25 metres further down the garden, and the effect would be a total back addition of 4.5 metres. The height of this ground floor extension is proposed to be 2.7 metres. However, because of the level of the grass of the garden of number 24 is lower than is sunken, it means the ground floor extension of 25 would have more dominant effect on the garden of 24, producing a sort of enclosing effect, dominating the garden and taking light from it. Such a construction would have quite a devastating effect in blocking the light coming into the garden of 24. It would also take light from the rear room of 24. First floor level, there exists this conservatory type structure with glass windows on all three sides. Now this structure was constructed without planning permission and therefore should not really create a precedent for permanent structures to be built at this point. The existing structure is considerably smaller than the proposed back addition, and being largely glass, of course it allows light through it. It's got glass on both sides as well as the back. So it's not like the proposed brick structure which the applicant is seeking. The effect of the proposed first floor addition would be to further reduce the light available to the garden of 24 and create an overbearing excessive mass on the back of the terrace, which the existing unauthorised conservatory does not. Both the proposed extensions at the ground floor and the first floor are out of line with the general building line on the back of the houses, Devonshire Road. Now, such extensions would be detrimental to the terrace and to the conservation area, because this, of course, is in the conservation area. This is particularly at the first floor level, where very few houses have got a back addition beyond where this conservatory is at the moment. I don't think any of them have got them, actually. It's just this one. The gardens of Devonshire Road are quite short, as you'll have seen on the overall plans. And it really is not appropriate to allow such a large extension on the ground floor. You'd only leave about 2.5 metres of garden unbuilt on before you get to the shed at the bottom of the garden, a brick shed. Now, the report on sunlight provided by the applicant. Now, this is a very odd sort of report. It's not a sort of professional assessment of the issue we expect to receive. The detail and drawings are usually provided are absent from the report, which mainly consists of generic statement of the purpose of the report and the methodology for conducting a survey. It seeks to claim that the garden of 24 would receive 2 hours of sunlight at the equinox in March, but no drawings have been provided to demonstrate this, and the graphic does not show the severe impact on the amenity to the garden of 24. If the higher structure on the first floor of 25 was allowed, there would be an awful lot of the sun taken away from that garden and from the building itself. Now, if I can refer to the drawing that was provided showing red lines going across it. It's on the slideshow.
I think Councillor said ground floor, didn't you, Tom? That's the one.
It's a ground floor one, yeah.
It's the first one.
Oh, sorry, you're right. It's the first floor one, the one we want to look at.
Sorry, that's the first floor one, and the one that was on the screen was the ground floor one.
Yeah, that's the one I was looking at, the one with the showing the adjacent building, 24 at the top and 26 at the bottom. So 25 is in the middle. And you'll see there's some diagonal lines, red lines going across it. The one that goes from sort of 9 o'clock to 2 o'clock on this screen goes through the building itself. So how it can be seen to be another sight line is unclear to me. It doesn't seem accurate. But anyway, if we had a proper light study, we'd be able to see this much better. I just think this is all we've got in the way of assessment of the light going into the garden of 24 next door.
No, you can't. Not at the moment. Sorry. Carry on.
Sorry, where did I get to? Yes. Right, yes, then the particular policy we've got is 58, which deals with amenity and light. This requires extensions to existing buildings to not unacceptably overlook, overshadow, or visually dominate neighbouring properties. And the supporting text adds, it is vital that any alteration or extension is carefully designed to avoid them negatively impacting on the amenity of neighbours. Now, I'm afraid this application does fail completely with that policy, and if allowed, would have a severely detrimental effect on the neighbours at 24. So to summarise, the proposal is building is too large. It would create an overbearing and dominant presence to the neighbours at 24, taking much light and severely reducing their amenity. The light study is inadequate, does not demonstrate the results claimed. The proposals would harm the conservation area, creating a precedent as a longer extension to the rear of the property, particularly at first floor level. Now, I'd hoped that members of the committee would have been able to visit the property and see for themselves. However, that's not been possible. It does seem to me it would be best that the matter be deferred so that a visit can be arranged. Such a visit would enable the committee to see for themselves the proposed extension would impact heavily on the neighbours at 24 and will be out of character in the area. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Right, members, debate. I'll ask a couple of questions then first to get us going. So, Tom, it was said by one of the speakers is only one rear extension has a only one of the, in the terrace, I think, has a first floor extension, but I think you said something different to that, so perhaps you could clarify. In terms of the conservation area, can you clarify whether it's visible from the public domain or not? I'm presuming not particularly. The comment about no planning permission for the glass box, as I think it was described, is that of any consequence? I presume it's immune from enforcement action. And on the light, so are you content with the light study that's been supplied but criticised by speakers? Councillor Thornborough.
You picked up all my questions.
Okay, thanks. Anyone else? Councillor Porter.
Coming back to permitted developments is my favourite thing today. I know in this one we are relying slightly on the fact that PD permitted development would have allowed a 4 metre extension anyway. Is that from the existing thing, i.e. without the with the glass box? Would that be from the original build line? I'm just interested because obviously to me, obviously the new plans are a great improvement on what's there, in the sense that that glass box is bizarre, to put it politely. But I do accept what the applicants say. Obviously, it does have the advantage of letting some light through. But equally, I just want to clarify that under permitted developments, this could be extended at 2 stories. I think 3 metres from what the previous case officer said, but I'd just be grateful for some clarification on what is possible and whether the build line is taken from where it is now or where it was before, the unpermitted bit. Thank you.
Thank you, councillor. Any more? Okay, back to you then, Tom, for the minute.
I'll approach the questions in turn, and I'll just bring my slides back up just so it's easy for members to see what I'm talking about and referencing to. So, obviously, as I highlighted on my slides, that it's regarding sort of first floor rear extensions. Pretty much a majority of properties along Devonshire Road have a first floor outrigger as part of the just the original buildings when they're originally built. So whether this one is the first one, it's almost impossible to tell whether some have been extended or, I mean, obviously, sort of shown in the middle here, these are obviously not original because they go against, but it's 4 doors down. So whether there was originally a first floor extension there, it's almost impossible to say. However, there are a number of first floor outriggers along the building line. This is extending what officers consider a modest amount. So they're not considering, and if anything, as sort of councillors have indicated, the design is much more in keeping with the existing design of outriggers along Devonshire Road, much more than the existing extension at the moment. Touching on that, I'll get back to some of your other questions rather than doing them in turn. Regarding the planning permission for the glass box, which I'll call it, existing first floor extension, this has, and Google imagery and other things available to council sort of indicate that this has been there for a period of more than 20 years. So it's outside of the enforceable period, which is a material planning consideration. So yes, although it may not have received planning permission, there was no enforcement action ever taken upon it. It is now outside of the enforceable period, and as such, is essentially, it does have, is exempt from planning permission. So there would be no requirement for this to be removed as part of that. So councillors would have to consider that this structure is a legal structure at present, and the proposed amendments to it, which I'll bring up on the slides, councillors will have to consider whether that's an improvement in terms of its impact on the character and appearance of the conservation area and the designated heritage asset in that instance. So I think that covers 2 of those questions, Chair. You question whether it's visible from the public realm. The proposal wouldn't be visible from the public realm. I mean, because at present, the sort of the front of the property has a door here. You know, if that were to be removed, there is the potential that the single-story rear extension might be visible, but obviously that's completely, that's nothing there. So essentially it can't be seen from the public realm. Obviously because it's in a conservation area, it doesn't matter whether it can be seen from the public realm, but obviously members will have to make their decision as to whether they consider it to be an acceptable impact. Regarding the light study, Councillor Robertson obviously mentioned that it fails the 45-degree line, sort of as indicated on the plan, so on here. So in line with the BRE guidance, it sort of indicates that you measure the 45 degrees, you can do it vertically and horizontally, so you do it from both ways. In this instance, although it would fail the 45-degree horizontally, because of its design, it would not fail it vertically. So in that way, officers consider that it would not cause a loss of light to the adjacent property because the BRE guidance states that it would have to essentially fail both, not one. The BRE guidance does state that there are other ways of measuring it as well, and the applicant has not being required to, because it doesn't fill the 45-degree rule, and officers were content with that. But the applicants have submitted a sunlight daylight assessment, which also concluded, and I can bring that up if members wish for me to do so, which also concluded that it would not cause harm to the light in terms of vertical sky component to the neighbouring property as well. The extension protrudes 2.25 metres. In regards to at single-storey level, and it, as I sort of said earlier, it is almost a direct replacement in comparison to the existing first-floor extension, the first-floor extension replacement. In regards to Councillor Pora's question, regarding permitted development, that is from the original building line. So for the first-floor extension, you would have to ignore the box. Any two-storey extension could only extend from the original building line. Same goes for the single-storey rear extension. Should or would the property at present have any extension, permitted development obviously does allow up to a 3-metre rear extension from the original building line, which officers obviously have to consider that fallback position, and also the height that's allowed, which is, given that it's adjacent to the boundary, would be 2.5 metres in height. This proposal is 2.8 metres in height, so officers essentially have to consider that 30 centimetre increase and also how much extra that would be, because that's the fallback position for permitted development. So hopefully that answers your question, Councillor Pora. I think that was everything. Councillor Smith.
Yeah, very good. Thank you, Tom. That's very clear. Councillor Thornborough.
So can you just confirm the height of the existing first floor extension compared to at the boundary, compared to the height of the proposed first floor as one? And then can you also tell me what the height of at the boundary of the ground floor extension is? And my final one, I think there was the applicants, the objectors said that there wasn't a conservation area assessment, I believe. Can you comment on that? Thanks.
Can I answer that now then, Tom? That's quite a useful question to get sorted, I think.
Yeah, so the applicant did not provide a heritage statement in support of the application when that was submitted. However, officers obviously have consulted with the conservation officer in this instance in order to get their professional opinion regarding it. The conservation officer, in principle, raised no objections. They did raise some slight concerns regarding the materials, but that can be overcome by conditions that, if obviously there is a condition in there at the moment, I believe it's condition 4, that should members be minded to approve, if they are not happy with the materials that are being proposed, similar to the conservation officer, then we can amend that condition to enable the council to have control over what would be acceptable. Hopefully that answers that aspect of that, Councillor Thornborough. In regards to the existing height, I would have to measure that. Because obviously I've not actually got that to hand at the moment, so if you give me a second. But the total height at 2-storey is 6 metres at present for the proposed. If you could give me a minute or two, I can find out what the existing is.
We can see it on screen as well, can't we, at the moment?
Yeah, I can't measure that from here, unfortunately. So I've noted down the original, but I haven't noted down. Although, to be fair, you might be right in that it might be this line here. So.
While you're doing that, Tom, you measure it, and Toby wanted to say something. I forgot to let him speak, so Toby.
It was just around the terminology that Tom used regarding the glass box structure. The fact that it's been present there for over 20 years would render it immune from any enforcement action the local planning authority may wish to take. It doesn't mean that it has planning permission, it's just immune from any enforcement action.
Thanks. Toby. Okay, Tom, are you ready to go now? No, you're not ready.
quite.
Okay, still measuring. Any more questions? Anybody that you lined up? No? Okay. Not yet, Councillor Bajan. Let's let Tom do one thing at a time. So, but I've got you on my list. Okay, Tom, go ahead.
So from the programme sort of available to me, and it is as accurate as it can be, the height is 5.6 metres in total. So it is 40 centimetres greater in height. However, obviously the box at the rear, the first floor extension at the rear at present, that obviously has a flat roof, whereas the proposal has a dual pitched roof. So obviously the impact adjacent to the boundary is lesser. So I can bring that up as well if councillors would like me to do so.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure hopefully everyone gets that, but if you just put your pointer and show that sloping roof on the elevation proposed and existing, that would be useful.
Sorry, Chair, I'm just jumping between screens here. So it's so sort of as you can see, the extension. I'll get the pointer up again. Sorry. So obviously the extension has it's in the same height as the existing. So obviously, although the total pitch is higher by 40 centimetres approximately, the actual eaves height is probably the same. I'd have to measure to be exact, but...
It was the height at the boundary is what I was interested in, not the ridge height, sorry.
You've got that then, Councillor, haven't you? Tom just said it's lower at the boundary, estimated 40 centimetres. Is that correct, Tom?
Just bear with me, I'll measure it to be certain.
Well done, good. When I did architecture, I was always told not to measure from drawings, but you seem to do it all the time, you planners. I don't understand, but I suppose it's a rough thing. I don't know.
Yes, just like to confirm, it is an approximate measurement.
These have, the digital submissions have to be to scale, and you have to put a scale bar on, and they can be tested so that you can, on the planning portal, you have the ability to measure off the drawings now.
Rotaring pens in my day, so a bit different, yeah.
So, Councillor Thornborough, you might not be able to see that, but it says that on the boundary, the first floor extension is 4.8 metres in height. So it would be a reduction in height in comparison to the existing structure. And the total height would be, as I said, approximately 6 metres, 5.9, give or take.
So, just to be clear, what was the reduction in height again, please, Tom?
So the reduction in height on the boundary at eaves level would be approximately 80 centimetres or so.
Okay, everyone clear on that? Any more questions? No, thanks for that clarity then, Tom. So let's go to the recommendation then, please, Toby.
Thanks, Chair. So the recommendation is set out on page 162 of the officer report, and that is subject to the planning conditions as set out, with minor amendments to the conditions as drafted and delegated to officers.
Thank you, Toby. So all those in favour of that recommendation?
Yeah, that's unanimous in favour.
Thank you very much. So that item is approved. Thank you very much, speakers, officers and members. Let's have a short break for 5 minutes, shall we? It's a bit hot in here. And we'll come back for the next item. Thank you all. So welcome back after a short break. So next item in Planning Committee is item 10, 45 Highworth Avenue. Got Nick Yeager, the presenting officer, and speakers, which are Michael Page, objector. Hello, Michael. Sophie White, he's online, okay, objector. And then, is there more on the other side? Oh, yes. And Agent, have I missed something out? Agent Peter McEwen, he's here. Sam Carlingworth, councillor. That's it, is it? Yeah. Right, okay. Good. So, Sophie, you don't need to be on screen at the moment. Well, hello, though. Good afternoon. But a bit later on, perhaps, when we get to speakers. So, first of all, we'll have the officer presentation. So, Nick, when you're ready, please.
Hi, this is a planning application at 45 Highworth Avenue, Cambridge. This is a planning application for the residential redevelopment comprising 2 detached dwellings to the rear with garages on the site frontage, along with cycle parking and associated infrastructure, following the demolition of the existing buildings on site. This application is presented to the committee as an officer recommendation for approval. This is a resubmission of a previous application which was refused on Planning Committee on the 1st of September 2021. So updates, firstly within the report there's the removal of para 9.2 of the report. A planning obligation is not required in the event of a refusal in any appeal. Condition 18 is amended to the garages hereby permitted shall be used only for purposes incidental to the enjoyment of the dwelling house. These at no time should be used as sleeping accommodation, nor shall be separately occupied or let, and no trade or business shall be carried on therefrom. There's also an additional permitted rights restriction condition, and that states that notwithstanding the provisions of Schedule 2, Part 1, Class A, Class B, Class C, and Class E of the Town and Country Planning Act, General Development Order 2015, and this restricts the enlargement, improvement, or any other alteration of the dwelling house. No new windows or dormer windows, other than expressly authorised by this permission, and any alterations to the roof of the dwelling house and any buildings incidental to the enjoyment of the dwelling house should not be allowed without the specific granting of specific planning permission. Also, the NPPF is just now published, and 2023, and there's no significant alteration in policy affecting this proposal. And finally, I recently had an email received from Sixhurst Park, Cambridge, that dozens of concerned residents have written repeatedly in protest at the gross unsuitability of this application at 45 Highworth Avenue. I can only hope that someone else is able to speak in the meeting, although midweek timing is highly make it hard for people to work to attend. In light of this, I hope officers and councillors give full weight and adequate time to the consideration of the opposition to this development and the reasons for it. So this is the application site located on 45 Highworth Avenue. The application is shown within the red line. It's within a T shape. At the front of the site, there is existing garages, and then there is an existing bungalow here. It's located on Highworth Avenue, which has got a fairly linear street form. As you go around the cul-de-sac, it's slightly more sporadic. So this is an aerial shot showing the street scene. The application site is circled here, so it would be roughly around here where the application is focused. What you can see there is the existing bungalow, and then you can see the garages located in front of it. The existing street scene shows garages located at the front, and then what we're seeing behind here is the existing bungalow with two-storey dwellings located either side of it, number 43 and number 47, with a fairly typical residential street style. There are no site constraints within this application site. It's not within a conservation area or located near any listed buildings. What this application is a resubmission of a previous application, as I explained at the start. This application was reviewed at committee and it was refused on the following 5 reasons. Bulk massing and inappropriate backland development would be harmful by overbearing impacts to number 51. Also, it would lead to harm to the neighbouring community and the overbearing impacts to the rear gardens of number 43 and number 47. Noise and disturbance introduced by vehicle movements within the site, and the application has failed to demonstrate that the proposal would not result in net loss of biodiversity or biodiversity net gain. Of these 5 refusal reasons, the one I've highlighted in red was upheld by the inspector. That's the additional vehicle movements. The concerns relating to character, the amenity, and the biodiversity were not upheld. And I will go to explain the differences in the proposal now. So, what we previously saw, which was refused at committee, was an additional dwelling located to the front of the site and a vehicle access into the site with 2 dwellings located at the back. This is what was refused. The design of what was refused was a contemporary design, shown here, a plot 1-2 front elevations with slanted roofs in that design. The dwelling at the front was shown in a fairly typical street scene style. So the dwellings at the back incorporated 4 bedrooms located with first floor, shown as here, a hallway, and then a ground floor area here. This is what was previously refused. And this is the proposed site plan we have now. So what has altered is that the dwelling at the front has been removed, the vehicle access into the site has been removed. Instead, we have a garage located at the front with car parking in these spaces here, cycle parking here, and access is located here by foot or by bicycle. Other alterations to the proposed dwellings are there is a slight increase in the floor area, which include these elements here and here. I'll show some comparisons in my slideshow. These elements are at first floor level with a maximum height of 3 meters, so it's not considered to affect the character or the amenity with these floor area increases differences. The fact that the application site does not contain an access within the site means that we believe that they have overcome the dismissal reason by the inspector that vehicle noises and access will not create harm to the neighbour amenity. This is because the cars will be parked at the front of the street scene here, or indeed using the garages. So this is the elevations of the application being assessed. It's similar to what was refused, again a contemporary design with the slanting roof forms and a chimney located on them. The only difference is these elements here, which is at the first floor level, is a slight increase. Here again, showing the proposed floor plans of the dwellings. 4 bedrooms, again, same floor area at first floor level, I believe, and it's an increase on the ground floor here and here, slightly. Here's elevation of plot 2, again similar, very similar to plot 1 with the slanted roof forms. And proposed floor plans of plot 2, again, very similar to plot 1. The garages are what's going to be located at the front of the site. This are typical sort of garage style and design, which we consider to be in keep with the character and the street scene. Condition 8 is restricting this purpose incidental to the enjoyment of the dwelling house. Therefore, these cannot be occupied as a separate dwelling or used for the sale or let, or used for separate businesses. These are just separate garages to those two dwellings located to the rear of the site. Cycle storage is located behind the dwellings, located as shown here with those two bicycles and the cycle racks. Here's some floor plans of the garage. At first floor level, they will have offices. Again, this has been restricted by that condition 18. And the ground floor has got garages here with the cycle parking behind it and bin storage then behind that. So in the street scene, what we see is the garage at the front and then the two dwellings further set back in the street scene as such with their contemporary design. Neighbouring amenity. So neighbouring amenity wasn't raised as upheld by the inspector. This is because the slanting roof forms away from neighbouring boundaries, and also indeed the distances are drawn on this slide, some of the distances away from the surrounding neighbouring amenity. Therefore, we consider that these two dwellings will not leave harmful amenity effects by overbearing loss of light or overlooking impacts. There are a first floor window located in each of the dwellings facing north. However, this serves a doorway, a hallway rather, and due to the distance, it's not considered to be materially harmful. There's also two bedroom windows located at first floor level here, but again, due to the distance, it's not considered to be materially harmful to these properties here. And the first floor arrangements are the same as what was not upheld by the or dismissed by the inspector. So here's some comparisons of what we saw in the last scheme and what we have. So at the top is what has been proposed today, with the garage located in the front. As previously we saw a dwelling and an access into the site. And then the slight increase in the floor area is these elements here and here, as you can see. However, that's at ground floor level, and therefore we do not believe it would be materially harmful to neighbouring amenity. And here's showing the differences between the two dwellings and the slight increase in the floor area. Previous versus current in terms of the design. The elements that are additional of what we can see today are these elements here at the front, which is considered relatively minor. The remaining design of the slanted roof and the contemporary remains. And here's what we previously saw and what is proposed now. So there has been a lot of third-party representations in relation to this application. A total of 82 have been received. These can be viewed in full on the website and are discussed in detail in the report and all the matters. I just took some reoccurring themes or summaries, which was that harm to the area, former backland development, harm to the neighbouring amenity, no ecological or biodiversity net gain of the area, and noise and disturbance. As explained, we do not consider it to be harmful to the character of the area or the amenity or the biodiversity. That agrees with the conclusions of the inspector. And the noise and disturbance of the vehicle access and vehicles within the site has been resolved due to the removal of the access into the site. The garage now just at the front of the site. So the planning balance is the approval, which would deliver 2 residential homes within Cambridge. The proposal would not result in a visual impact upon the character of the local area by virtue of its backland location and minor scale. No impact to the amenities of the neighbouring properties due to the separation distances and the low ridge heights. All parking has been relocated from within the site to the front, thus reducing the noise impact upon the neighbouring properties. Biodiversity net gain is achieved on sites subject to the conditions as recommended. And then reason for refusal is the cycle parking is not directly located to the front of the site. It's situated within an area which is easily accessible and more secure. And that is the end of my presentation, so I'll stop sharing and go back to the chair.
Yeah, thank you very much, Nick. So speakers, first is Michael Page. Hello, Michael, good afternoon. So speakers have 6 minutes to speak. I've allocated more time. And so you'll be sharing it with Sophie. I presume you're all set to do that in terms of time you need, Michael. Is that okay?
Thank you, Chair. My name is Michael Page, speaking on behalf of Hurst Park Estate Residents Association, which includes Highworth Avenue. This committee previously refused an application on this site, and a subsequent appeal was dismissed. But not all of the reasons for refusal were upheld by the inspector. The officer's report makes heavy references to this as evidence that similar reasons would not provide grounds for refusal to refuse this resubmission. However, while the inspector was able to consider a statement of case made to him by the applicant, he did not have the benefit of a statement of case from the City Council. This failure to submit a statement in support and defence of the committee's democratic decision must bring into question the reliance on all of the inspector's conclusions. Can we look at slide 2, please? In response to the main reason for appeal dismissal, the applicant has removed the previously proposed access road. It was just slide 2 of the ones that I
We'll
said.
stop the clock a minute, don't worry.
Thank
If
you.
you want to slide up, let's get it up and then you carry on when that's up. So I never knew you were going to
That's the one, yes. We can make it full screen. That would be great.
Thanks, Nick.
Is that full screen? Yes, thank you. That's taken from the applicant's design and access statement and gives an illustration. You'll see at the front of the garages on left and right, the existing, in grey, the existing properties 43 and 47. So you get some idea of the scale of this development. So in response to the main reason for the appeal dismissal, the applicants removed the proposed access road. However, not content with doing just this, the developer has now seen fit to also extend the total footprint of the buildings. Far from being a slight increase, they are in fact from 312 square metres to 390 square metres. That's an increase of 25%. And if you just think about the main dwellings alone, they're 24% increase. So this is going to exacerbate yet further the sense of overbearing impact on the neighbouring properties that was on the original reason for refusal, even if they're only 3 metres in height. Only 3 metres in height. Can we have slide 1 now, please? Shows the site from an aerial view prior to its purchase by the developer in October 2018. I think you'll agree it's quite a verdant landscape. So regarding biodiversity net gain, the Nature Conservation Project Officer of the Council stated on 27th June he wanted to see a preliminary ecological appraisal, that's a PEA survey, quotes, to establish the baseline used within the BNG metric. Now, version 3.0 of the PEA, which was provided then, was identical in all respects to version 2.0, except that the date was changed to the 13th of July. And the baseline habitats identified are identical to those used in the original BNG spreadsheet calculator submitted on 23rd May, resulting no change to those calculations. So could we have slide 3 now, please? And this slide shows a big mismatch between the assumptions used about the biodiversity baseline. You'll see on the left side there, the assumption used in the consultant's calculation, it just identifies one tree. On the right-hand side, you'll see the applicant's own topological survey back in November 2018, shortly after he purchased the property, which shows 17 trees. So this was demonstrated in my letter dated 8th June, because the outputs from the BNG spreadsheet calculator are highly sensitive to the input data assumptions. My own use of that calculator, by making some small adjustments to the baseline assumptions, resulted actually in a net loss of 13.8% in habitat units and a net loss of 22.6% in hedgerow units post-development. So as this slide on the screen shows, there is a remarkable difference between the trees and hedges illustrated in the PEA and the applicant's own topological survey commissioned shortly after their purchase in October 2018. So I leave it to you to draw your own conclusions regarding the reliability of this type of metric. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Michael. So, Sophie, you're online. Hello.
I am.
Hello. Good
Hello.
afternoon.
Just-
Yep. So, you've got about 2 minutes left to speak now then, so if that's all right. Okay, when you're ready.
Okay. Yes, thank you. I'm speaking as a Highworth Avenue neighbour of Louise Allman at number 47. She's not able to participate because she's got kids at home and she's got a first day at primary school. This is what Louise has to say. We're here to discuss the contrived design for number 45. As the next door neighbour, the proposal will have an even greater impact on the 6 houses whose amenity will be affected by the overbearing nature of the 2 houses. The design is ugly, totally out of character with the surrounding street. The angled roof pitches make the proposed buildings extremely tall compared to the existing dwelling. The previous 2 applications have both been refused by this committee on the basis that they were, quote, starkly out of keeping with the verdant rear garden environment and that, quote, scale, bulk and form were inappropriate. The latest application has done nothing to mitigate that judgment. Indeed, the situation is worse. And Louise highlights 3 of the reasons the previous application was refused, which the case officer has mentioned. Firstly, the proposed scale, bulk and form of the dwellings, which would appear as inappropriate backland development. Secondly, the excessive length, height, form and bulk of the northwest facing elevation and its return would result in significant overbearing impact upon the garden of number 51. And thirdly, due to the limited gap between the rear gardens of number 43 and 47 and the proposed dwellings, and by virtue of the proposed bulk, scale and form of the dwellings, the proposal would result in an unacceptable sense of overbearing upon the gardens of 43 and 47. Now, these 3 reasons are more relevant today because the developer has exacerbated the situation by increasing the footprint by a further 25%. Finally, a most concerning issue is the matter of ingress and egress faced by the emergency services due to the construction of a garage block at the front. Building regulations.
Finish your sentence now then, Sophie, if you can.
Yes, the extra time needed by fire service to deploy extension hoses means an increased risk of loss and life. The refusal is valid today as it was before. Thank you.
Right, thanks, Sophie. Okay, so Michael, Sophie, who's be next? We've got Peter, yeah. Peter, good afternoon. So you're the agent. When you're ready, Peter.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, members. I am conscious of time, but I think there are a number of points that I would like to make this afternoon. I think it is fair to say there is quite a bit of history associated with this site, and this application constitutes the 4th proposal to be taken forward. Throughout that sort of process, we have worked diligently alongside your officers to promote a high-quality development and one that we feel will enhance the setting of the area. The recent appeal decision is a material consideration and has to be the starting point, and we feel, for determination today. This was dismissed on relatively minor grounds of noise and disturbance generated by vehicles entering and leaving the site. The scheme has responded positively to these concerns, with the application now only seeking consent for 2 dwellings, with a garage block now proposed on the Highworth Avenue frontage. This approach has removed vehicles from within the site and therefore addressed the inspector's concerns. There are a number of other sort of key points raised and conclusions reached within the appeal decision that I did quickly want to touch on. The principle of development, and specifically introduction of development to the rear of the site, is acceptable, and this has been confirmed by the inspector. It was acknowledged that the existing dwelling is set back on the site, and therefore this conflict already exists. The frontage garage block would shield the proposed dwellings from public views. The modern design and appearance of the 2 dwellings was supported. They would be discrete from the dwellings fronting onto Highworth Avenue. The inspector importantly concluded that development of the site would not harm the character or appearance of the area. The relationship with the adjoining Highworth Avenue properties is considered acceptable. The inspector concluded that they would not appear as intrusive or dominant features from either side of the site. They would not be overbearing, nor would any unacceptable overlooking result. Looking then just at other matters, the site would make a positive contribution towards the biodiversity of the area, and a positive biodiversity net gain can be delivered on site. We do sort of note that the objectors are querying the professional views of both the applicant's ecologist and your own ecology officer. Also relevant to note that conditions are also proposed to ensure that a biodiversity net gain is delivered. Other mitigation measures, including bird and bat boxes, are also proposed. An over-provision of cycle parking is provided, and this is conveniently located on the site. Importantly, it's more accessible than the car parking. A high-quality residential environment, we feel, would be delivered for future residents with generous areas of amenity space provided. Importantly, the proposals are not in conflict with Policy 52 of the local plan. The principle of introducing dwellings to the rear is acceptable, and should this application be approved, it would not set a precedent for future development in the area. There were just a couple, we sort of do note that there has been a lot of interest from sort of neighbours in this application, and a lot of sort of thought has gone into the design to reduce those impacts. It is acknowledged that some change will take place, but importantly, I think it is relevant to note that change doesn't equate to harm. I'd also like to just sort of one point to pick up on inaccuracies about the proposed dwellings being 25% larger than the recent scheme at the back. This is not the case. I think it's circa 18%. In summary, a quality and sustainable development is proposed here, and one that will deliver 2 new family homes within the area. This is a single issue case now, and importantly, the application has responded positively to the issue identified previously by the inspector. We do support the officer recommendation of approval and would respectfully request that members concur with that view. Many thanks for your time.
Yeah, thanks, Peter. So, Councillor Carling, you're next to speak.
Thank you very much, Chair. This application is the latest in a long series at this site by a private developer that intends to maximise the profit they derive from the site at the expense of local residents and the broader community. Most recently, this committee rejected an application for 2 dwellings on the site, providing several reasons, some of which have been outlined by the public speakers today. The appeal against refusal was dismissed with reference to only one of the reasons for refusal, that relating to traffic on the site, while the others were not upheld, as the report before you today makes several references to. However, I will argue that they are still relevant and should not be cast aside due to the inspector's decision, because this application is so different from the previous one. It is not to be considered as a resubmission. The footprint is increased by 25%. That figure arises from direct numerical comparison of the applicant's own documents. It is much larger now than it was, amplifying this committee's previous concerns. Therefore, the committee must look at this application as a new application, not merely a resubmission of the last one you rejected. Furthermore, as you have heard, the City Council failed to put forward a statement of case to the inspector, which undermines the validity of the conclusions that he reached. Please bear both of these arguments in mind as I continue to go through your previous reasons for refusal and argue that this application must also be refused. I will refer also to the images Mr. Page has shown you, so I would appreciate it if the case officer can put those back on. All committee members, I believe, received these in an email from Mr. Page yesterday around noon as well. Paragraph 8.6 of the report before you today argues that the inspector's decision not to uphold this committee's previous concerns about the scale, bulk and form of the dwellings, the previous reason for refusal 1, is a material planning consideration. I have explained why it should not be, and if you disagree, I hope I have at least persuaded you that it should hold minimal weight. Could I have the second slide on the screen, please, at this point? Thank you. Yes, this is a drawing, as Mr. Page said, from the applicant's design and access statement, the second in the pack you were sent. Compare the size of the dwellings to those that already exist on the frontage of the street. They are huge. They are completely out of character, and they obliterate the green space that you see in the first image. If we could see the first image, please. This is, could we see the first image? It's in the previous one to this. That's one, thank you. This is a proposal for a back garden development, and Policy 52 of the 2018 local plan directly relates to such developments. Policy 52 states that, quote, proposals for development on sites that form part of a garden or group of gardens or that subdivide an existing residential plot will only be permitted where, 1, the form, height and layout of the proposed development is appropriate to the surrounding pattern of development and the character of the area. 2, sufficient garden space and space around existing dwellings is retained, especially where these spaces and any trees are worthy of retention due to their contribution to the character of the area and their importance for biodiversity. And 3, the amenity and privacy of neighbouring, existing and new properties is protected. There are 2 more subclauses, but they're not as relevant. I don't think I've seen an application in some time which more egregiously flies in the face of this local plan policy. It violates all 3 of the subpoints I have just read out. I could spend a long time explaining how it violates each point in detail, but I'll spare you that. Your previous reason for refusal also included mention of how Policy 57 and 55 are also violated. These refer to how developments respond to context, which this one does not, and how they must have a positive impact on this setting, which this does not. Earlier this afternoon, this committee considered a different report, which detailed how a site had been cleared of vegetation prior to an application. In that report, officers explained that for the purpose of biodiversity net gain calculations, the baseline was taken from before the clearance occurred. You've seen clear evidence today, it's on screen as we speak, of dramatic clearance at this site, cutting the levels of biodiversity before the application was submitted. Actually, I think slide 3 is the evidence I'm referring to. If we could go to that, please. That one, thank you. That's the evidence. How then can we ignore that and take the current state of the site as the baseline for calculating the net gain in biodiversity? Just look at the baseline comparison of the 2 images shown here. The difference in biodiversity level is staggering and completely undermines the net gain calculation submitted by the applicant. Furthermore, Mr. Page has explained how with a very small change in the initial conditions, the biodiversity net gain purported by the applicant becomes a biodiversity loss. At this point, I'd like to correct something. The Council's biodiversity officer did not comment substantively on the application. Further information was requested from the applicant prior to comment being received, and Mr. Page has already explained how that document is flawed. Reason for refusal 5 from the previous application centred on concerns around biodiversity, and again, the inspector did not uphold this as a reason for refusal last time. But again, I remind the committee that the size of the proposed dwellings has increased, creating yet further concern, and with no statement of case submitted from the council, the developer's clearance of trees and vegetation prior to the application is unlikely to have been properly considered. This garden provides a critical contribution to a biodiversity corridor along the gardens of Highworth Avenue. This committee was concerned enough last time to reject the application. This application will have a significantly worse impact. Therefore, there is no reason, bar the inspector's decision, which I have already dealt with, that you should not refuse this application on these grounds also. 82 residents have objected to this application. That is an immense number, and very clearly demonstrates just how severe the impact of this application would be, not only to residents immediately bordering the site, but to the broader character of the estate. This committee has previously done right by residents by refusing inappropriate applications for this site and defending the integrity of our local plan policies. This application is worse than one you have previously refused. It would violate so many local plan policies and significantly impact upon the people and place of the area, and I strongly urge you to reject it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Okay, so debates, councillors. You go first then, Councillor Thornborough.
I'm afraid I missed something that Councillor Carling, and it was about something that he felt that the council didn't provide to the appeal inspector.
Statement of case.
Statement of case was not provided. Okay. So I have been looking at this, and I do feel that this, I agree with Councillor Carling that I feel that this is a new submission because they are, they were large buildings and they become substantially larger. And I had concerns about the previous ones because I was on the committee that refused it, but I do feel that this is a whole new scale of buildings in this location. And I think this is, I'm going to be considering this as a new resubmission. And I feel very strongly that this is going to be a real detriment to this area because of the loss of the biodiversity and scale, bulk and form. But my main concern is actually the disturbance that this, the very many people who could occupy these buildings is going to create in this. These are garden spaces, and it's going to be coming, even if the cars are not coming and going, there will be a lot of coming and goings linked with the house, and it's going to be a completely different form of space, from a garden space to a home space. So I feel that I can't support this, but I'm interested to hear what other people are going to be saying.
Good. Okay, I'll make a few comments. So to pick up on one of those you made, the size of it, it'd be useful, I think, Nick, just collect up questions, Nick, to hear from all of us. So if you commented on the size of the proposed dwellings, as there seems to be some difference of opinion on whether they were potentially 25% bigger or 18% bigger than the previous submission. So my other points were, no particular order. It's a shame that this application, it seems to me, the face it makes to the street is garages. So the streetscape is not particularly, added to really in any meaningful, pleasant way, I would have thought. But on the other hand, I would say that it's a clever redesign around the inspector's decision, and assuming the garages are built, of course. I think the design of the two houses is fun. It's a fun architectural sort of asymmetrical design. I quite like it, in the way that they put two together like that and created a symmetry. Going back to the size of them, the sort of minimum standard for this particular sort of house would be 115 square metres. These are 238, so more than twice as big as the minimum. No need to be the minimum, but that is quite a big house, two big houses. So that bit about the statement of case, which the Speaker Michael raised, so I think that would be good if you could cover that off as well, please, Nick, about not having that. And the biodiversity net gain, so that's been mentioned as well, if you could cover that off as well, please, Nick. And there's the difference in what it might be measured from, I think was the main point. But you might also want to reference whether we can demand that, or whether it's just something we'd like to suggest the applicant provide in terms of biodiversity net gain, because I'm not quite sure where we are with that in terms of the local plan. That's all my comments and questions. So, Councillor Bennett.
Thank you, Chair. As least experienced councillor on the committee, I would really appreciate some guidance as to the ground rules on this, whether we do treat it as a new application or a continuation, and whether there are any matters that we cannot consider. I'd also, like the Chair, appreciate some guidance on the disparities between the statements made by the opposition and the applicants. And I'd also like to consider some of the new elements introduced. In particular, we have long pathways going back to the houses. I think we need to sort of see the minimum widths on those and check that there is proper disability access. I note that although it says in the report that access is not an issue on page 184, I believe, I do not see that the access officer has considered it, and certainly not considered the new layout. I would add that I felt Councillor Carling's statement was a political rather than a planning one. I
don't think it's useful to be criticising councillor statements. I mean, let's just stick to the substantive.
But the point was, I'm not quite sure how much I can take into account of what he said, and I really would appreciate some guidance on that.
Councillor Pora.
Thank you. I think where I'm sitting at the moment is, I understand why officers have put considerable weight on the inspector's thing, but to me, this is a different application. So I think I give less weight to that when I'm considering it. So for me, these are new buildings, not personally to my taste in style, but that's fine, I can live with that. But they are large. I think someone mentioned 25%, but you know, they are substantially larger. And for me, that has an impact on the garden space. This is a 4-bed house, potentially. You're going to have families in there. If you've got an even smaller garden, then whilst the inspector previously said, oh, there wasn't too much, you know, effect of that on other neighbours, this will be much more cramped now. So I think that does, I don't know if it's enough to reject it, but, you know, that is a reason for me that changes from when the inspector looked at it. The thing that I'm really sad about, I remember this coming, I think I voted against, but the one thing I remember saying is the house at the front was an improvement. So having that house at the front, it improves the street scene. And I concur with the chair that having basically a couple of garages, I mean, it marginally, I suppose, an improvement possibly on what's there, but actually, why? Why is there not a house there? And potentially actually a subservient house in the garden, then you'd still get your two things on the plot. See, I'll reserve judgment if that did come forward. So for me, the frontage, again, fundamentally changes the application compared to what the inspector looked at, because for me, the benefit of the previous scheme was having, in effect, restoring, one could argue, a similar street scene along the road. I know the house was slightly different. It was set off slightly to allow rear access. But that, to me, was important. That design and access statement, I don't know whether it was slide 2, the one with the drawings of the size of those buildings in the plot now, that, to me, was, well, shocking, actually. I don't know if you're able to put that up, Nick, the one with the penciled drawing of the two. I mean, I appreciate the angle, you don't see the garden space so well, but to me, they were not subservient to anything. They were kind of really, yeah, that one. I mean, look, even if you filled in the front house with a full-size house, those are substantial. And, you know, this is a backland development, and they are meant to be looking at subservient. What else was I going to say? I think we're missing an EV charging condition. It goes in as a formative, but these are new, so if we do approve, I'd like that in, if possible. The cycle parking, I appreciate, is behind the garage, but I do also appreciate that is actually more convenient if you're leaving the house. So I think, for me, that is bearable. And again, we don't have the bin stores, little things like that. Really need to know where those go, because as Councillor Bennett says, we don't want those being built and obscuring some of the path. But it'd also be useful to know the width of the passageway between the proposed garage, just so, again, we can make sure that is cycle width compliant, cargo bike compliant, and wheelchair compliant. So yeah, at the moment, I am not very comfortable about this. And I do note the inspector's decision, but for me, this is a very different application, particularly because of the changes at the front. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. There's a lot to get on with there, Nick. So just one further thing to add to your list, a small thing, but it was said by one of the speakers, I forgot to mention it, about the number of representations. So if you could just clarify whether it's the quantity of representations or the quality of representations that's important to us councillors to consider. So I'll leave that to you then, Nick, to go through those, and we can come back if anything else. While Nick's getting himself sorted, was it a small thing, Councillor Bennett, you wanted to add?
Yeah, a very small thing. I didn't pick up all the points on my list. The other one is that these are two very large houses, very close together. You know, I wondered about noise and overlooking between them. I wasn't on planning in September 2021, didn't see this first time round. But I just wondered how viable having the two houses that close together was, and whether it was still plan compliant for noise, privacy and overlooking.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor. Thanks for that. So, Nick, there you go.
Okay, firstly, there's been a lot of comments on the difference in size and the percentage increase. So, as you can see on this slide, this is for plot 1. It's got the area schedule for initial design, and it's got the new design. Plot 1 here at the top, and the initial design, proposed design. Plot 2, initial design, proposed design. So the last application had a floor area of 199 metres squared, total floor area. This application has a floor area of 238 in both units, metres squared. That leaves a difference of 39 metres squared. And I did work the percentage out beforehand, and that makes a 19% increase. The increase is, hold on, shown here with these elements there, which are at ground floor level increase in the footprint.
Hold on a minute, Nick. I think Councillor Pora wants to interject.
I just want to say, can you just confirm, looking at that, the first floor is actually now bigger, isn't it? It's gone from 64 to 70, which again, I think for me has an impact on the visibility from other areas. Thank you. If you could just confirm that's correct.
Thank
I don't
you.
know quite what it said.
Carry on, Nick.
The first floor, as it says in the report, remains the same. The increase is on the ground floor, these elements. With regards to the comments as well on the statement of case, with the lack of the LPA submitting one at appeal. The inspector's decision still carries the weight. The inspector would have had access to all the correct document, all the plans, and also the officer report and the committee minutes. And therefore, that does not give less weight to the inspector's decision. The inspector with suspicions still holds. There's also comments being received as well regarding the access of the site. So this is regarding the garage. So I believe this pinch points here. This is 1.3 metres in width. We've conditioned that as well, this application, to be M42 compliant. Therefore, we believe that that's acceptable and access can be achieved, disability access as well. Bin stores as well was another comment. The bin stores are located behind the cycle storage here. And I've also got the distances. Yeah, so they're located just behind the cycle storage here. We've conditioned that further details of these need to be provided. This is, a total of, if you were to drag it, it would be 21 metres from the dwelling to the street scene, and that is 14 metres from the dwellings to the bin store, which is considered to be acceptable in accordance with the recap guidance. With respect to comments regarding the backland development, I think what the inspector, and I'll just go back to the location plan, what the inspector has said is that there was a form of backland development in this site already. It's unique, if you look at this location plan, that there is no other sites in the immediate location where there's a dwelling located right behind the existing street frontage. So, yes, this does introduce a form of backland development, but the inspector said is that there's already a form of backland development initially, and this, by demolishing the bungalow and pushing two dwellings further back into the site with the garage in the front, will create a better view, or that's it was with the dwelling, or in the last application we make a better view. I do note, though, however, I think there was a comment on that a garage is located at the front here and not a dwelling like we saw at the last application, and that is for members to consider. With regards to, I think there was a comment on overlooking as well, and would there be overlooking between the dwellings? We don't consider that there would be. These dwellings all are located on the sides here. These are roof locks, like deluxe roof-like windows in the roof. And therefore, we don't believe there would be material harm amongst each other. As previously explained, due to the distance between the neighbouring amenity, it's not considered to be materially harmful, and I've drawn on some of the distances on here. A lot of comments as well have been in relation to the biodiversity net gain on the site. So it's a relatively small scale plot and it's not protected from clearance. As part of the process, I understand that we asked the applicant to submit an updated PEA, which is a preliminary ecological appraisal. This was submitted and the ecology officer was consulted on that. The ecology officer stated that they believe the biodiversity net gain can be achieved, and we have conditioned biodiversity net gain as part of the condition. Yeah, this condition 7, biodiversity net gain. We've also introduced ecological enhancements and flat roofs as well, so that's 7, 8 and 9 to resolve that. It's also to note that the inspector decision also stated that he did not, that biodiversity net gain was not a reason for refusal, and it could be achieved by the conditions. But we've got them to submit an updated preliminary ecological appraisal, and our ecological officer confirmed that they believe that the baseline can be achieved. EV charging, I think, came up. We've included that as an informative, not a condition. That's because I believe it's covered under building control regulations. So we're now conditioning it as putting it on as an informative. I think there was also comments as well with noise within the site, if I believe. I think the inspector related to concerns with the vehicle access into the site. If people are travelling and the cars remain on the street of Highworth Avenue, there's going to be some noise, as you would expect from people living within the gardens or walking up the alley, but up the streets. But this is considerably less than the concerns which were raised about the vehicle parking, vehicles entering the site. People entering on bicycle or by foot. I hope that I've covered all the matters there. If there's anything else, Chair, please let me know. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Nick. I think it might be a little bit more. I think you wanted to say something, Councillor Bennett, didn't you?
Yeah, thank you, Chaz. I felt the access, a 1.3 metre width, is very challenging. If you think about it, you could have a pram and have another child holding your hand. You could have large items of furniture you want to bring down. I can tell you, I am not the most skilled power chair and mobility scooter user, and I am particularly poor on it. But I know that the standard for footpaths, I appreciate this isn't a public footpath but a private one, is now a 1.5 metre width. And to be honest, even 1.5 metre is something that I personally find very challenging. So, I just query, how are they going to get furniture up and down? I thought this is a family size home. If you have paths where they're not wide enough to walk up and down with a child on each hand. It just seems, too large, too much building and too little path.
Right, thanks, Councillor. Just to be clear then, Nick, it's 1.3 metres at both sides, is it?
Yep, that's correct, Chair.
Thank you, Nick. Councillor Thornborough.
I still think this is, I still consider this a new application. But regarding the traffic noise, our policy 35 is about noise and vibration. And it does state that development will permitted where it's demonstrated that it will not lead to significant adverse effects and impacts, including a cumulative effect and construction phase impacts. And it talks about people's health and quality of life, just like the inspector talks about the quality of life, the quality of the and peaceful nature of that is being introduced by the vehicle noises and disturbances. So I think that even they've removed the daily traffic or multiple daily traffic, but there still will be the vehicle construction traffic introduced into this garden area, which I would argue does not comply with policy 35. So I think that would be a reason for refusal. That's that one.
I'm going to take that as a question as opposed to a statement. And I think Toby might want to respond if that's okay, Nick.
Thanks, Chair. So I think members do need to be careful with how they deal with this application because the appeal decision is clearly material. That type of issue is not an issue that kind of came forward as part of a formal reason for refusal previously, and I can't think of a time when the council's refused planning permission on the basis of construction impact. It's always, to an extent, able to be mitigated through conditions, controlling things like hours of work, etc. I think the idea that this is a resubmission, or whether it's termed a resubmission or a new application, it doesn't make much difference. It's a full planning application. Judge it on your own merits, councillors. The differences that have been highlighted in terms of kind of footprint and scale, they are a material consideration, and they could possibly go to a revised reason for refusal 1 in combination with some of the concerns if members were minded around the change in streetscape. In the change in streetscape, I would say there are garages there already with a building behind, so it may be difficult to argue as a kind of significance argument in terms of harm. It may be for members more to consider actually what's happening in the rear and the differences in terms of bulk scale and massing and impact on character with reference to those policies that have been referenced, they're 52, 55, 57. That is a clearer route if members are, I feel they may be going down that route in terms of their concern with the application. That's a more defensible route, certainly for officers, if we get to that point, rather than rehashing some of the other reasons for refusal, particularly the biodiversity net gain that seems to have been dealt with in a very straightforward way by the inspector. Is really, when it comes to garden land, the local authority doesn't have much control over how people treat their gardens, which is why it's not given as much kind of value in terms of the application of the metric. People can, nothing here was protected, as I understand it, and the garden owner could have taken down trees, etc. Yeah.
Thanks very much, Toby. So, Councillor Thornbury, you want to come back?
Just on that, I know there have been other backland developments where they've been refused and the appeals have been dismissed, and they've referred to the disturbance of the coming and goings of living activity rather than garden activity. But so will appeal dismissals on other sites similar be relevant to this, or is it only the actual appeal that's been dismissed on this site that carries any material consideration?
Yeah, Toby, do you want to respond?
So through you, Chair, I mean the council is able to raise other appeal decisions and ask the inspector to look at them, but I think the primary consideration for the inspector will be whether or not kind of vehicular movements are still occurring following the completion of the development in the rear here, this is an existing garden, so, you know, there may be some intensification of use through the addition of one net dwelling, but really, is it a reason for refusal? I would question that. I think the stronger case is around reason for refusal. One, I must say, kind of officers, you know, our view is that it's entirely acceptable, but an alternative view based around, you know, a revision to reason for refusal one could possibly be defensible if we get to that point.
Right, thanks, Toby. Are you content with that, Councillor Thornborough? Yep. So, Councillor Bagent, you were next.
Chair, I remain concerned about the garage. Now, I know we put condition 18 in, which is pretty substantial, but the garage has really got two windows, one front and one back. It's got an office floor. It can't be used to sleep in. We put that provision in. It can't be used for business. So why is it there? Because the household, what would the house, it's called an office. Now, if the householder uses it as an office, then it's being used for business. So that's not allowed by our condition. I'm really suspicious, I suppose, as to why it's been built at such a high standard.
Thank you, Councillor. I mean, I'll leave the officer to respond, but I mean, we have to take the applicant at face value, and it does say, or was said, I think, by the officer, that it's incidental to the main dwelling. What was I going to say? Oh, yeah, so there was been a request, just for full transparency, there was a request by the ward councillor to have a conversation with the case officer about the difference in opinion between the increase in size of 19 or 25%. I dismissed that. I don't think it's that important to get into that level of detail. This is about two dwellings on a site that are slightly larger than they were before. That's the main thrust of our consideration here today. And just while I'm talking, I mean, I can't see that this needs to be, I mean, I can see all the arguments about large houses and all of that, and I'll come to that in a minute, but it seems to me that the officer opinion, in my opinion, the officer recommendation, in my opinion, is correct, that we should accept this development. And all I would say is, and I think I've said this before, and it's maybe this or a similar application, is that I would have thought smaller, say, Muse-type houses would have been a better solution to this site and possibly still financially viable. But, you know, we have what we have on the table, and we have to consider that. Councillor Pora.
Thank you, Chair. I'm afraid I disagree with you about the officer recommendation, with all due respect to the officers, because I do give less weight to the appeal. I do agree with Toby that reason one is probably where I'm looking. But I think it's like a weird halfway house here. So we're saying it's backland development, it's screened from the road, but it's only screened from the road by a weird garage building. You know, to me, the thing that added the most value in the previous application, as I've said before, was the fact that the street line was improved vastly by having a similar, you know, height, massing, design house there. So at the moment, it's kind of, if you look at policy 52, which I have been looking at on my phone, you know, proposals for developments and sites that form part of a garden or group need to have form, height, layout of the proposed development appropriate to the surrounding. Now, these clearly aren't at the back. You could argue if there's a house at the front completely screening them, but I'm really uncomfortable with the idea of a sort of random garage stroke office block. If that, it doesn't match the street scene to me. This is detracting from, and it is a space where a house could have gone, ironically. I would be more comfortable with this if it came back with something more livable in at the front. And I do share Councillor Baget's consent. I'm not quite sure what that is for. So for me, I'm not minded to support at the moment. And I do want to note, I'm sure the figures that the officer had, it did show an increase of up to 70 metres on the first floor from 64, which to me, again, it just shows it's a different design. And I'm really concerned about the lack of, in effect, we've just built extra big houses with small gardens, which will have more amenity impact, possibly not enough for refusal, I don't know. And then we've just screened them with a garage when we could have built a house. We can't redesign it on the table, but for me, it's not done enough to comply with policy 52, plus a few others.
Right, thanks, Councillor. I think we've all had a say. I think I'd really like to wrap this up now, unless there's anything really important and pertinent. Let's go back to Nick to respond to any questions or comments that he needs to respond to. And if there is anything else after that, I'll come back to you.
I think there was a comment on the garage. I think the condition that suggested making sure that the garage is incidental to the enjoyment of the dwelling house. Any breach of that would be enforcement action. And yeah, it would be a breach of planning permission, which we would then enforce. So that the condition makes the garage, and in relation to the dwellings to the rear. That's my comment on that, which is, unless Toby wants to add anything on.
Oh, that's fine, thank you. So Councillor Thornborough still has something else.
I don't think clause 18 is enforceable because there's an example in Cambridge where a house had exactly a garage with an office built above it. Within a year, they're using it as an Airbnb and putting in a retrospective application for short-term letting, which is being called into the committee because it was recommended for approval because it felt that it was unenforceable. So this is a real problem, this condition. From what I understand, it's not enforceable, and it could be used very easily be used for other purposes in a short period.
Well, I think officers are going to come back on that, but my view first is that, thank you for actually raising it, Councillor, but it's not fair to hold the applicant to account for a condition that you claim is a failed condition on our part. So it's our job to have conditions that work. So I think Toby, if you don't mind, Nick, is going to come back. It looks like you want to talk here.
Yeah, so, this is a home office that's being proposed. It's entirely enforceable. I think probably the case that you're thinking about is off of Mill Road, and certainly it's not. I don't know the case that you're talking about, or the wording of the condition, but this has been phrased quite tightly. Obviously, if there is a separate business use being kind of conducted from that accommodation, which creates a separate planning unit, we could enforce it. But I think there's nothing to suggest that anything like that's going to happen with this application and with that condition in place.
Right, okay. So I don't think we're quite done, but just to remind you, councillors, we're going to need, if you want to refuse the officer recommendation, we need good planning reasons. Councillor, who was it? Councillor Bennett, yeah.
I was just going to point out that office use as an employee working from home or hybrid is not a trade or business anyway. So there's actually legitimate use that doesn't breach 18.
All right, thanks for that. So I think we're all done. Let's go to the vote then. So officer recommendation, please, Toby.
Thank you, Chair. So just lost my point. The officer recommendation is set out on page 187 of the report. That is to approve subject to the planning conditions as set out, with minor amendments to the conditions as drafted delegated to officers, and with the revision of condition 18 as set out on the amendment sheet. Thank you.
So all those in favour of that recommendation?
Yeah, I can't talk, Chair.
Who's gone? That's one. And all those against? 3. And abstentions? So the item is refused?
In a neutral state.
Neutral state, yeah, it's been a while. Okay, so now we have to have reasons for refusal. So we've had a pretty good debate on that. I suppose we need a bit of a pause, do we, to come up with reasons, or do you want to?
I don't think so, Chair. I mean, I think... Sorry, Councillor Thornborough's.
Councillor, yep.
So, Chair, I wonder whether we could have a general discussions about the reasons for refusal, but leave it for the officers to do the final wording after the committee, because actually getting the wording correct is so important. And I don't So we could just agree that the main reasons, if the officers and you agree, but leave it for the wording then to be agreed with chair spokes and opposition spoke, vice chair perhaps.
Yeah, that was a discussion I had with Toby at the start of the meeting, actually, because it saved time to this long agenda that we could do it that way. We have done it that way in the past, I believe. The only thing is like, whether you're all happy with that, councillors, that you'd be happy with those reasons being. I mean, I think the discussion we had was slightly different to yours. What you just suggested then, the idea was that officers could go away, come up with reasons for refusal, and come back to vice chair, and spokes. That was it, wasn't it, Toby? Do you want to just? Yeah, that was it. So do that instead of. I mean, what we normally do, of course, is have a break for 15, 20 minutes, and then come back, and it's 6 o'clock now, and so on. And there's no real necessity to do that.
Can I just say, Chair, I mean, this one is perhaps slightly more straightforward than some of the others. I mean, I've been looking at reason for refusal 1, and I've altered it already, and I have a ready-to-go reason for refusal.
So, councillors, shall we just leave it to officers to write those reasons for refusal, come back to the chair, vice chair and spokes, if the legal officer is happy with that as well? Or do you want to go through the detail of it now?
I mean, just to clarify then, in terms of from what I've noted, that the issues are around scale, bulk, form and footprint, over and above that was dismissed on appeal against the previous application, and that form of development being out of character with the verdant nature of the site, and additionally that the frontage, garage and office block would represent poor design and fail to assimilate successfully into the street scene. And the scope of policies engaged are 52, 55 and 57, which are actually those policies that were quoted on that reason for refusal previously.
So we need to have a vote on agreeing those general terms for the reasons for refusal, so that Toby goes away with the decision from us. So all those in favour of those reasons for refusal that Toby has just outlined?
That's 4, Chair.
And against, nobody, and abstentions, me. In that case, I think we're all done, right? So does anybody need a little break? Well, what we do need to do is to vote to carry on. It's nearly 6 o'clock. We normally have, technically we have to have a vote to carry on after 6. I said already we tried to get through the agenda as much as we could. People are waiting, residents are waiting to do these items. So do you need a break, Councillor Thornborough?
I wouldn't mind just a 10-minute break, and then I'm happy to stay on for a while longer.
5 minutes.
5 minutes.
5 minutes. Okay, 5-minute break and then we go next one. Okay, welcome back after a short break. So next item on planning agenda today is item 11, land to the rear of 208 and 210 Queen Edith Way. One speaker, the agent, Robert Preston, and James is presenting. So James, when you're ready.
Thank you, Chair. I'll just share my screen. Excellent. So this application is for land to the rear of 208 to 210 Queen Way. The scheme proposes the erection of 8 dwellings, car parking, bin, bike stores and associated infrastructure. As set out on the amendment sheet, this is a Regulation 3 planning application submitted by Cambridge Investment Partnership, which is in joint venture between Cambridge City Council and Hill, which was set up in 2017 with the goal of delivering high-quality homes in sustainable locations. This application was deferred on the 2nd of August due to the cycle parking arrangements, and this is now considered to have been addressed. This slide here shows the location plan of the site, indicated by the red line, with Queen Edith Way here and Netherhall School here. As you can see from the aerial, it's a brownfield site, which was previously used as a builder's storage yard for machinery and other building materials. Prior approval was granted in October 2022 for the demolition of the buildings that were previously present on site. In terms of the planning constraints, it's within a built-up area within the city and is not within a conservation area, and there are no designated heritage assets within the site. The site is also adjacent to a greenbelt, which is located to the southeast here and to the northeast here, and is within flood zone 1, and so is considered low risk of flooding. So moving on to the proposals itself, and I'll try and run through as quickly as possible because this has been to committee previously. So the site plan shown here shows 6 detached dwellings and 2 semi-detached dwellings with a range of 3 to 5 bedrooms. These are some of the elevations. Plots 1 and 2 are visible at the terminating view at the end of the access, and plots 3, 4 and 5 are the same for the house types in the centre, which sit more centrally, and 6, 7 and 8 abut the courtyard area. Moving on to the floor plans, all of the proposed comply with the nationally described space standards as set under Policy 50 of the Cambridge Local Plan and are considered to provide a high-quality living space for the future residents. The proposed layout in respect of landscaping and biodiversity will incorporate a good mix of species which will enhance the biodiversity value of the site with a proposed 26.5% BNG. The native trees along the boundaries will also help to soften the development edge to the greenbelt in terms of hard landscaping and shared access drive with changes to surfaces for the courtyard area, which is located here. And the private driveway is considered to work well in terms of landscaping design. The final hard and soft landscaping details will be secured via Condition 30. The garden sizes are proposed to be smaller than the existing on Queen Edith Way. However, the gardens are still considered to be sufficient in size for the future occupants, with garden sizes ranging from 76 metres squared to 135. This shows the CGI looking up the access way towards property plot number 2, and you can see just the tip of plot number 1 here. This shows some of the context for the area, which shows several 2 to 3 stories in height gabled frontages, but I'll skip past that quite quickly. So moving on to the cycle parking, which was the reason this application was deferred at the last planning committee in August. Following the August committee meeting, the applicant team have reviewed the site layout and made alterations to the scheme to ensure each plot can accommodate a cycle store for 2 cycle parking spaces within the front of each property. The application now proposes 1 cycle parking space per bedroom for plot 1, which is this one here, which is policy compliant, with 3 cycle parking spaces with secure cover storage in the frontage, which is seen where my laser pointer is there. For all the other units, the application proposes 5 cycle parking spaces in total, which exceeds the standards required by the policy. 2 spaces are proposed within a built store in the frontage, and 3 spaces are proposed within a cycle shed to the rear. Therefore, the proposal exceeds the minimum cycle parking spaces required and provides a cycle parking arrangement which offers future occupants greater flexibility in terms of cycle parking storage. Officers consider that the revised proposals to offer cycle parking for occupants and visitors will be at least as convenient as the car parking. The detailed design and appearance of the covered storage, including green roof details, will be secured via condition number 26. In order to accommodate the revised cycle parking arrangement, the following minor alterations have been made to the application. The removal of a section of low hedges previously proposed on the front of the plots 3, 4 and 5. The air source heat pumps, which are proposed to serve plots 2 and 3, have been relocated to the rear garden spaces. And the meter boxes and downpipe serving plots 1, 2 and 8 have been repositioned. Overall, the applicants have worked collaboratively with officers to create an enhanced proposal which is acceptable and in accordance with the requirements of Policy 82 and Appendix L of the Cambridge Local Plan 2018. And this is an example of one of the off-shelf cycle storages which you'd see at the front. This is some visuals which show them in the frontage here, and you can see they're not too dominant in terms of the streetscape, and you can see one located here. So the main consideration is the principle was considered acceptable in this location. The proposed access arrangements have been considered acceptable by the county highways, and the design of the units is supported by officers, with the proposed use of the site being more appropriate in this area than its previous land use. The scheme is considered to respect the amenity of its neighbouring properties, and the council's ecology officer has advised that the BNG is achievable on site and has been secured via condition 31. Moving on to the amendment sheet. So further representations have been received requesting clarifications on the access width and if 2 motor vehicles can pass, which I'll discuss in the next couple of slides. There have been amendments to condition 30 for the hard and soft landscaping. This has been amended to include giveaway signage details for the access road to indicate which unit users have priority, and the addition of conditions 34 for energy consumption and 35 for EV charging. In regards to the access arrangements, which are shown on this slide here, it illustrates that the widths of the access are considered appropriate for 2 vehicles to pass within the first 10 metres of the site, which is in this area here, and within the core area of the sites here and here. This was amended during the application to address the initial highway comments, which was for 5 metres for the first 10 metres, so that 2 vehicles can pass. Signage details are recommended to ensure that users know who has priority, which was previously mentioned under condition 30. And the narrowing of the access road in this area here is considered a positive tool which can help to slow the vehicle traffic entering the site. And it is also considered that the access provides sufficient width for pedestrians and cyclists to pass alongside the car safely, given the traffic is anticipated to be accessing the site slowly. This slide here shows the vehicle tracking, which has been reviewed by the county highways engineer and is considered acceptable. This highlights the points previously with passing points here, here and around here. So to conclude, for the reasons I've set out in this presentation, and given that no technical objections to the application have been received, approval is recommended subject to conditions. Thank you, Chair.
Rightio, thanks then, James. So debate. So it's up to you whether you want to rehash the whole scheme and discuss that whole thing, or just want to cover the cycling, which was the main thing last time. So, Councillor Agent.
Chair, can I suggest we asked for something, we've got it. So now we vote on it. I am suggesting it, sorry.
Yeah, I forgot to say that the speaker withdrew, by the way. There are no speakers on this item. There was a speaker, now not. I just had other hands up, Councillor Bajan. It seems only fair to let people at least say a couple of words if they want to, but couple of minutes, yeah? Councillor Thornborough.
I'm just trying to find the condition about the bike sheds, and I just wondered if it can include a sedum roof. Thanks.
Product, isn't it? So maybe not, but we'll see. Councillor Cora?
Bit like Councillor Bajan, I welcome the fact the applicant has come back with exactly what we wanted and proves that it could be done, and I hope that it was a good reason to defer. And I'm grateful to the officer for clarifying the width of the access, because I think several of us have had an email from an interested party about that, and it's good to see that it is safe but also controlling. And I like the new condition with the signage. So if there's no more questions, I'm happy to go to a vote.
Yeah, there's a bit more yet there. Naomi and me want to say something. So just picking it up, mind, James, just in case there's any questions coming up. But just on that, what I picked up was that some of the dwellings have 2 at the front and 3 at the back or something, which some members might not feel is ideal. We seem to want all the parking at the front for bikes, but we'll see. Councillor Bennett.
I was just going to say I welcome the changes and thank the officers for their diligence, and I would be happy to proceed reasonably quickly to a vote too.
Yeah, okay. So, James, do you want to say anything to sum up then in terms of anything that's been said or questions or anything before we vote?
Yeah, just really quickly in terms of the, so there were green roofs proposed and there is a percentage of sedum planted, which can be secured under condition 26. So that can be addressed via that. But otherwise, I've got nothing else to add.
Okay, and we're all content with the cycle parking as proposed then in terms of some at the front and some at the back? Seems that we are. Okay, let's go to the vote then, please.
Thanks, Chair. The recommendations on page 222, that is to approve subject to the conditions, subject to the amended condition 30 and additional conditions 34 and 35 as set out on the amendment sheet.
Thanks, Toby. So that's the recommendation. All those in favour?
Unanimous, Chair.
That item is approved then. Thanks very much. Thanks to officers, members. So the next one is Hobart Road. That is Lawrence. Hello, Lawrence. Good evening. Well, I'm not sure. Yeah, no, let's just carry on with this one. We'll stick to the agenda as printed. So, Lawrence. No speakers.
Good afternoon. My name is Lawrence Moore, and today I will be presenting information pertaining to application reference 22/05599/FUL, which seeks the change of use of the existing 6-person HMO to a 7-person HMO with the erection of an outbuilding at 132 Hobart Road, Cambridge. The key aspects of the scheme to be considered today are shown on screen. The proposed development will allow for an increase in maximum occupancy of the existing HMO from 6 to 7 individuals, which is considered a marginal increase in the use of the property. The application will not allow for any external changes to the built fabric of the existing building, but does seek the erection of an outbuilding to the rear of the property to serve as additional living accommodation and a purpose-built cycle store to the front. The use of the outbuilding as a bedroom means there will be additional community amenity areas within the HMO, which improves the level of amenity space available to future occupiers and shall prevent overuse of the garden. The development is not considered to exacerbate issues on the amenity of neighbouring occupiers by means of noise, disturbance, loss of light, enclosure, overbearing, or loss of privacy. The development will provide cycle storage to both the front and the rear of the property to satisfy policy requirements and to ensure the safety concerns raised by the applicant RE cycle storage to the front of the property can be overcome. The HMO exceeds space standards as outlined within Policy 50 of the local plan, and the application will not allow for any highway safety concerns or loss of trees on site. The existing and proposed elevations of the host dwelling are shown on screen, which show no changes to the existing front or rear of the property. The proposed ground floor plans show the provision of an additional living room at ground floor and the proposed siting of the cycle store to be situated to the front of the property. The proposed garden plan shows the location of the outbuilding to the rear and the existing cycle store to be retained. The first and second floor plans show no changes when compared with the existing scheme. The proposed outbuilding shown on screen will be situated towards the rear of the site and will measure 2.5 metres in height with a flat roof. The flat roof will be a green roof by means of condition to ensure the development is compliant with Policy 31 of the local plan. The outbuilding has been specifically designed in an L-shaped format to prevent the need for the removal of existing trees. The occupancy of the outbuilding will be restricted to one person by means of condition, and further conditions shall be applied preventing the inclusion of cooking facilities within the outbuilding as to ensure the occupiers of the outbuilding are reliant on the host dwelling and ensure the outbuilding is treated as a bedroom part of the HMO. Policy 48 states that proposals for HMOs will be supported provided they do not create an over-concentration of such a use in a local area. The building and outbuildings are suitable for HMO use and are accessible to sustainable modes of transport, shops and local services. The proposals are not considered to allow for an over-concentration of HMO use within the local context. The authority's records show there to be 4 small-scale HMOs situated along Hobart Road, and for this reason, it is not considered an over-concentration of HMOs in the area. The existing building is licensed and therefore suitable for use as a HMO, and the outbuilding will be provided with a large singular occupation bedroom with ensuite and is situated approximately 10 metres from the host dwelling, and so is considered suitable for use as the HMO's 7th bedroom. The application site is situated along Hobart Road and is within transport connections and ample active travel arrangements. For these reasons, the development is considered to be compliant with Policy 48 of the local plan and should be supported. The measurements of internal spaces shown on screen show that all rooms meet or exceed space standards as outlined within Policy 50 of the local plan, with the overall HMO exceeding the necessary minimal and gross internal floor area by circa 8 square metres. The recommended conditions are shown on screen, which relate to time limits, drawings, hard and soft landscaping arrangements, green roof provision, design of cycle and bin stores, HMO management plan with a particular emphasis on noise prevention, the provision of communal areas, maximum occupancy of both the HMO and ancillary outbuilding, and restriction of construction hours. Several comments and a signed petition have been received from neighbouring residents which highlight concerns relating to potential impacts which may be caused by the development proposed. These concerns are outlined below: character, overdevelopment, residential amenity, impacts, car parking and parking stress, safety of future tenants, and the loss of trees. The concerns outlined above have been addressed within the officer report and within this presentation, and the recommended conditions shall further address the concerns outlined above. The scheme is not considered to allow for adverse impacts on the character of the area or the amenity of neighbouring occupiers, won't allow for the removal of trees or additional parking stress, and the development is not considered to be an overdevelopment of the site or allow for adverse safety impacts on future occupiers. Subject to the conditions outlined, the development is considered to be a beneficial addition to the supply of accommodation within the area, will increase amenity space for future occupiers of the existing HMO, will not allow for adverse impacts on neighbour amenity, and will prevent highway safety concerns or impacts on trees, whilst providing a significant number of cycle spaces. For these reasons, officers recommend that the committee approve this application subject to the conditions outlined within the officer report. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Lawrence. Councillor Thornborough.
Thank you very much. I've got a couple of questions. One is, on the drawing plans we've got, where it's got existing and proposed ground floors, they're the same. I think they're both the proposed ground floors rather than the existing. And then in this bedroom, I think it's bedroom 7, in the extension, it includes a fridge, a microwave and a kitchen sink. None of the other bedrooms have any of those, and I think we should be explicit that this is excluded, because there could end up many people, that's all they've got in their kitchens, and this could be used as a kind of completely self-contained living unit, which I think would be completely inappropriate for standards. So I don't know why that shows that it has those facilities, and we need to ensure that that's excluded from there. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pora.
Thank you. It's good to see an HMO with meeting space standards. It's good it's got better cycling parking. 2 questions on my PD theme. We are giving permission for the outbuilding, but could that have been built anyway under permitted development? Second thing is, it may just be a really long day. But on the ground floor at the moment, as I think Councillor Thornborough alluded to, the 2 plans before and after look the same, except one has a lounge now, and I think the one Lawrence had up, I don't know if you could put the ground floor plan up, I could just show you. Because I don't understand where the extra living space is coming from, because there's already a room there. It's now being designated a lounge, but I would argue either it was a bedroom that shouldn't have been there before. If you look there, on the top one, do you see the room that is now the lounge? What was that before? Was that not being used as a lounge? I mean, I don't think necessarily it's a grounds to refuse it anyway, but I am interested as to whether that was previously used as a bedroom. It shouldn't have been if it was only consented for 6. And if it wasn't being used as a bedroom, what was it doing before it was a lounge? So I think the argument that it's adding amenity space is a challenging, given that it appears to already have the amenity spaces, I think is what I'm saying. So it's been quite a long day, but I hope that made sense.
Okay, yeah, thanks. Yeah, Councillor Bennett.
I'm sorry if this isn't planning, but this just seems like such a horrible thing. If they don't use the microwave in the outbuilding, can you imagine November, raining buckets, going over to get yours, you know, sort of do your cooking, take your stuff back? It just, you know, are we really here to approve future slums?
Right, thank you. So my point was really quite similar to Councillor Thornborough's. I was a bit concerned at the outbuilding, and it appeared to be like a self-contained flat in its sort of general demeanour, what it's got in it and what's meant to go on in it. I presume it's meant to just be a bedroom, and the fact that things are drawn in it that aren't normally in bedrooms is by the by. But, you know, like a studio flat would be 37 square metres. This is 13.2 square metres, and I mean that's bigger than the policy size for a bedroom, which is 7.5 square metres. But are we meant to think about it, Lawrence, as a bedroom or as a self-contained flat? I'm presuming the former, but it's a bit confusing from what's been presented, as Councillor Thornborough has alluded to. And then also, as Councillor Bennett has said, it is concerning that the resident is going to have to walk to and fro to get to the living room and the kitchen through the elements. But maybe that's part of the course, I'm not quite sure. So a bit more from you would be useful, Lawrence, please. I think we'll go to you now then, thanks.
So with regards to the existing and proposed ground floor, these...
Councillor, you need to use your microphone or no one can...
The drawing pack, not on the screen.
Yeah, apologies if I had used the incorrect one on the drawings pack. The correct ones are now shown on screen, which show the provisional bike store to the front. The living room, the additional amenity space provided, yes, one of these rooms was originally a living room, as you can see above. It has been amended throughout the course of assessment. From previous withdrawn schemes, which sought the use of that as a seventh bedroom with no outbuilding. And obviously that didn't comply with gross internal floor area space standards, so it was withdrawn from request from myself. This is now to be retained as a living room, as the additional living accommodation to be provided via an outbuilding was considered to be harmful on neighbours, but the use of the outbuilding as a bedroom is considered to not allow for adverse impacts with regards to noise or disturbance. With regards to the cooking facilities, whilst we can condition that there are no cooking facilities with regards to ovens and hobs, I believe it would be unreasonable to prevent the use of microwaves. At the end of the day, you know, people can have microwaves in their bedroom if they so choose. But this can be covered if Toby feels that could be enforced.
Do you want to speak, Toby?
Yeah, I think actually the better course of action is not restricting the use of the microwave, but making sure through that condition 9, which is around ancillary accommodation, that any resident of that outbuilding can at any time would have unrestricted access to the communal areas in the main dwelling. That's probably a better way of looking at it in terms of the concern.
Thanks, Toby. Back to you, Lawrence.
Yes, so with regards to access to the host dwelling, on that front, access wouldn't be restricted. General regulations with regards to the licensing of HMOs means that you know, the tenant residing in the outbuilding will have keys to the host dwelling. We can make sure that they are provided with clear stated access to the communal areas via means of condition. But it's not like they're going to ever run into a problem where they're being locked out, as our licensing team require keyless exit from the inside of the property, and so they're not going to get subject to an issue where they're trying to put their key in the door and it can't go in and they can't get in. So access to the dwelling to the host dwelling will be unrestricted. The use of cooking facilities can be restricted, but I don't feel that restricting use of microwaves is enforceable or reasonable, as other occupants could have microwaves within their bedroom if they so choose to. Moving on to Councillor Pora's questions, could the outbuilding be built under PD? The outbuilding is within the size limitations of what could be built under PD. Whilst it's a bit tricky seeing how 6 HMOs up to 6 persons don't classify for PD rights, they wouldn't need to come through planning to, for example, move it back to a 4 or 5 person and then change it, do the outbuilding under PD. So yes, I think would be the answer to that question. But the fallback hasn't been considered. The outbuilding isn't considered to lead to any issues with character, isn't considered to lead to any issues with neighbour amenity, as presented today. The ground floor bedroom, I think I've already answered that question, Councillor. Yep. Councillor Bennett's dependence on the host dwelling. Again, I think I've covered that with regards to we don't feel it's reasonable to restrict the ability of future inhabitants to have a microwave, but can fully restrict the installation of formal cooking facilities within the outbuilding. And the use of the outbuilding is as a bedroom, not a studio apartment. At the end of the day, householders outside of HMO use can have an ancillary outbuilding, use as a bedroom by a dependent, use by the bedroom as a family member. And in this case, the ancillary outbuilding is treated as a bedroom and not an independent residential unit. I think I've covered all the questions asked.
That was excellent. Yeah, thanks for the responses. That's really good. Thanks. So basically policy compliant as far as I can see. Councillor Thornborough.
I might be wrong, Toby might want to correct me, but I thought that if an ancillary outbuilding, if it had a kitchen sink in it, it would have to register under council tax as a separate unit. So, and pay council tax on that as a unit. So it's just opening it up. If it has a kitchen sink in there, it's opening it up to more.
This is a civil matter. It's nothing to do with us.
No, but, well.
What I pay council tax is up to them, the applicant. It's nothing to do with us. It's not a planning matter.
Well, normally, in my experience, you wouldn't put in a kitchen sink if you're doing an ancillary room to the main house,
Okay, I apologise for crossing you, Councillor. It's been a long day, isn't it? Your point has been made. We've all heard it. Councillor Carling.
Thank you. I have similar concerns. When I look at this, we're calling it a bedroom as part of an HMO. It's a physically separate building. And, under Policy 50 in the local plan, if you're constructing a new building, as I understand it, a one-storey dwelling with one space for one bedroom and that being one space for one person in there, the floor space requirement is 39 metres squared under that policy. We have here a building that is 13.2. This, to me, just feels like an attempt to evade giving people a decent amount of space to live in. I just think that the way it's been put together is really disappointing. And I'd appreciate some advice from the case officer about whether it's really appropriate for us to allow something with such a small amount of floor space when if it had an oven in it, essentially, we'd be asking for it to be over double. That's the concern that I have. Thank you.
You've made your point, thanks. I think Toby wants to say something.
So I think it depends whether it's going to be occupied separately as a separate planning unit, that it's not proposed as a separate dwelling. My suggestion would be to allay these concerns is when you look at condition 9 on page 252 is to insert some phrasing to ensure that the resident of that outbuilding has at any time unrestricted access to the communal spaces within the main building, and then they would have access to that kind of large extension off the back of the living room as well if they wanted to have access. I think that is a reasonable condition to impose, and I think that would avoid any sense that anyone living in there might feel overly restricted because they've only got 32 square metres of floor space. And certainly if we came across such an issue via enforcement, then we would look to see what kind of rights have been granted to that tenant through a planning contravention notice and explore it through enforcement.
Yeah, thanks. And the case officer has already said that it's a flat. It's a bedroom, not a flat. Councillor Bajan.
Thank you, Chair. Is there a rear entrance to this premises? Is there a back way? Because how do they get the bikes from the back garden to the front? And how do you access, this is a really strange circumstance. If there's not a rear entrance that's available, how do they get those cycles? Those cycle racks should be in the front garden, because that's our rules, not in the back garden. And I have a little issue with the self-contained property in the back garden. It needs separate planning permission, I would argue. Now, I know Toby's the expert, but I have some personal experience of this.
Right, thanks for everyone.
Can I approach and talk to Toby?
If you want to say something, say it in the round. Have you finished speaking?
Well, okay. I have a similar circumstance in my property attached to my house. And I had to get planning permission to be approved, and I have to pay, or council tax has to be paid on that premises, even though we all use the same door. I didn't want to have to say that in planning committee. And I think you've been unfair forcing me to. But there you go.
Thank you. Toby?
So, I can't advise members on whether council tax would become due or not. What I would say that the outbuilding forms part of the proposal for planning permission for which is being sought. So if the outbuilding is there is part of the package that you're being asked to consider.
Right, members, let's wrap this up, shall we? We've still got one item to do. So I'd like to do that last item. So if you want to respond, please, Lawrence, and any last points, and then we'll come to a decision.
Yeah, just going back to Councillor Thornborough with regards to the kitchen sink within the outbuilding. It may be unconventional. I didn't originally see any issue with having a kitchen sink, seeing how they also have a bathroom sink. But if councillors feel that the ability to have a kitchen sink within the outbuilding should be restricted, I'm sure that could be done via condition. With regards to the outbuilding size and its apparent lacking with regards to what we usually require for an independent unit. As stated several times, the outbuilding is to be treated as a bedroom as part of the main HMO. On that basis, they not only have the 13 square metres of floor space within their outbuilding, they also have access to the additional 33 square metres of communal amenity areas internal to the HMO. It's around 10 metres away from the host dwelling, which in effect is closer to the amenity spaces provided than the rooms in the dormer, and so should be considered as a bedroom. The point on cycle storage to the rear, as shown on the site plan on screen, there is an existing site path to the existing cycle storage to the rear, but as outlined within this presentation and within the officer report, there is cycle storage to the front proposed to accommodate 7 number cycles. It was the applicant's choice to retain cycle storage to the rear because they don't feel that cycle storage to the front is that secure. That being said, they are still willing to comply with policy and provide cycle storage to the front. The self-contained nature of the outbuilding as part of the HMO within policy 48B, the policy states that applications for HMOs, point B states, the building or site, including any outbuildings, is suitable for use as a HMO. The outbuilding exceeds space standards for a single occupancy bedroom, and so should be seen as a beneficial provision as part of this HMO scheme. And I think I've answered all the questions that were raised.
You're doing very well. Well done, Lawrence. So, Councillor Bajan. Did you have your hand up? No? No? Okay. Right, Councillor Coram.
I must admit, I'm struggling to find reasons to reject this. I'm not particularly keen on it, and I take on board all the points that others have made. I would probably quite like to remove a kitchen sink, if that's possible, just because I think that puts a very clear marker down that this is not somewhere. But yeah, so I don't know. I suppose I'm appealing to other councillors who may not be in favour, but whether they have any reasons, because I'm struggling, much as I dislike it, to find reasons to reject, because it's not ideal. But it, as Lawrence has robustly defended, you know, even the HMO policy does accept you can have outbuildings. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Carling.
Thank you. I agree with a lot of what Councillor Porras just said. I don't like it, but I think I'm grateful to Lawrence for just pointing out policy 48 because you can't disagree with it. It's very clear. I wasn't aware that that was there. I think in the matter of the kitchen sink, the fundamental reason we're uneasy here is because we're worried about the quality of the space for the resident. And if we think about it, taking a kitchen sink out is not going to help that. It is going to make it worse. So let's not do that. I think quite often when we're in planning committee, we get into this sort of miniature space of trying to make things policy compliant when actually doing so makes them worse sometimes. And in this case, that's what we would be doing. So let's leave the kitchen sink as it is. And I intend to support this even though I'm not a particular fan of it. Thank you.
Thanks. Right. Let's go to the vote then. Recommendation, please, Toby.
Thanks, Chair. So the recommendation is set out on page 249 of the officer report. That is to approve, subject to the planning conditions as set out with minor amendments as drafted delegated to officers, and with the amendment to condition 9 to ensure that any resident of the outbuilding to have at any time unrestricted access to the communal spaces of the main dwelling.
Right, thank you. All those in favour of that recommendation?
5.
5, yeah, against?
1.
No abstentions. Right, so that item is approved. Thanks very much, everyone. Thanks, Lawrence. In that case, we're on to the last item of the day, and that's Calvary's Brewery. And
I'm going. Chair, I'm leaving. I don't feel that I can continue.
Sorry, what's that?
I'm leaving, Chair.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much for staying this long, Councillor. We're still quorate. Okay, yeah. Okay, so we're back after a short break. Last item of the day is item 13, Calvary's Brewery. And so we've got one speaker on this. So Sam Calvary to the applicant. Oh, and Councillor Robertson, Ward Councillor. So got the planning officer online. So that's Michael. Hello, Michael. Good evening. So, Michael, if you're ready to go, then if you'd like to present the item, please.
Yes, Chair, can I just check that you can hear and see me okay?
Yes, all good, thank you.
Okay. Okay, so this application relates to Section 73 application for Calvary's Brewery that the committee last considered on the 5th of July Planning Committee, and it relates to outdoor seating for the brewery. I won't go through my previous presentation in full, instead I'll focus on the reason it's come back. So just to remind members of its location, so at the end of Hooper Street, with the property along Ainsworth Street to the west, which is the main point of contention in terms of noise. So again, went to committee on the 5th of July, and there was a resolution to grant permission, but importantly, subject to an amendment to draft a new appropriate condition regarding a noise monitoring strategy, and to then seek approval afterwards via chair, vice chair, and spokes. So following that committee, in liaison with the applicant's agent, we drafted the following condition, which effectively was during that 12-month period to monitor and record data picked up by the applicant in there and being made available to the Environmental Health Department and us as local planning authority, and to keep a record of that during that 12-month period. It went to yourself, Chair, and Vice Chair, and spokes, but it was felt by one of the spokes that we needed to get agreement of the Environmental Health team. So we consulted the Environmental Health team on that, and they were not willing to agree to the imposition of an extra condition. This is all set out in the officer report, but I will try and go over it in brevity. So there's concerns relating to the actual equipment and data interpretation, and that interpreting extensive lines of raw data is really the job of an acoustic consultant, which neither the Environmental Health team nor the applicant can do. The other concern relates to the actual usefulness of the data itself. This is because there's no guidance levels when it comes to sort of voices rather than music, for example, which I'll get onto later, in terms of things like decibels or British standards that you could compare it against. So defining a trigger level would be, well, the Environmental Health team don't think it would be possible. And due to the nature of noise, it's, like I say, a bit different to music, which can be more consistent. So recording it and getting these spikes in data might not actually provide the data that members were looking for. So it adds to the uncertainty and difficulty interpreting data representing human voice. So, yeah, ultimately no one will be able to confirm which spikes are relevant or not. And while some spikes may be obvious, it will be difficult to ascertain what has caused them. I'll raise this because there was a point raised at the last committee meeting about the fact that Calverleys also operate from the Museum of Technology. This was also flagged to the Environmental Health team, but they have confirmed that the noise monitoring there is the primary concern is to do with music, which, unlike voices, it is possible to set noise limits for music, as music has volume control and can be turned down if above the target level, for example, and they can apply a 65 decibel limit on it, for example. And they refer to there's a smartphone app that members of staff use, but again, it's not used for monitoring voices, and it's effectively just an additional aspect to the main actual noise monitoring of the music, really. Again, this is all in the committee report, so in the interest of brevity, I'll go on to the next slide. So this is the not new information, but I've been liaising with the environmental health team since, and I thought this might be of benefit. So they've tried to sort of consolidate it into 4 points. So again, there's no guidance levels or British standards relating to voice volume. So the data obtained to be of limited value. Environmental health themselves don't routinely monitor. They're an enforcement service. They respond to complaints, and the licensing team may monitor if there are concerns about breach of license conditions, but obviously licensing and planning are two different aspects. So their approach would usually be for a robust noise management plan and then support of a temporary period, after which complaint details, if any, can be reviewed or assessed. That's essentially what we're recommending by way of the 12-month period that was previously set out. And ultimately, they've concluded if a complaint is made to us, we will investigate in accordance with our standard complaints procedure. Obviously, that's dealt with, again, outside of planning. So to summarise, Chair, the officer recommendation is as per it was originally on the 5th of July before it went to the debate. So it's approval of a temporary 1-year permission to use the outdoor seating, which is variations to conditions number 2 and 3. I do have the original slides on another screen, so if you need to refer back to anything previously, please let me know. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Speakers, so Sam, do you want to come forward and speak? You've been waiting patiently. I do apologise for the time you've had to wait to speak. I appreciate you've stayed behind now and stayed with us, so thank you. You have 3 minutes to speak, Sam, and you've turned it on, and half a minute before the end, the bell will go to let you know you're coming to the end.
Thank you, Chairman and members, for the opportunity to speak on behalf to represent my application at committee. As you have heard, the proposal seeks to vary 2 conditions in order to facilitate an external seating area for 3 tables with a new noise management plan to reflect this. You have heard from the case officer that a temporary consent for 1 year is proposed in order to ensure that the council can assess the noise impacts effectively. I want to take this moment to explain directly from the client side exactly how we want to address concerns raised by the public. The following mitigations also ensure that no noise impacts are created. Training for staff to control noise from customers, and any customers who are overly noisy or disruptive will be asked to leave the premises. Notices will, as currently, be displayed to remind customers to leave quietly and to respect local neighbours. Staff will also announce this each night. The outside seating will only be available until 9 p.m. on Tuesdays to Thursday and 10 p.m. on Fridays and Saturdays to minimise noise disturbance to neighbours. The tables will be put away after these times, and these timings will be strictly adhered to. The sliding doors on the property are only open during severely hot days and will be closed at all other times. I would also like to note that whether these doors are opened or not is not within the scope of planning control and should not be a factor that is considered, but by any means we wish to comply with this. Finally, there were concerns regarding patrons standing in the street or on the footpath. This again will be seriously discouraged by staff, but is also not within the scope of planning control and should not be a factor that is considered, but by any means we wish to comply with this. After the last committee, we were happy to implement noise monitoring systems to ensure that we could evidence that noise levels would not be unacceptable, but we were informed that this is not within the scope of planning to condition. In light of this, I have spoken to Environmental Health personally, and they have confirmed that they have the ability power to install sound monitoring if noise complaints are raised. Therefore, I ask that we trust the council operations outside of planning to do their job correctly instead of acting on their behalf. I ask you to consider the proposed outdoor seating to be innocent until proven guilty to an extent, instead of simply rejected without a chance. This proposal has a 70% reduction in outside seating to the scheme previously approved, alongside all of the mitigations that I have mentioned to help ensure that noise is not a disturbance. This proposal is inherently different to the previous 10 tables. I feel that as a local business who employs local people and serves local customers, we deserve the chance to prove that the outside seating at this level will not have a negative impact, and we ask that the committee give us a chance to do that. The proposed temporary consent and the conditions placed on the permission restricting the opening hours, the outdoor seating and enforcing management plan provide reassurance for members and residents that no undue noise disturbance will take place. In addition, Environmental Health do have the power to address noise complaints and we're happy to work with environmental health to ensure that we can respond to these effectively.
Just on time. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The other speaker is Councillor Richard Robertson, who's Ward Councillor. You have unlimited time to speak, Councillor.
Thank you. Now, this issue was dealt with in July, and it was decided by the committee. You had an introduction to this already. Have you had an introduction to this already?
Sorry, say again, Councillor?
Have you had an introduction to this already?
We've had the presentation, yeah.
Okay, so I wasn't aware of that. Well, you'll know what it's about. It's an issue you hoped to conclude by giving the permission on the grounds, on the condition that full control of the noise disturbance would be monitored. Now, this has not proved possible, and therefore we have to go back to the original views of that it's been expressed by the local residents, that it is impossible to restrain the public from speaking aloud and making a noise outdoors while drinking. At the last hearing, it was, I read out to you some of the concerns of the local residents, one of whom was very complimentary about the pub, the brewery as a pub, but that was while it was indoors, while the drinking was going on indoors. Their concern was that no matter how well you run an establishment like that, the noise will leak out when people are drinking and having a good time in the open air. Now, this pub, have you got a map? Have you got the map of the area? Have you got a plan of the area? Have you seen that? Yes. Okay. Well, you'd have seen that.
You can get it up, but hold on a minute. So, Michael, can you put a map of the site up, please? Site map.
On it, you will see that the back of the houses on Ainsworth Street is only about 20 metres away from the site of the car park, which or the car park of the business as it was. Yes, you can see Ainsworth Street on the left, that vertical row, and then the back of the houses is extremely close to the pub, the brewery pub. And the concern expressed last time was that that noise should be controlled, and you sought to do that by having environmental health agree a process with the applicant. As it's been shown, it's not possible to do that. I must ask you to recognise that the licence should not be granted. Residents are entitled to quiet. They moved there when that place was not a pub. It's not like they knew what they were moving to. It was not a pub at the time. And it's well controlled while the people are indoors, but while they're outside, it won't be. So it's up to you to decide, but that's the facts of the matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Righty-ho. Can I just say first, I'm sorry I said this at the end on the item again, but I do know the family next door at 23 Hooper Street quite well, but my discretion is unfettered. Yeah, so councillors. Councillor Thornborough.
There's a difference between sound and noise. So a noise is always sound, but sound is not always noise. So noise is considered a disturbance of sound. So my understanding is that when you want to understand the kind of background noise, you can measure. We normally refer to measuring sound, not noise, which is disturbance, but we should actually be recording the sound, where there are, because when you record sound, you accept that there will be levels of disturbance during the period that you measure. So, for example, somebody dropping something, or a bird landing on the monitor and shrieking, or a train going by, or a siren somewhere. So these are kind of background noises, which are generally part of sound. Some noises can be very low, but very, very disturbing. Low, certain pitches of hums can be very, very disturbing, but the noises it will be low, but it's still a disturbance. So it is difficult, but there are lots of noises in the city. And in this location, I did go and have a look there, and when the trains went by, and that was a big noise at the time. So I see that Councillor Robertson is concerned, but I do wonder whether a temporary year might be a good way forward. And it can always be withdrawn, or if there is a disturbance, real disturbances during the period of the year, they, in environmental health could get involved. But it would be good, I think, perhaps to see how that goes.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. Councillor Pora?
Yeah, I agree with Councillor Thorne, but I think to the credit of the applicant, they were willing to accept the condition to have monitoring, and it would be desirable, but it's not the applicant's fault that our environmental health team, for understandable reasons, is saying what we asked for wasn't possible. So actually, it is a little frustrating that obviously to get the environmental health investigation, you have to have a problem to trigger it, and then I've got a few in my ward, and I know it can be a bit of a lengthy process. But equally, I think the only way we can test it is to have a year's trial. And I think a year is appropriate. We discussed it at the last committee. If you do shorter, then you actually miss the summer months. So, it's not the applicant's fault. I mean, they could have taken us and said it's an unreasonable condition. They haven't actually. They're just saying, it's our environmental health team who are saying, in effect, it's not reasonable. So I'm supportive of the year's trial, because I just don't see what else we could do to give a fair go to the business, but also allow residents to have their say if it does become noisy. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Colling?
Thank you. I'm similarly minded at the moment. I'd just like to understand a bit more about how this planning application intersects with the licensing process for the premises. And I just would appreciate some more context about whether, if there are concerns, local residents could address them through the licensing process as well, whether they would come to planning in the first instance. I'd just like to know more about that. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. Yeah, so it seems to me we did our best as a planning committee members, but we've been corrected by environmental health in terms of our approach. So good for them, really, to put us right on that. There are 7 representations in objection, 15 in support. Anecdotally, I walk past this site more than once a week, 2 or 3 times a week. It's a regular walk for me. And it's been years now since I've seen anybody outside of the building drinking. Never heard any noisy behaviour. But obviously, I'm not a resident, but I do think, what I have to say on that as a resident in the city is useful. So I'm minded to support the 1-year trial. I think it'll be a useful facility for residents locally to come and, socialise in the evenings or whatever. So I'm in favour. Councillor Thornborough.
I know in some premises where they've got a limit to noise for, where you might have a party in a pub or something, they can monitor the noise, and when it reaches a certain level, it can cut the sound system or ring a bell. So if people who are aware that that noise is an issue, can put a sound monitor in, and you can be warned when it gets above a certain level. So they might want to consider that, because the applicants will benefit if they can not cause a disturbance in this next year, and not so that the residents are happy and the patrons are happy as well.
Yeah, useful comment. Thank you, Councillor. In that case, we'll go to the vote then. So, Councillor Corley.
I have a response to my query to the case officer, please.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, it is a bit late, isn't it? So, yes, back to you, Michael. I apologise. I forgot you, Michael, because you weren't here in the room with us.
No, that's fine. So, yeah, I mean, ultimately, licensing and planning, as you know, sure, Councillor Carling, are 2 different things, but there is a degree of overlap. If there was a noise issue, the first port of call would be to go to the environmental health team and raise a sort of noise complaint, and environmental health would investigate that way. Where planning would become involved in this case is because there's a noise management plan condition, for example. If they were in breach of that, i.e. they weren't packing away the chairs and tables at the times that they've said they are, or they're going over the hours that they've got for outdoor seating, then planning enforcement would get involved. But I think primarily when it comes to the noise issue, it's going to be licensing and environmental health dealing with that aspect and responding to complaints. But then following that investigation, there might be a case of, oh, they're not doing this as well. Planning enforcement might become involved. That's my understanding, unless Toby thinks differently. But
No, he's nodding. That's all good. Is that finished, Michael? Anything else you needed to answer? I can't see any councillors working on anything. Yeah, okay, Councillor Bennett, you have something else?
I was just going to say, as a licensing councillor for over 2 years, licensing can close you down if they're not happy about noise plans. So it has a lot of power. I think, you know, we have enough safeguards for a trial.
Okay, thanks for that contribution, Councillor. In that case, let's go to the vote then. So, Toby, if you give us a recommendation, please.
Thanks, Chair. It's on page 270. The recommendation is to approve subject to the conditions as set out.
Thanks, Toby. All those in favour of that recommendation?
That's unanimous, Chair.
So the item is approved. Thank you very much. Thanks to the Speaker for coming and staying with us and speaking to us. Thanks to members and councillors for staying so late today. So thank you all. Safe journey home.